Hola, hola Nadine, ¿me oyes? ¿Me oyes? Estoy hablando. Bye.
Hello, welcome to the world of wakeboarding and to this, day number 2, finals day of the 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf Championships here in the heart of Spain, Spain's capital, Madrid, or just outside. That is 30 minutes southeast of Madrid at the incredible Bota Ski, the home of many a huge event contest on the world of water dancing scene. My name is Matt Crowhurst. I've been your host for the entirety of yesterday, and I'll do the same again today. We got a good 8.5 hours of chat in yesterday about the best, the brightest, the wildest of wake surfing, right through every category you could think of, from the youngsters, the whippersnappers, right up to the more experienced of riders, should we put it like that, and including foil and strapped, non-strapped foil, skim surf, the whole shebang. You guys get it. If you're tuning in this early, you know what the deal is with the European Wakesurf Championships and any Wakesurf event, which is also Wakesurf and foil. And we are but moments away from getting started. And we are going to get started with our boys skim category. That's 13 and under. And I can just hear her first rider from our contest director, Mr. Scotty Broom, who's going to be riding later in the Legends category, as I call it, because if I were riding, that's the category I'd be riding in. It's actually called just 40 plus, which is a little less exotic. And we should be cutting it to the action very shortly. And that first rider is going to be Ethan Hudkins. And I'm going to try and get some information up about these riders because it's been provided for me here. But if you guys in the stream would like to cut to the boat, and for you guys joining us nice and early, let's see, 4 of you watching. Wow, early bird catching the worm. That is true. And there's Ethan Hudkins getting himself ready. About to take on, oh, there's a gecko just crawling all over our electrical equipment. How cool is that? Okay, Ethan, what have you got for us, Buster? If you are here joining us nice and early, and there's only a handful, and I didn't expect any more than a handful joining us this early, but why don't you drop me a line, tell me where you are watching from, what your vibe is, who you're here online supporting. I'm assuming it's some of the youngsters who are kicking things off. Ethan has dropped the line, and he's away. Now, first thought is, his shorts match his board. Now, that's got to be maximum points right there, regardless of the riding. Oh, no, going for a little one-footer. Going all in early with his first little bit of riding. Maybe we can catch a little replay just to see exactly what went on. We can see our boat crew are there and present at the helm. That looks like a Mr. John Ackerman, and I can tell you exactly who is doing what because I got the list right here. We have got Scotty Broom doing chief judgerization, John Ackerman at the helm, Andy Cobb, Gubraz and Bailey Dunn, those 3 judges, Andy Gears and Bailey, as well as John Ackerman, and then swapping out between all of our guys and girls. Put in a right old shift yesterday. And then Bailey and John, Raymond Kolhoon, who will be driving later, but also riding later in the next category, the men's 40 plus skim, putting in a right old shift to get us through the day. And what a first day of riding it was. Some mind-blowing skills demonstrated in both surf, skim, as well as foil, strapped and non. Ethan now back at it, getting a nice little bit of air. Daylight we see underneath that board, between that board and that wake. I think maybe a little one-footer. Was that intentional? Hopefully it was, and the judges are taking note. 360 and the first 360 fall of the day, of which there are many, because 360s on a surfer, for any of you out there watching, and I'm sure those who are watching right now are surfers or have dabbled with it a little bit, know how frustrating that trick can be. You can lock in 10 out of 10, 7 days a week, and then on that 8th day and that 11th attempt, it'll just disappear, and it will disappear for the next few attempts. Very frustrating, which is why it's all the more impressive when you see our riders just consistently bashing out these technical maneuvers. Big thing from yesterday was that I personally learned, which I already knew, but I just got it driven home by Scotty, our chief judge, and the other judges, when we were just deliberating on what went down in the day and who came where and what are the reasons for that, is for our riders riding in both the skim and the surf, or one or the other, they actually have to differentiate what they do on the water. They actually have to make a difference, because skim and surf are 2 different disciplines. Yes, it's all wake surfing, and yes, a lot of the same stuff is done. But from the surfing perspective, our judges, and this is something to take note for you riders out there competing in the Wakesurf competitions of any note, that surfing needs to be a little bit more aggro. The tricks need to happen a little bit above the lip. There needs to be, as Scotty put it, those exclamation marks put right in there to say, yeah, this is surf style, as opposed to this is me wake surfing. It just happens to be on a surf style board. And so within the two categories, and you've got a lot of riders riding in both, they have to differentiate. When you get to the higher end, I mean, it's different sort of at the when I say the lower end, I don't mean lesser, I just mean at that more entry level with less tricks, less time in the water under their belts, not pros basically. There's a lot of the similar stuff goes on, but just for those guys out there watching, and if you are competing and thinking about surfing, something to consider. Meanwhile, Ethan is back in action on his second pass. Gets a cheeky little tickle as well as an air. Surfing front side at the moment. Oh, some window winding to start the day. Stuffing at the front of the board. There we go. Getting out of the top of the lip. Now, I'm sure he's thinking about that 360. Now, he does have one fall in hand, so he doesn't want to waste the time. And I would be getting that 360 done now, just in case he falls. He still's got enough time to get back up. And if he doesn't fall, he's got enough time to carry on and do more things. Little floater. There's the 3. Oh, he needed to stay low and look back at the boat. So he swung into the first part of the 360, the first half, really nicely. But staying quite tall and using your shoulders to make that 3 happen means that as you come out of that 3, here we go. As you come out of that 3, the wave's just going to push you back away from it. That big old Super Rare Nautique G23 Paragon, an absolute beast of a thing. It's just going to push your body away from the wave, and it's going to be really hard for you to keep your body down that center line. Now we're going to see this 360 from Ethan. Let's see if we can break it down. So he sticks a hand in the water, sweeps up nicely. Oh, this is the air. Now he's thinking about the 3. Just after getting that air, coming in now for the third time, maybe. Oh, the 1-footer was in there too. So Ethan packing an awful lot in this first part, this first run. But see how as his board came round, his body was leaning out away, and he managed to squeeze it in right before the scoring boys, but no more time left to try that. So that is Ethan's job done for this European Championships in the skim style. I can't recall as to whether he's in the surf as well, but that's a good first outing. Moving on to our next rider, Nikita Burla. Oh, getting a shove out of the blocks and another shove to boot. And the 360. Notice the difference there. He spun, but he kept his body directly over the top of the board, right down that center line. 3 shove from Nikita. He is flying. And the varial, little adjustment of the feet. Now he is switched backside. Little frontside 180, and then a shove out of that as well. This is all looking so good, so clean. Then the ollie into that frontside 90, 270 out. And goes to the 720 non-stop and manages to control the spin. Big old smile on his face as well, he might be. Oh, he does the drifter, just about hanging on. And that will count as he goes out of the scoring zone. That is a belting run from Nikita, wow. And the Paragon gets whipped right. Nikita gets whipped left. Oh, if we see a replay of that, there was an awful lot to get our teeth into in terms of the amount that he put in, but also the technicality of it. And as we talked about yesterday, here comes a replay, that shove. As we talked about yesterday, and it bears repeating, just to make sure everybody's on the same page, what our judges are looking for is pretty much what Nikita delivered on every front, ticked every box. There was good flow from trick to trick. There wasn't too much pausing, too much setting up. See how he bled the speed a little bit and worked his way back, and then worked his way straight into this next trick, the 720, and then no wobbling whatsoever as he came out of that. So difficult to finish off that rotation. Then he gets the drifter, That's a killer run from Nikita. Really killer. Okay, now notice that he's got the tail of the board at the front. He's going to go for what's a weddle grab. Or not doing the grab. And then just slides, kind of drift a frontside 180 to end up right foot forward. Oh, the kind of the big spin. So it's a sort of 90-degree rotation and then a 270-degree shove. Getting an ollie down at the bottom with the flats. A little bit of air out of the top of the lip. Shoving again. We saw that in the first pass, but it all counts as long as he keeps it smooth. Now he's got tail of the board at the front. Oh, a Gumby. So the backside shove and the frontside 180, very all combined. Then that's, oh, he's got the drifter in. Now he put this in at the end of the first run. Now he's got it in. This is going to be a big spin. Ah, was that a bigger spin? Yes, it was. The celebration did him. But that's okay. I'm sure he'll be pretty happy with that. Celebration done. Out of the scoring zone. Or the fall, rather, out of the scoring zone. Watching all this. Gets the ollie. Then the shove. Up onto the top of the lip of the wave. Then there's that Gumby. So where the body rotates in the opposite direction to the rotation of the board. Comes back up, gets that board the correct way round. Drift to frontside 1. Now we switch, and this is working up. Now I've got to count the number of rotations. Oh my gosh, yeah, so that was frontside bigger spin. And there's a celebratory fall right there. Frontside bigger spin from Nikita. And we're going to move swiftly on to our next rider, Rodrigo Bugarin. Now I haven't been giving you too much information or any information at all about these riders. Let's see if I can find something about Nikita. As he gets himself into the scoring zone. Nikita Buria, I'm a professional swimmer and mathematician of the year in Latvia. Go figure. So our Latvian crew trains with his dad. Shout out to Pops as well. So that's not Nikita. I don't think that is. So this is Rodrigo Bugarin, sorry, getting in the Nikitas and the Rodrigos. So this is the son of Abel, our Spanish Nautique dealer, looking really comfortable on that board. Oh, just so much style there. Yeah, big top turn, big bottom turn. A lot of surfing vibes about this skim session from Rodrigo. Now at the end of the scoring zone, a lovely first hit from him. And we can see from the side there, our crew, Bailey Dunn, just giving them a little bit of encouragement. Yes, and the ollie from the top. Here's the replay of all the action. I love that top turn. How sick is that? Just stalling out on the top of the wave. So what Rodrigo is missing here is just that little bit of more skate style, skim style influence, but the surf style is there in droves. There's that top turn. Absolutely loving that. Big old slashes off the top from this youngster. Right, is Rodrigo in here? Yeah, we go. No, that's not Rodrigo. So I don't have any information about Rodrigo other than to say that I know he's 9 years old. And he is spends a lot of time out behind these Nautiques, so more than used to it. Now, if you're just joining us and you're wondering, hang on, isn't this a Paragon wave? Isn't that meant to be meaty? Well, it still is really, really meaty. However, we've only got 50% ballast in, as is the norm for our junior boys category. So only 50% ballast. And I guarantee you, I kid you not, 50% ballast would do absolutely any of us on pretty much any board, even someone of my size. 6'2", a hunker bun in love. I could get out there on a skim style board and still there'll be way enough push on that Paragon wave at 50% ballast. So while it may not seem super tall, there is just a lot of power in that wave all the way through. So when we do jack it up, our riders are getting so far out back and having so much room on which to play. And playing is exactly the order of the day for young Rodrigo. A few cheers from him as he flies past the spectators on the shore, of which he's still got a few, even at this early stage, getting things kicked off at 8 a.m. Central European time from wherever you are watching. That's our time scale right here. Yes. Loving the pause, loving the drop knee, dragging that hand, getting himself in the barrel, Then an ollie out the top, getting a little bit of airtime as well. And then floating from the top. Are we going to see a 3 attempt? Oh, he was good. It was just a bit too aggressive. And I think that's possibly at the end of the run for Rodrigo. Yeah, there's not going to be any time to pick him up and can squeeze anything in. So what a run from him. 5 riders in this category. We're going to be moving on to men's skim 40 plus. We do also have Marcus Darwin, who's the only rider in men's beginner surf, as we watch the replay for Rodrigo before moving on to our last rider in this boys surf. So, you know, there we go. There we go. That's why I'm getting confused, because I thought it was a surf style and Rodrigo was just hitting it and I didn't actually look at my running order. So we had 2 riders in the skim, Ethan and Nikita. Their job was done. Rodrigo was the first of our surf style under 13 riders. And now we have the second and final, Noah Hudkins. Just 2 riders in this category, getting his surf style on. Surf style, it was very much. Let's see if I've got any info about young Noah as I scroll right. Noah Hudkins, Table Rock Lake, Springfield, Missouri. Oh no, Noah taking a fall earlier on just as I was looking at your biog. So he's dropped the line. He's already into it. Going for an air maybe. Oh, that is an unfortunate something and nothing fall. He'll be frustrated himself for that. He's got plenty of time to make up. It was a fall right at the start, so there's loads of real estate on which Noah can play and impress our judges. So Noah's just going to dust off that early fall. And get straight back into it and just be... oh, that's more like it. So whatever happened there, we can call that a mind fart or something. But that first fall was obviously not the norm for young Noah. That's what we're talking about when we talk about surf style. Really? Oh, no, we got a lot of height then. A lot of height on that aerial off the top. Just pushing out a little bit too deep with his body over the heel edge, away from the wave, just exactly why the board dove. Got a good aerial there and a little tickle. Skipping through the wave, just hopping onto the top and just building that speed. Big old slash with a Y. Then there's the ollie aerial once again, smashing an aerial out the top. And that time the difference was, as he popped, his weight was over his heels, the board wasn't flat as he came down on it. So that'd be his second fall in his first run. There we see pulling power behind the weekend. I'm not talking about John Ackerman. I mean, still. That brand spanking Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon, or Paragon G23, whichever you want to cut it. Beast of a machine. Oh, it looks like Noah's going to get a second fall because did he fall before the contest zone? Oh, 3 and spits that board out, something chronic. And while we've got time and while we're looking at it, we can talk about that PCM ZZ8S 630 horsepower supercharged beast of a boat that Nautique Spain have provided us here at one of the homes of Nautique. Botaski has been running Nautique events for as long as I can remember. 2 incredibly beautiful. Oh, the 3, and he ollied into it as well, trying to get some air. That body movement, needed to keep it central, right over the top of the board. If you draw a center line in every direction, you want to keep that body right over the center. It was leaning too far back away from the boat, hence the board spitting out in the opposite direction. Yeah, so talking about Botaski, here we are southeast. Hello, everyone, if you're just joining us. Let's see if there's any more in on the stream. There's a few of you. No one getting involved in the chat, though, so let's see a little bit of those fingers tapping. Well, I'm not going to see that, but let's see the result of those fingers tapping. On your device, on your laptop, say hello from wherever you are joining us. And where you're joining us is our second and final rider in the boys surf style final. And it is Noah out on the water. Heralding from Missouri, Noah Hudkins rounding things off in his second final run. Yeah, solid white knuckle grab on that indie. And getting a little bit of a frontside rotation there as well, just winding the board round. All of these aerials looking really solid. Taking a couple of early falls in the first run. Needs to settle himself now. There we go, big old bottom turn. That's something different. So pausing on the top of the wave and then just screaming down to a big old wide bottom turn and putting an ollie in that as well. Using all parts of the wave. All parts of the wave is super important. Not just doing your thing in one small section. No, Noah taking a fall. On that second attempt at the 360, where has he ended up? I think it's pretty much at the end of the lake. I'm not sure whether he's going to get a second crack. Even though that was only his first fall. Here we see a replay of the first run. Kid's got some serious style as well. And I do believe, before we see him getting picked up, and I can stand completely corrected, that is going to be the end. I love that. So call out, and if you're wondering why I'm doing a shout out to people who are watching, not here, online, it's because not only am I talking to you cats at home, or wherever you're watching this from, but I'm also on the sound system here in Botoski at this European Championship. So shout out to Ted Peters, you are first up in the Men Skim 40+. Meanwhile, Marcus Darwin, British citizen, but living out here. Oh, there we go. There's a little bit of voguing. Living out here in Spain, in Malaga, and spending much of his time as with his sister. I think, is that his sister? Oh, no, this is Jordan's brother. That's what I got confused there. Bethany May, who rode, who was stood in the dock with him. Harold's from Malaga. And then there's Jordan Darwin Alonso, I think. Might be the brother of this cat. Marcus, who's tearing it up. Extreme Gene rider, and there's the flop out. Does the salmon, because he knew he'd lost the 3. So you see the vest that they're wearing, that logo, that's Extreme Gene. That's another one of our big homes out here in Spain, like this one, Butter Ski, and the many others that are out here of not only water skiing, but also wakeboarding and wake surfing. And as you can see, this is Marcus's jam, wake surfing. Beautiful, beautiful lake. Just 25 minutes outside of Cordoba, west of Cordoba, in a small town called Almodóvar del Rio. So hello to all of our Extreme Gene crew, if they're up nice and early, as they possibly are, as a camp that brings people from the world over to them for water skiing, wakeboarding, wake surfing, good times by the lake. Another amazing spot, just like this one in Botoski, and the many others there are out here in Spain. Honestly, if you want to get your water time in out behind a boat, Spain, also Portugal, place to come. It's stunning, and obviously the weather is just tip-top. Marcus falling right at the end of that first pass, going for the 360. The 360 was not to be, but it was tidy up to that point. Yeah, so me thinking that Bethany May and Marcus are actually brother and sister, but they're not. They're just here together. Let me just see if I can find some info about Marcus. Yeah, Marcus Elizondo Darwin. Elizondo is pronounced Elizondo. And apparently, interesting facts about Marcus is he can perform the entire Macarena and sing Mr. Brightside whilst surfing. So performing the Macarena whilst singing Mr. Brightside, that is something to behold in and of itself. But while wake surfing, wow, that is top draw. So there, the brother of Jordan, who one of the main coaches at Extreme Gene and an incredible rider himself, goes for the goat boat sit down, dives the nose of the board, particularly difficult on a skim board, which is more prone to diving than that of our surf style boards, just because there's less buoyancy about them. Crawling himself down. We saw this from Bethany May, actually. She was just crawling all over a board like a jungle gym yesterday. What else about Marcus? Where is he? Doesn't actually give him his age. He's back again. Oh, wow. We're going to do the pop. Oh, that's Risky Biscuits. Starting out on his belly. I would imagine, like, if he does a proper surf pop out of this, I would be very impressed. But he could well just be going up onto his knees. Yes. So some kneeboarding action. Gives it a bit of freedom. Titanic, front of the boat. Kate Winslet. Go on. That just was never going to work. You can't plonk your head that far forward on the board and expect it to work. But Marcus is having fun, which is actually the most important thing. Cliche as it might be, cliches are a cliche for a reason, because they come from stuff that we know and understand to be true. And he's out there having fun, which is the most important thing. So, yeah, he needed to be like another foot further back on the board, which is difficult on a board that's small like that. Doink, see ya. Marcus Darwin, you're done, and you're joining us. Let's see if anybody else is out there actually getting involved in the chat. Come on, you lot. Send me a message. Tell me where you are watching us from. So, a small handful of you joining us at this early hour, this early juncture. If you have just joined us and you can't read the logo up in that corner of the... yeah, here my tech crew in the background. It's opposites. That logo, I will read it for you. It's the 2025 Nautique European Wake Surf. I'm going to add this in there as well. And Wake Foil Championships, Foil Surf Championships, courtesy of the aforementioned Nautique, Bodeski, our incredible home venue for this amazing 2 days, and also the WWA, the World Wakeboard Association. Now, I said yes mistakenly to it having been created in 95, and the reason I thought of that is simply a purely selfish memory of the first memory me having of boat wakeboarding of any stature, of any profile, was watching the Boat Wakeboard Worlds that was down in the Florida Keys. That was a 1 and 2 by Scott Biley and Gator Lutger, which was kind of incredible because it was the first time that you had non-transferred water skiers taking the top spots and a different style of wakeboarding actually taking the top spot. And it was the first year of the twin tip, Flight 69, or the Gatorade board. So twin tips winning, where before it was all pointies and straps, and Darren Shapiro just continuing to do silly, ridiculous things on a pointy board with straps, like switch toe-side Rayleigh with straps. I mean, come on, are you mental, Darren? But yeah, so that's why I thought of the WWA. But actually, looking on one of Scotty's T-shirts, it was 1989. Really? But yeah, a little while ago. There he is, the big kahuna himself. We're going to be moving on to our old boys. I mean the more experienced of our riders out there. Hopefully Ted Peters has found his way down to the dock, man. We don't want you to miss your toe. Ted and his wife Nancy, traveling from California, I believe. Now I can actually... Good stuff. Just hearing from Scotty that we do have a Ted. Ted Peters didn't start surfing until he was 51. Get a load of that. Lost my page. Lake Havasu. Some good freestyle jet skiing goes on there. Hermosa Beach, California. And training with Crystal Bartos. Ballast has changed from our boys and men's beginner surf category. Those first 5 riders who've been out. So they're jacking it up to fully 100%. So we're going to see a significant change in the size of the wave. And what our riders are also able to do, what our surfers are also able to do, is adjust the settings so they can go for whatever speed they want, or NSS setting. So that's the Nautique surf system. I believe So previous days, you used to change the NSS and the NCRS. Now, here's some tech talk, because you know I work with Nautique. NCRS is Nautique Configurable Running Surface, which is the plate on the bottom of the boat underneath the duckboard, the hydrofoil plate that's like a trim tab, but a big fat one. But in our new boats, and it's been the case for the past few years, instead of having these two settings that you would change, which is a little bit confusing, all you do is just change the shape of the wave. So on the dash, these incredible, beautiful, really intuitive, simplistic dash. Now, I love buttons like any man does, in terms of lots of buttons like you're in a rocket ship. But when you're driving a boat and you just want to get the thing done and set up how it needs to be set up for the rider that's doing whatever they're doing, whether it's wake surfing, whether you're a beginner wake surfer or more advanced wake surfer, whether you're surf style, skim style, whether you're just trying it out on your backside and you're on a slightly different wave, what they changed a few years ago in Nautique was just literally a picture of a wave getting steeper and shallower, and you can just turn it on the dial or you can turn it on the screen. And all that does is adjust the paddles, the NC, NSS, which are the plates that come out the side of the boat. Just so boat, duckboard, side of the plates, and then the NCRS, and they all work together to adjust that wave. So you're not doing two different settings. You're just saying up or down on the wave size, and also up or down on the speed. So it keeps it nice and simple. But what you might see is a bit of this from our surfers, just telling the driver where they want those settings. So it's between 0 to 10 on the NSS, and then that'll be like that, or whatever it is, and then just the speed up or down, because we're going to adjust that speed. Look at these stunning conditions, and that man mounted on the dock there, Mr. Greg Malone, the main big boss man from Nautique. Not only is he that, and he helps bring together an incredible team that make these mind-blowing, heart-stopping, jaw-dragging boats that we all are playing out behind so much, but he also gets out there and gets into it, which is really, really, really key. It's really important. If you're involved in the sport and you work in the sport, if you don't do the sport or take time to try and get out in the water and be part of it, then I personally don't feel that you're offering the sport as much as you could possibly do. And also, not potentially doing whatever brand you happen to be working for or whatever entity you're involved with in the sport the justice. You don't have to be the very best at what you do, but you do have to be part of it in some way. So having someone like Greg here over, supporting the event as he does many, many events. I mean, this guy's air miles count would be through the roof, like many of the people here, like a Scotty Broom, who's our contest director, like a Raymond Kolhoon, a Scottish teaser, and I'm sure a Bell from Spain as well, and many people, and of course all of our riders. He'd be here supporting the event, but he's not going to come all the way over here and be looking at that beautiful boat and that incredible lake and this stunning weather and not going to want to get stuck in. How could you not? So he'll be riding very shortly in the skim style, and he's taken our advice and taken the communal Scotland Nautique Lot Lemon wakeboard Raymond Kolhoon looking for his blade with a fin, because he went out on a skimboard yesterday with no fin and it didn't go to plan. Okay, that's Greg, who we're going to be seeing shortly. Let's get stuck in to Ted Peters, starting surfing at 51 years of age, coming over for some travel with his beautiful wife, and then just getting stuck into a European Wake Surf Championships, and why not? Now, yesterday he did have a little bit of an issue early on with the nose heel edge, so that as we're looking at it, go on, stay in there, buddy, stay in there on that toe rail, look at that. And again, get further forward, Ted. Needs to get a little bit further forward before he starts playing around. So if we could cut back to the shot on the boat, then we'll get a better... Thank you, tech team. This is looking much better. Oh, please don't let that be my commentator's kiss of death first of the day. Now, Ted had already taken a fall by this point yesterday, but he is looking way more at home on that boat. And we were talking last night, just as he left us after dinner. He said, well, I'm going to bring the surf settings down. A mellower wave is an easier wave to start with. When you're sort of learning, a really, really steep wave is not the ideal. It's just like going on a mountain bike and taking on a really steep downhill run or a really mellow downhill run. Which are you going to do when you're learning? Going on a skateboard or a snowboard or anything in terms of any sport, you're going to try it in the easiest fashion first. And having that Paragon wave jacked up to the max, it can be a bit full on. It can just push you around a little bit too much, and it makes the angle of the wave as it meets the flat, so the troughs are where he is right there, where you've got a much more aggressive transition, which can trip you up a little bit more, as well as the wake just being harder to balance on because it's steeper. Mellow it out, makes things a lot more pleasant. And that, as well as him riding really, really well, seems to have made the difference for Ted because he just had a clean stand-up pass, getting on top of the wave, putting some lovely turns in. Man's got to be happy. Yeah, Ted, and I think that is him straight back in to his second run. I can just hear the boat. So where I'm sat with Stream Dream Team, is at the opposite end of the lake to the start dock, and that's where Ted just ended up. That's where the boat spins a Yui, and then he's back in play. You can see the gazebos on the left of the screen. We're just tucked out behind there in the big old tournament building. This is good stuff from Ted. I wonder if he can just shake that tail feather a little bit more and squeeze the tail of the board out towards us for a little bit of a finno. But even if he doesn't do that, this is just beautiful. This is what Wakesurf's about, man. Just feeling the flow, just cruising up and down that wave. And I think to the uninitiated, it can potentially not look like very much. As in, with wakeboarding, you're seeing people flying around left and right, likely getting spanked by taking the front edge. And so you watch this and you think, is that a lot of fun? I'm telling you, it's so much fun. Ted's just absolutely bossed it. Great work, Mr. Peters, at his very first, I don't know whether it's his very first contest or not. What a way to go. It's your first contest at European Championships in Spain. Just a little flight and travel and time away from where you herald over on the west coast of the US. And that is our first rider done in the Men Skim 40 plus. And is the aforementioned and talked about Greg Malone, who's now got a fin on his board and hopefully will find that grip. He openly admits surf style is his jam. But, as is the case with many riders, you're not going to get stuck into this event and be here for 2 days and only ride in one category if you can possibly help it. Get yourself into the both categories. I mean, we've got some riders. Is it Noah and Drew Drenan? It's certainly Noah, who are riding, or Chad Carlson, who are riding in every category. Skim style, surf style, foil strapped, foil non-strapped. Really getting bang for their buck. Here comes Greg. Now to start with, I'd say bring that front foot back a little bit. See how he's just leaning on that back leg, that front leg straight? That just offers you a little bit less control. And it's all down to the size board. That board is probably a little bit big for him, but we're kind of using communal boards. Oh, almost dives a toe, and that just proves the point about where that front foot is. If his front foot comes back a little bit, that won't happen as much. Oh, this is a lot better. Getting his head right in the barrel after that air. You can see that actually Greg is really, really comfortable on the board. You can just tell it straight away if you've watched a little bit of wake surfing, or even if you haven't. That's it. Nicely done. That front board looked really, really tight. He got the 360 in the surf style. He got some big airs as well. He's got the barley hook on the go. Oh, go on. Oh, go on, go on, go on. No, 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 no. Yes, no. I don't know whether that will count. I wonder if he's just pointing at the scoring zone there to say, I'm still on the wave. That's going to be a tough one for the judges because he might, had he had a little bit longer, been able to get himself back in the pocket. But because he wasn't in control, and it's similar to water skiing or wakeboarding when we talk about towed sports. I know this isn't a towed sport, it's a pushed sport, but if you perform a trick and then after that trick it looks like you're not quite in control of the ride away and you don't gain control before you leave the scoring zone, then potentially that particular trick doesn't count. So that 360 might not be for him, which is potentially going to be of relief to the riders still left to follow. We've got Val Shaskov, who is another one of our WWA team. He's been working on the tech. Now watch this. He's there. You know what happened there? If he was on his surf start board, then he would have been able to pump back in. He's just a little bit wide on that wave. Just pointing at the scoring zone. Appreciating. So that board is actually the signature board of the young lady in the boat, Bailey Dunn. That's her very own liquid force board. We've got a whole bunch of different riders here riding different boards. We've got Phase 5, of course, Canuck, another big one, and other brands that I cannot think of the top of my head, but those are a few of the biggest ones. But that's kind of cool, isn't it? How cool would that be if you just sat in a boat judging a contest? Someone's riding your own signature board. Mental. And we're going to be seeing Bailey on her blade a little bit later today, and she absolutely scored it. Big battle between her and Jody in the skim style, and then the battle opening up to a couple of other riders in the surf style. Is it Lily and Dawny? Oh my gosh, absolutely slaying it yesterday. In fact, let's have a little look. So final, so we've got the same number of riders today, which is a lot. Except for the fact that we've got a few extra sessions on the water. Not extra riders, but we've got the last chance qualifiers for Pro Men Skim and Pro Men Surf. 2 places to award. So that is another 8 rides because we've got 4 riders in each of those last chance qualifiers. And we can actually see the results in the running order here. If you want to see what's exactly going on in terms of the scores and the placings yesterday and the schedule for today and who came where and who's going off the dock last, signifying who is the top seed from our qualifying rounds, get yourself onto the WWA Ride Line app. Everything there that you need, like all the information about the riders, all the information about every WWA event, including this one, the European Wakesurf Champs. And we cut back to Greg Malone, getting his surf style on. Whoa! Dive in the nose of that board again. Get that front foot back, man. Is he going for the 3 again? What's he thinking? See ya. Taking a dive. How close is that to the end of the run? Relatively close. I'm not sure there's going to be enough room for him to come up with anything more. Okay. So there we go. Look at that. So just looking through the results as you guys watch the replay, and we're talking about the battle between Jody and Bailey in the Pro Women's Skim. It was Jody who came out on top yesterday, as I understand it, because I had the conversation with the guys only by a little bit. Bailey in second, Yulia Levliev and Sofia Polishchuk. Also in on the mix in that final, but Jody taking the spot above Bailey in the skim. Can Bailey do anything about that moving into the final? And then in the surf style, Bailey got one up on Jody, but it was Lily taking second place and Jani Kjanapas from Hong Kong taking the top spot, which I kind of thought was going to be the case. They absolutely killed it. There's Greg Malone. Not going to make Greg Malone boss man of Nautique swim and walk, so he gets a little lift back from our boat crew. Very on brand right there, Greg, looking slick. And it is going to be, who's it going to be? Val Shaskov coming in next. Now, Raymond Kolhoon taking the top spot yesterday, which is amazing. So could he retain his title? Skim style is his thing. I think it's skim that he's won. Yeah, because that is his board everyone's playing on. He should have refused them the ability to use that board, and that would have given him a better chance today. Certainly against Greg, who did kill it. Raymond needs to get that 360 in. He needs to get a switcheroo, so a weight transfer as well. Scotty killed it in the surf. So if we go down to the men 40 plus, top seed was Greg, second Scotty, then Raymond in third. Here comes Val Shaskov, our man on the controls of all the tech behind the scenes, working for the WWA. Originally from Russia, now resides in Portugal. His kids are out here with us as well. Val taking it easy. We're going to see a little drop knee. These old skim style boards are super skittish. If you've not tried one yet, if you're just starting out, you're probably going to be on something that's a little bit longer than that. So well over 5 foot. Something that has more than one fin. Got to be. The ideal is a thruster setup. 3 fins. Doesn't have to be big fins either. Just 3 kind of skim 2-inch fins would do the job on a longer board. And you might even be on a board that's kind of in between a surf style and a skim style. So it's got a little bit more buoyancy, a little bit thicker. The edges aren't quite as sharp, so they don't catch you out. But not so buoyant as to make it difficult to actually get up and over it in the deep water start. So yeah, something in between this. That was looking all right on Val, though. Taking a nose diver. This is the replay action of his first part of his run. As he gets comfortable, just starting to move out. Oh. So went for it with the fin release. That fin release put him on his heels, his weight over his heels. So when he dropped back in the wave, that took his weight a little bit too far back, drifted off the wave. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Clever stuff as well. He had a fall in hand. Or no, he didn't have a fall in hand. As in, he might as well tried it because he was getting to the end of his run. And he got a pickup because he fell earlier on, and every rider gets 1 pickup. Just need to get lower. If he got a little bit lower and just drove that, what are we talking, left knee into the wave, that inside toe edge of the board would have bit, would have carried him back in, and the board wouldn't have got stuck where it did. Ben Alford joining us in the chat. I think, Ben, you're here somewhere, aren't you? So, watching, well, on site, also watching, live and the stream. Good work. Top job. Val, Shaskov, coming back at us. Going for the drop knee. Here's a little lesson for all of you out there wanting to try a drop knee. First thing is you need to be in the most stable part of the wave, which is at the bottom of the wave. So for Val, that board runs quick. Yes. Oh, doesn't get caught but gets spat out the back. It's only his first fall, and I think he's got a little bit of time, maybe. So yeah, the drop knee is where you're riding along and you just kind of angle your back foot towards the boat. Or it depends on how flexible you are. I can keep my back foot 90 degrees and sort of almost drop my knee. Push it too hard, though. I'll definitely dislocate my hip. But you see surfers, when they get down really, really, really low, that back leg drops, tucks into the front foot. This is what Val's trying to do. He's trying to get that rear knee to touch the deck. But as soon as you do it, your weight goes forward. So he's got to be at the bottom of the wave and as far back as he can possibly get, as opposed to on the wave and really quite close. Because as soon as you start to push that knee forward, it pushes your weight forward and you just go screaming towards the boat, which is not the most pleasant thing. See, he needs to be oh, yeah. And the same fall. Oh, so, of course, it's the same fall. I was watching a replay. We got a little bit more time for Val, maybe. Is he going to lift back to the dock? I don't see our next rider on the dock. Our next rider should be Scotty Broom. Yes, it is. So he's getting a little pull in. Val's got to get thrown back into work, back on the computer, up in the clubhouse. There's them on Scotty Broom. Number 1. First time of the day right there. 4 times yesterday. I was talking into the microphone but not talking to anybody because I didn't switch the old thumb switch on. So I've just been told by our Tech Dream team. I'll start again. There's Mr. Scotty Broom, just needing pretty much everything bar board shorts to get going into this surf event. Getting the old Follow Life vest of Impact vest of Vass with Alex Gardner, our tried and tested stalwart of a Doc Marshall. Oh, he's going to go standing start. Go on, Mr. Superfly. There it is. Now, Scotty Broom, as well as being our contest director and one of the main guys, internationally speaking for the WWA, just being that man on the ground at many, many events. And, of course, there's an incredible team out there. So thinking about Kaylin out there and Corey, of course, Shannon. I'm sure they're not watching. They'll be in bed at this time of night. And Scotty is straight into it. It'll be pretty much just him surfing on that thing and doing the same things they would do on the Wakesurfer. But it looks damn good. Front and board, so nose over, both at the back of the wave and the front of the wave. Getting a little bit of air as he screams forward, then just slowing the speed so he doesn't go careering into the back of the boat. Go on. Oh, Scotty's just got the 3. Oh, this is going to really mess things up for Raymond. He needs to get the 3 and the switcheroo and power around. Because the one thing about Scotty is, aside from that 360, he's just got lovely flow all over the wave. Oh, he was trying the shove. Ended up being a kickflip. That is a good first pass from Scotty Broom. Scotty got the surfing hook as well. A little bit of air. We saw the nose overs. A couple of things mentioned to a few of our riders at the first contest yesterday as I was talking on the go on, lovely spin right on the froth, right on the floater, and drops back in and manages to catch up with the wave. Big old air. That was nice too. Lots of daylight between that board and the wave. Thinking about this shove. So he actually just gets caught with his front foot. So it doesn't really place his front foot and doesn't really kick his back foot too much on that shove. Proper surfer right there. Talking about backhand. Not backside. Backside and front side can be confusing denotions of a thing in board sports. In wakeboarding, on boat, they just determine which way you're rotating. Oh, Scotty! What a donkey. So backside is when it's talking about the way in which you rotate. Is one way that the word is used. So rotating backside is when the first 90 degrees of rotation, you are not facing in the direction of that rotation. So basically bum back leads the way. Front side is when the front of your body leads the first 90 degrees of rotation. But also, with rail riding, front side and back side determine the way in which you approach a rail. So if we're talking about wake park riding or any features hitting, front side is where the rail is on your front, back side is where the rail is on your back as you approach it. Obviously, not as much of a use here. However, when you see guys and girls turn the board, rotate the board on and off the wave, you can actually call it like a frontside lip slide or a frontside board slide. But within wake surfing, they kind of switch it around. So when you turn the nose of the board over the top of a rail or a wave on a wakeboard, it is called a board slide. When you turn the tail of the board up and over the rail or the peak of a wave, it's called a lip slide. But in wake surfing, they switch those around. So when the nose goes over, that would be a lip slide. When the tail goes over, it would be a board slide. I think I got that right. So a little bit confusing and hard to keep up with. Scotty went for the backhand. And the reason I started talking about this is because Scotty asked for a backhand wave. So surfing, out on the open ocean, it's front hand or backhand as opposed to backside or front side. So on your front or on your back. There we go. Swallowed whole, and that'll be all she wrote for Scotty. Now, what Scotty has got and done right there is left the door ajar for Raymond. If Raymond gets a 360 and a couple of switcheroos, as in weight transfers, it's definitely what he needs, and he gets some good flow around, I think it's going to be hard for Raymond to match Scotty's flow. I mean, Scotty's a surfer since he was a little top, heralding from Australia into his action sports. He's going to be a surfer, and you can see that the way he carves around on that board out behind the Paragon. He's a surfer through and through. Raymond's not a surfer, he's a wake surfer, so he's come to wake surfing a little bit later on in his life, and so that flow isn't as much there. He still looks really, really comfortable moving around all over the wave. He'll get way out back, he'll get way out front, he'll do some floaters, he'll get the tail out for sure. But he has got the 360, and he has got the switcheroos, and that's what he's going to have to need to beat Scotty right now. And as they pass on that communal board, is that 4 out of the 5 riders using exactly the same board and the 2 vests brought by Raymond? Off he goes. Raymond Kolhoon, who's been driving the boat throughout this event and has done it many Europeans. Also runs Loch Lomond wakeboard. Loch Lomond, for those of you who don't know what a loch is, it is the Scottish word for a lake, and their lakes are massive. Oh, I don't know. Raymond's straight into the flow. He's got the bit between his teeth. Go on, Mundo. Getting down low. Now he's got to do lots of different things. Working his way back. Working his way forward. I reckon he's going to leave the 360 till the very end. Yes, gets the tail out. This is looking good from Mundo. Gets the nose over as well. Not quite as well executed as the Scotty on that. Big bottom turn. Big floater. He is moving all right. Go on, Mundo. So he's a little bit far back on the wave, which is great. At that critical part of the wave, which makes it a little bit difficult to stay in that spot. Lots of nice flow from Mundo. This is great stuff. Okay, this is the 360 coming in. No, Mundo! He needed that. The frustration. Oh. To give you more backstory about Raymond, as well as starting up Loch Lomond wakeboard back in 2009, which is why I know him, because I've been going up there working with Raymond and his business party, Gordy Forsyth. If you're watching Gordy, hello. Right there, Gordy. Here we see that was a really nice pass from Mundo. Now the problem is, I don't know whether he's given himself enough time to do another 3. I'm just going to have a little look out the window. Oh, he's going to have to get up quick. He's going to have to get up really quick and just get straight into it. He probably should have done it no, he's not giving himself enough time. So essentially, he's wasted a fall that he had in hand there. He should have done that 3 a little bit earlier and then had enough time to try it again. Because you're not losing points, you're just losing space in which you can accumulate points. And having a couple of goes at that. Now he's only got 1 fall in hand in this next pass, and he has to get the switcheroo and the 360, which is going to be tough. And did we see, and also, not forgetting that Greg Malone surfed really well as well. Did Greg get the 360? That's the difference. Greg did that 360 and was kind of drifting off the wave, so we're not sure as to whether that 360 will count at the moment. So Raymond is not even, if he just stands up this pass and does it nice and clean and keeps on doing what he did in that first pass, is not even really assured as to whether he'll get a second place. So the 360 is needed. The switcheroo is needed. I wonder which of those 2 is going to go first. Oh, he's going to go for the switch. Moves forward. No! Oh, the pressure's on now, Mundo. The pressure's on. Board disappearing. So I'm feeling for this a little bit because I'm best mates with Scotty and with Raymond and friends with Greg as well. Just met Vas here. Oh, he just dived in a little bit too soon. So you want to be getting that transfer just at the last minute of clean wave on the one side, so that by the time you get him onto the rooster, the wave cleans up on the other side. If you go too soon, the wave hasn't cleaned up on that side, and it's just a whole hell of a mess, and there's nothing to give you any push. So Raymond's really up against it now. He did his 360 yesterday, and as he said yesterday, I think I've used up my 360 for the weekend. And not my very terrible accent. Hey, and what I forgot to say, I was mentioning this about Greg Malone. who is, of course, one of the big wigs at Nautique. But out there surfing, Raymond right here is one of our dealers. We've got a few dealers here. Abel with his sun riding, Spanish dealer. Johan from Nautique, Switzerland, a Swiss dealer who is an incredible surfer. We're going to be seeing him later. Raymond now serving backhand. Now this will stand him in good stead because we didn't have any backhand from either of the other riders. Come on, go. Go, 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 go. No, no, Mundo. Oh, and that's all she wrote. So I'm not sure. I think Scotty got the 3. Scotty got a few airs. I'm going to hazard a guess that that's going to be enough for him to take the top spot. The big thing will be whether Greg Maloon's 360 counted, because we've got backhand riding here from Mundo, and really good stuff at that. Look at that flow, pumping in and out. This is really, really nice. And backhand's not that easy. See him just look up then, just to see where the end of the scoring zone was. He was actually all right, but the wave is so big that it's quite a heavy drop when you make that switcheroo. Oh, that is tough stuff. Right, I'm going to sit down now after all that excitement. Hello, everybody, wherever you are joining us from. We have just seen the men's skim 40 plus get wrapped up. So if you're just joining us, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are a few categories in, but have no fear. There's plenty of riding left. Don't you worry about that. Yesterday, and I think I'm hearing our stream guys just chuckling in the background. They're just in the room behind me. They're doing all the clever stuff. I'm just doing the yakking. 8.5 hours of chat, and it's going to be a little bit more. It's going to be 9 hours probably, plus the prize giving. So a big day on the stream front for us. For those of you who are out there watching, thank you. People are dipping in and dipping out. I'm sure some of you at this early juncture are just diving in to watch your particular person that you are friends with, families of. There's Mundo on the bag. Still smiles. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of frustration because Raymond is our 2-time reigning back-to-back European 40-plus men's skim style champion. Going for a hat trick would have been something pretty special. I don't think he's going to retain it, unofficially, of course. But he has surfed well, and he still has got 2 titles under his belt, which is plenty more than most have ever achieved, like literally most people. So we've got a little bit of a cavalcade of people coming down onto the dock. What's going on here? As we get ready for our first LCQ. Oh, wow, we're getting going with some high-end riding. It is our pro men. So there's going to be a little bit of a change around in crew. I'm going to take a pause for a moment because, as I said, I've got some talking to do today. So I'm going to rest the voice box in some breath here and there. We're going to cut to an advert, and just as soon as they're ready to go, we'll be right back with you for this 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf and Wakefall Championships.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great, we have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great, we have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. We've been here. I've been here last year. It was amazing, and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very, very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
And we are away with the next round of riding. If we can cut to the boats, we are straight in to Pro Men Skim. Full ballast tanks, hardcore, best of the best in action. Chad Carlson trying to get himself a place in the final of the Pro Men Skim. We have 3 in this category, and it is just the top 2 that will be making it through. So there's going to be one unfortunate soul out of these 3. So the Shovets are already a go-go with Chad. Chad is one of our riders who's riding in literally every single category. If there was a dog grooming contest going on this weekend as well, he would be submitting himself into that. He's that keen on everything. Oh, my word, the backside big spin didn't quite come together. So packing it in right there, right at that point. The judges in the boat who have got to deal with all of this. Andy Kolb, Gio Braz, and Bailey Dunn, more than capable. Here we see the first start. That's that standard combo. So shove, shove, getting the board back round into the correctly placed. 3 shove, too easy for Chad. Has a little look up to see how much is left of the scoring zone. Backside big was his undoing. So the backside big spin. So let's give a little bit of tech talk right now. The big spin is where the shove it, the board does a 360 rotation. And the rider does a 180 rotation, so the board is just spinning that extra 180 over the rider. Then the backside is the way in which he rotated. So he's surfing front hand, facing the wave, and then turning into the wave with his back leading that first 90 degrees. So that's why it's a backside big spin. Building up the speed. Is he going to go for it again? Wow. Yes, he is. Slides the front side 180. Oh, hang on. Did he just do 2 back-to-back backside bigs then? I'm going to have a little look at that again because I got a little lost there. Let's have a little bit look if we got some info for Chad. This is his second crack of the whip. All right. So the reason that came round like that is that... Was that a bigger spin? Maybe it was. Then he got the front side big spin right at the end. He was out of the scoring zone anyway. Chad Carlson... Hayden Lake, Idaho. Ossa, the foil boards he rides with, trains with, gets looked after. Mum and dad in there as well, which is nice, isn't it? Because where would we be without those guys? I mean, I think it's all fairly apparent that to get out of the water on a boat, it's not as easy, potentially not as accessible. When we think about the world over, I know there are certain parts of the world, the US being one of them, where there is a lot of boat riding, a lot of wake surfing going on, which is why often, as has been the case for quite a long time, in the stakes and the high rollers of wakeboarding and our wake surfing, many of the very, very best, or the majority of the best, have already come from that part of the world. But Canada, always a big part of that. Australia, of course, a huge part of that. And then we have the odd rider, like a few of them, like in boat wakeboarding right now from the UK. We've got Luca Kidd, we've got Massi Pivaretti from Europe making up the European contingent. South America, we've got Kainuf Dish. And on the wake surfing front, plenty of really amazing European surfers. And then the same again, like we've got this Dawny from Hong Kong just coming out of nowhere, or not out of nowhere as far as me not me knowing her for the first time. So many good riders is the point from all over the world. Oh, he almost clipped that and knocked it out of his hand. So the big shove, catching it. Ollie back one, front side big, which is what he went down in his first run, right at the end of his first run. 3 shove down in the flat, so instead of off the top of the wave, just down in the trough. 5 shove. That's his first fall. He should still have some time, hopefully, for Chad to get back into it. Watching the replay right now, seeing how big that wave is. Look, it's up to his hip as he goes even that far back. What is he, like 10 feet off the wave there? That cheeky little Ollie North, grab Ollie North. See how he almost clipped it, almost tipped it longitudinally off its axis. Backside one, front big the other way, keep catching that nicely. 3 shove, too easy. Remembering this skim style, you can see that by the style of the board. Skinny, flat, smaller than the surfboard's, far less buoyancy. And all these pro riders just riding without a tail fin, which I just don't know how they do because they're skittish already. Even if you've got a sort of half a decent sized 2-inch fin, these things still slip and slide all over the place. But not for these pros who know what they're doing. Oh, the 5 shove right at the end. Look, the board's the wrong way round, and he's going to surf on in with the board that wrong way round. I mentioned Chad Carlson couldn't have done much more. I mean, say couldn't have done much more. He threw everything at it. Couple of falls, leaving the door ajar for the 2 riders still left to go. Those 2 riders are Drew Drenan, who did not have a good time at all on the water in a serving capacity in either skim or surf. Drew Drenan, hello everyone, if you're just joining us. Oh, there's a few more of you. Why aren't you joining in on the chat? Give it some of this. Say hello to me, your host, Matt Crowhurst, here at the Nautique European Wakesurf Championships 2025 in Spain. More specifically than that, Madrid, the nation's capital. Even more specifically than that, Botasqui, southeast of Madrid, by about 20-30 minutes. And what a spot it is. You can see by the water we've got. It's purpose-built lake, so the lake existed. Built the spit. 2 lakes. We are on Lake Bipo. And the other lake is called Lake Chris, I believe. And long lake, really deep as well. That's the other thing about lakes that you get that are of this size, that are sort of a really specific dimensions, that have been dug. They're not often that deep. This is deep too. You can tell by the size of the wave that this cat, Drew Drenan, is making use of. Getting his rotations in. 3 shove. Backside big. Nice and clean. Wrong way round board. Gets it back the correct way round. Oh, hold on to it, Drew. No. Too much spinny winny to handle. That was good. I look forward to seeing the replay on that. So that was a backside bigger. So you've got a shove it, where the board does a 180, backside or front side, whichever direction you're kicking it. You've got the big spin, where a board does a 360. You've got a bigger spin, where the board does an extra 180, 540, bigger spin, or you just say 540 big or bigger spin. I mean, guys are doing 720 shoves as well. So all manner of options available to these level of riders. And if we watch the replay, you're just going to see what was that trick specifically that Drew went down on. Regardless of that fall, comparing this run to the run we saw from him yesterday in skim style, much improved. And if we're comparing Drew, which is exactly what the judges are doing, they compare between riders in a category, not arbitrary sort of numbers, scores given to each trick, so that you can compare across different competitions, which you can't. Drew is doing better, I think. I love that. Little Ollie snap backside one. Time for something more. And it was that same trick again, that backside bigger. 540 rotation of the board, 180 rotation of the body. Right at the end, and there was enough in there for him to get his teeth into, for our judges to get their teeth into, or rather their pens. Here we're going to see it again. Yeah, 540 big spin. not to be on that particular occasion. It wasn't to be straight away yesterday. I do believe he came up with it in the end, but just the rest of the run in and around that, hence him being in the LCQs, just had not come together at all. I want to be in the boat. I want to go and hold the microphone out there because I got the tunes cranking. It's not a normal competition when you've got just massive tunes blasting out that ridiculous JBL sound system with just subwoofers coming out there every orifice. Oh my word! Same trick again. It's his first fall, and I think it was probably worth Drew doing it at that particular juncture, that particular time in the past. So he's got enough time to get other stuff in. Also, if you land that high-end trick early on in your run, if it's something more difficult, and you put it earlier on in your run, you'll get scored more highly for it because it becomes more critical. It becomes a little bit of added bonus on the intensity score. So to chat about the way in which the judges are dissecting a rider's run, as in condensing it all into what is basically a subjectively judged sport. We've got 3 judges in there who all have their own opinions on what they like, what trick is their favorite trick, what style of riding is their favorite, because our sports, action sports, are subjectively judged. They can be whatever they need to be to whoever is partaking in them. The water in this case is a blank canvas, and that's the same with surfing, with wakeboarding, with snowboarding, snow skiing, skateboarding, and so on and so on. They're all subjectively judged, but they are so. Yes, keep control of that. Big old backside 3, slides it into another. Oh no, Drew. Is that going to be enough? I mean, he fell early. He did still have enough time to crank a little bit more in. He could have done that. So that was shove on, shove out. I mean, these hits earlier on, I don't know. It felt like there was a little bit more variety in there from Drew with things like that, like a big old proper full 3. So he will get that first shove onto the top of the wave, but obviously not the second because that's where he fell. He's going to have to swim and walk and sit tight. So once again, we're on the LCQs. There's only 3 riders in this category. The third and final is Ryan Dees. And it's only the top 2 go through. So Ryan is in either the fortunate or unfortunate position of knowing exactly what he needs to do to get ahead of these 2 boys. He would have been watching closely. And all of our riders here, especially at the top end, they ride together all the time. They know what each is capable of and what they're most likely to put in runs, what are their preferred routines, their combos, their specific big banger tricks. And so they will also be able to see what's going on the water, so Ryan can adjust his run accordingly. And then going back to what the judges are looking for, yeah, it's subjectively judged. It's opinions, but opinions put within very specific parameters. Technicality, how difficult are the tricks? Now, every rider finds different tricks easier or harder. Like one thing that might be really difficult for me might be really easy for another, but generally speaking, there is a kind of a progression of tricks and how difficult they get. And things like a 3 shove like that, that's quite up there. But for these boys, they can knock that out of the park. So our judges are going to be wanting to see something a bit more, which is exactly what Ryan was coming up for then. The backside bigger, done quite early on in the run. We saw Chad landed the second time of asking, and Drew did not manage to. There's the 3 shove after a shove earlier on. Catches it really, really well, but just didn't catch it with enough balance and central positioning on the board in order to ride it out. So going back to the judges, keep getting interrupted by all this riding. Intensity, difficulty, how difficult a trick is. That last trick that all three of these boys have been falling on, it's a high-end difficult trick, so they need to see that. But as well as difficulty, there's intensity, which kind of covers difficulty, but how intense the run is. Like, are they just packing in the tricks, bam, 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 bam? Is it all going on? Are they getting some good height where it's appropriate? And then composition is, what's the variety of the tricks that are involved in there? Are they rotating the board in every direction? Are they riding left foot forward and right foot forward? Are they getting height as well as doing more simplified tricks? No, Ryan. He has made life very difficult for himself now because that's the end of his first pass. It's all down to this second pass. And while you don't get docked points for falling, you don't get a negative of any sort for not falling, you run out of real estate in order to pack in the maneuvers. So it may be that you put 3 really, really difficult tricks that are way more difficult than another rider's run, but that other rider might have 2 clean stand-up passes where they put a really nice variety of different things in, and if you make it to the end of your run on a composition front, that means a lot. Ryan having to lick his wounds on the way back to the dock now. Not on the way back to the dock, I apologise. On the way up to the far end of the lake. Making use of the rather lovely perch seats on the back that are just perfect when you're playing around, when you're moored up and you're just chilling on the boat and you're diving in and out of the dock, or if you're taking a moment out within the middle of your set, as we're taking right now with Ryan, to have time out. Oh, you can tell Raymond Kolhoon is at the helm because we've got Pink Floyd. Another brick in the wall playing on the system. No, Ryan, no. Oh, that is it. That is it for Ryan Dees. I mean, unofficially, of course, I'm not the judge. But he is, of course, understandably, not a happy bunny at all. He's an incredible surfer. And it has just not come together at all. Ryan owns and operates Wakesurf, Florida with Emma Galusha, and then spends summer in upstate New York. So this guy lives and breathes this stuff. Lake Tarpon, Florida, was where he originally from. And he is absolutely gutted. So he's making that big old trip from the US to join us here. Boat goes to pick him back up. Now I wonder, is that another fall he gets? It looks like the rope's getting ready. Was that his first fall on that run? It was his first fall. Yeah, so I'm counting up the falls and getting too excited. I mean, I would still be very surprised if Ryan could pack in enough. It's not out of the realms of possibility, but if he could pack in enough in the remaining part of this run to squeeze himself into one of those top 2 spots. It is right at the start of the run. You can see the start of the scoring zone there with that big red buoy. Is there enough time? He's got to get Crack-a-Lack in, or is he just going to have some fun with it and not stress too much? We wonder. Ollie backside 1, air backside 1, shove, fin front shove, bring the board back round. Taking his time, building up the speed. This is the Ryan Dees we know. Backside bigger, front side big. Rear of the board still facing us. Oh, the varial, a backside 1 at that. And doing it with the rear of the board in front of us is ridiculous. Little finger shove, getting a tap on it. 360 there. Oh, you know what? He packed a lot in. I mean, that's the Ryan that we know. that last part of that second run, not the Ryan that we saw up to that point, and he knows it too. So I'm going to say, unofficially of course, that is going to be seeing Chad and Drew through to the Pro Men Skim final as we watch Ryan do his thing in the way that we know he can. Just nice and relaxed. And you know, the sad thing is that he probably did just relax at this point. He probably thought, I can't do anything now, so I'm just going to surf and have some fun, like I'm at home at my surf school. And look what happens. Absolutely bosses it. There was not a flail, not a wobble, not a bum twitch in sight. It was all clean as you can get. Nice riding, Ryan. Nice riding. At least he's done himself proud at the end there. And hey, man, I don't know yet. This could still be enough. It could still be enough. I mean, I'm kind of watching, and I have a goldfish memory when I'm commentating. I can sort of remember stuff, but I just focus on, I'm very in the moment with my commentary. So to then just keep all of that in my head and then think, oh, what did these guys do specifically? Which is why it's so easy to judge our judges in terms of the decisions that they come up with, because you just have no idea exactly what it's like until you're sat in the hot seat where they are sat right now deliberating over these three. And it's a thankless task. No one comes up and says, hey, great job judging today. You made the right decisions, unless it's from the person who won. And even then you wouldn't really do that because it's a little bit contrite and twee. So, but you are the judges are the first to get it in the neck when a rider thinks, well, that wasn't quite the way I think it should have gone. A difficult task indeed. And for those out there in the world of all of our towed water sports, please get involved with your local park, your local club, your local boat school, and start helping out. Jump in the boat. Be a rope. Usually there's another word we put in there, but I'm not going to say that at this hour, or I shouldn't be saying that at all. Rope person on the back of the boat. You can sit there and just listen to what's going on in the judging seat and ask questions and just try and understand a little bit more, and then watch the action yourself right the way through the day. So do get involved in your local community of wake surfing, foiling, wakeboarding, whatever it is, wake skating. Get involved out to help behind the scenes, because none of these sports happen. None of what's going on here today at this high end of the sport could take place if every level of the sport and the pathway to this wasn't taken care of by an absolute army of volunteers. I've been there, done that through my formative years, just getting stuck in at every opportunity, whether it's driving the boat, whether it's judging a cable contest, whether it's being on the dock helping out, whether it's coaching, whether it's organizing events. Just get involved. It doesn't have to be a European championship. It doesn't have to be a pro. It could be in the summer, let's do a Wednesday night wake skate jam for all of our groms, and we'll offer up some free riding at our park for the winner. Easy. Or wake surfing, or whatever it is. Get involved. Help be part of the solution to whatever your problem is. And if the problem is there's not enough contests, there's not enough people riding, there's not enough community, then you can help change that. All right. So that is our Pro Men LCQs done and dusted. We're going to be moving on to our Junior Men Skim Final. So this is the 14 to 18 age range. And let's see if anyone else is joining us. There's a few more people watching on the stream. My chat is disconnected. What the hell? Let's refresh that screen just to see if any of you have fessed up with where you're from. What you doing? Come on, you lot. Get in on the chat. There's more of you watching, though. Hello. Welcome to the 2025. We've got the Botaski there. That's the venue. That's that beautiful boat. That's the pulling power. G23 Paragon brand spanking here at the Nautique European Wakesurf and Foil Championships in Spain, and it's going off, and we're just about to get in some skim action, and that first rider is Matteo Molleri Levito. And let's see if we've got any information about Matteo. Yes, we do. So Matteo tries, where's he from? So Lago d'Isio, I thought he was from Italy, Samico Bergamo, Italy. Training at G's Club at the Lago d'Isio, Isio Lake, which is cool. So Matteo tried to surf in Spain in 2022 and fell in love with it. After that, he decided to try wake surf first, then wake skim. In September 2024, Matteo had his first competition, and he won the first place of the Italian national category in the under 40 groms. So that is very, very cool. What a nice little story to bring this kid here with us. So is he going to go from national champion to European champion? Let's see what he's got for us. Only been surfing a handful of years, so 3 years, not a long time. I mean, it depends how much water time you're getting in that time. Oh no, diving the board early on. Now, when we look at our running order, the running order is an indication of the seeds moving into each round. So we have 3 riders in this junior men's skim. And Mateo's first off the dock, so he is the last place qualifier, the lowest seed from the qualifying rounds. Here's that little ollie. I'd say to Mateo, just take that foot a little bit further back on these skim boards. Certainly on a big wave. These skim boards that are a little bit smaller, I'd be jamming my foot right up against that stomp pad, that kick pad, right at the back. Just because it gives you more control on the tail. You can just get a little bit more out of the tail, whether you're ollieing, whether you're braking, whether you're putting in a big turn. But it also means your feet are a little bit further back because you don't want super wide feet. I mean, super wide feet is kind of a thing of the past in wakeboarding. A little bit more prevalent in boat riding than it is cable. Cable is going a little bit narrow. But surfing, as far as I understand, I'm not a surfer as in someone who surfs out in the open sea, but I've been wakesurfing a long time. Oh no, Mateo. It's all gone a little bit pitong. That's gutting. So he was seriously wobbling all over the place then. I wonder whether these youngsters talked about their settings, so it's 100% balanced, that wave is meaty. But I just lessen it down. Just getting up to the top of the wave, and that wave when you're at the top of it is going to push you down at a fair old lick. And if you're not ready for it, and you're thinking, I'm going towards the boat, you just get on the back foot, then it all goes wrong, which is unfortunately a case in point for Mateo. Here we go again, Mateo. Into his second run. Let's just dust off that first pass, young blood, and see if he can lock in a little bit of something on this second run. Oh, he's got the board the other way around now, so it's a little bit wobbly, and I'm remembering this from yesterday. Yeah, boy. Get back in. Oh, he saved that well. Just grabbing hold of the water with his hands. We going for a little shove, do you think? I mean, he's looking good with the board the wrong way around, but he's definitely got to make use of it being that way in order to make the shove happen. Oh, no, he's doing the drifter, and the drifter didn't work. That is difficult too. And also, the tough thing about that is that he needs his feet kind of as far back on the board as possible in order for it to ride right. So you can see that his front foot is not anywhere near the stomp pad, but his back foot is right near the end of the stomp pad because he's got to be a little bit further back. But when he comes and does the 180, which we'll see in a moment, he's then got a little bit too much weight far forward towards the right end of the board. And we'll see this, and it just dives straight away. So he's doing the drifter, so he goes up. Yeah, maybe a weight. I mean, his weight ended up over the toe edge as well. All right, so Alice Gardner is my lady on the dock, just giving me the inside scoop. He's going to go for it again. He does need this trick, so he's in third place. Oh, no. Oh, that is gutting for the young lad. Remember, these guys are just under 14. I'm not sure of Mateo's exact age, but he might be even younger than that still. So sorry, no, it's the 14 to 18 age category, it was just quite a spread. Kids change quite a lot between 14 and 18. So I think Matteo will be at the younger end of that category, and potentially up against riders who have been certainly riding a little bit longer, but are a little bit older as well. And it's Gabriel let's give this a go. Zakarian, Gabriel Zakarian from Mallorca has that. Another awesome place. If you ever get to visit, you guys across Europe as well, but also probably talking to a few of you who are not from Europe. Come to Spain, yes, come to Spain. Then take a trip to the Balearics. Ibiza, it's Ibiza, not Ibiza, by the way. Ibiza and Mallorca, awesome places. And there's a good bit of wakeboarding that goes on and wake surfing on those two islands. On to Gabriel. So originally from Hamburg, but living in Spain, in Mallorca. Shuffling those feet around. That front foot ended up a little bit further forward. He was going to try and go for that weddle grab, that front hand between the toes. Drifter, maybe? This is looking really nice from Gabriel. Oh, there's a what? No! Oh, that's a board right up the derriere. So with that squat down drift 180 where they sit down, all the weight ends up on the tail of the board and they kind of push that tail through into the wave, you get to just before the 90-degree point and you have to then slot it all around the full 180. He was, 90 degree? At about 135 degrees, so in between 90 and 180. And that's where the board's just going to slip out because it's perfectly in line the wrong way round with the tail of the board at the front, in line with where the wave's pushing, which just makes that board skip out. You got to lock that front, the tip of the board round and underneath you just to lock into that long rail so that you don't slip out like that. So hopefully he's going to try it again. It was nice up until that point. A few big turns, nice big air. .360 coming up. Oh, beautifully done. Go on, he might as well go for something right now, right at the end of the scoring zone. It doesn't matter if he misses it. So running out of real estate, time in which to play, but great riding from Gabriel. Here we see in the replay of that last part of the run. Are we, or is it going to be that drift 180? Riding right the way through, a little smile on his face right there, because it was a clean pass. He's got to put pressure on the last rider to follow. That rider being Markian Tbashin. So wondering how I'm saying that. I'm going to say Marky. Tbashin. No, nose cleaner for Gabriel. Oh, that's annoying very early on. I mean, I say it's annoying very early on. It'd be annoying at any point in the run. And you might think, what does it matter if it's early on? Because no matter where I fall, I still got the same amount of lake in which to play, either before or after my fall. Yeah, but psychologically speaking, falling in the middle of your pass can really scupper things because you've got less time either side to get into the swing of anything. You want to fall either right at the start or past the exit boys. Obviously, rather not fall at all. Gabriel up and at it again. Gets the tail out, gets the nose over. Little bit of a backside butterslide. That is a prime spot for skipping out onto your face. Yes, there was daylight. Gets the aerial he needed. 360. Oh, good lad. The shove's in there. And the follow-up. No, the follow-up was not to be. The first one most definitely was. So gets the shove in the bank. Much improved that last little segment from Gabriel. Certainly going to be putting the pressure on the next rider, Marky. Or Mark, didn't need to add an E on the end. He's the youngest coach in Ukraine. Circus Sport, Ukraine, Lviv. His coach, here we go, a little bit of a shout out, is at Indy with a Y _Nick, if you want to check him out. And he's training on Circus Sport at Circus Sport. So he's the youngest coach in Ukraine. How cool is that? On to Mark Tbashin or Tbakin. As I said, heralding from the Ukraine. He knows exactly what he's got to do. We've seen the shove. Good little bit of surf style from each of the riders before him. From Mateo and Gabriel. No, going down on the shove and getting proper worked as well. Yes, Mark. Let's see what he can pull together the second part of this run. Oh, cheeky little shove. Doesn't pop it as much. And then another one. Textbook, bang to bang. Those were carbon copies of each other. Takes his time. Great composure as he drops in after that Ollie backside one. I wonder whether that will be in the scoring zone. It was really nice, though. And then a little throwaway trick that would not have counted. But certainly good for a little bit of practice. That is much improved. And we're comparing to the other boys in the category. Yeah, we saw the shove, the singular shove from Gabriel, but not the follow-up shove. Some backhand riding from Mark to start with. Now he is comfortable foot forward, but the fin in the or the rear of the board in the wrong place, or apparently not exactly where it needed to be if he can squeeze himself pump down the line? Yes, he can. So the big spin is in there. Ollie North is in there too. Get on. If you get out of this, that is some serious cat-like reflexes. Mark Tbashin, how about that? Gets the 3 shove. Backside big, and the running man out of it. Amazing riding from him. Looking forward to seeing the replay and all of that. And also how he managed to save that 3 shove. All right, here's a replay. Gets that little frontside 180 just at the bottom of the wave. Cheeky little ollie. So this is switch. Backside for him. Ollie frontside 1. I love that combo. Look at this wobbling and flailing. So he goes frontside 1, then into the shove, and then back down to ride it out. Nice and smooth. What he does really well, including that Ollie North, is just control that dropping in on his heel side edge. Doesn't rush to get out of it or panic. That was the one. So, like, his feet weren't in the best position at all, but he managed to make the most of it and just stayed cool under pressure. A stretch too far with that backside big. And we go on to our next rider, no messing. It is on to our ladies. And this young lady, Bethany May in the women's skim 14 to 29, her very first competition this weekend. And she did so well yesterday. Smooth riding aplenty, climbing all over the board, as I mentioned before, like a playmat. Foot going out backwards. She did that yesterday beautifully too. Oh, the tail's out. Now Betty started off, she started off skiing at Extreme Gene, and switched to wakeboarding. Now prefers that. Her and her family live in Malaga, but pretty much spend all of their spare time up at Extreme Gene. No. A something and nothing fall out of nowhere, which often happens. Here's a replay from her first part of her run. Getting that foot replacement. I think they call it the fire hydrant, I think. Front hand replacing that front foot, leg sticking out behind her. Yeah, another one of our Extreme Gene reps slipping out there out of nowhere. Kind of surprised her, crept up on her. A little bit of time before the end of this first pass. Go for 3. Go and do something saucy, Bethany. Go. She just bled the speed. She was actually already outscoring zone when I started suggesting she go for something more. Few of our crew just watching from the shore, just looking at themselves. That's you guys, yeah, right there, looking at yourselves, just posing. Great teapot action right there, Marcus. Beautiful. What do we do? It's so, hey, it's a family show and way before the watershed. We don't need any of that. And these two that showed up at the restaurant last night, out of nowhere, just on your hollybobs, just deciding to pop into a Wakesurf event to come and join us. Well done for joining us so nice and early, for all of you getting in here to support the cause. Bethany May into her second pass now at her very first contest. All right, so something different. She's going to go surf in. No, do the running man is what it actually was. So the problem there was that she started with right foot forward, which is a comfortable way of riding. Maybe we're going to see a replay in a moment, but she started right foot forward, goofy, but with the board the opposite way around, so the tail of the board at the front, leading, with a mindset getting out there on her heels and then sliding around to ride left foot forward switch, backside. But what she'd done is just she hadn't got her feet far enough towards the tail of the board for that left foot forward position, which is difficult because she's starting off right foot forward. So where does she put her feet? Because you can't have your lead foot right up against the stomp pad if it's going that way, that direction. So she's got to do a little bit of shuffling, or as she slides that 180, just load up that right leg. Am I thinking the right side? Yeah, loading up that right leg massively. Hello, everybody, including you guys watching in the gazebo. Have you still got your hand on your hip markers? Let's see where we're at and who we got left. And who is joining us on the stream. All of you are being a little bit slack on the chat, and that includes you guys watching here on site. You can get your phone up and start having a chat with me as well. Here, no. Oh, Bethany, that's gutting for her. Where you're joining us is the very first rider of our Open Women's Skim, our Women's Skim. Make sure I get it right. A junior women's skim 14 to 29. So we've amalgamated a few different age categories there. Before we had the junior men's skim 14 to 18, but without enough riders in each individual category, we bring them together. So junior women's skim is what's happening. Women's skim. Bethany May is just taken to the water. Now we have Natalie Hutaliaak. And I'm hopefully going to find some information about her. Maybe Alex has sent me some as well. No, so we'll go to our briefing. And if you're just joining us, thank you. Let's see if Natalie is here on my rider profiles. I wish you riders would actually fill out your Natalie rider profiles. I think this is her. This is Natalie, no surname. But from Surka, Ukraine, Lviv. So riding, train with Surka. That's the home lake that she rides on in the Ukraine. There she is. Time to take the plunge, girl. Let's go. Natalie with the 1-footer, then the tail getting out as well. Lovely bottom turn two, nose over, and then into a nose over tail release. Cheeky little ollie, front side board slide, butter slide. Then getting a surf on, making good use of all of the wave, up and down and round, moving forward and back. Oh, getting some air time, giving her a little bit of acceleration, which she needs to control. There's the 360. Oh, just disappearing out the back. Spends a little bit too much time during that 3 up on top of the wave. So she'll need to drop in. And we are now joined by... Don't shake your head just on the start of the intro. You don't have to come on the microphone. I'm just saying we're joined by... Well, what I need is for you to allow me to say what I want to say when you're sat in the room. So I've got to finish this off now because no one back home knows what's going on. All right. Scotty Broom, a contest director who we saw absolutely slay it in the most experienced age group of all age groups here this weekend, skim style. Especially when you're more surf style, you skimmed to win, didn't you? Then you did skim to win. I haven't actually looked at the results coming through, or are we saving them for the... You Oh, nice. That was good. Yeah. So you can... Oh, she just disappeared. That's how big that wave is. Oh, no, that was our replay. I'm hoping that was our replay. No, that was her second crack of the whip on that first pass. So unfortunately for Natalie, taking 2 falls relatively early on in that first pass. Will she have enough time? No, she won't, because that's her second fall, so that's her first pass done. Natalie, even though that first pass wasn't quite the first pass she had yesterday, there's still smiles there. She's still happy to be out there. How could she not? Natalie back in the game for her second run. And with just one rider left, hang on, let's have a little look at this. No, there are more women in this category, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4. No! Natalie taking a fall early on in that second pass, which is less than ideal. We've still got Adena Vech, Michelle Kuchuk to go. 4 riders total, so one rider can just miss out on the podium, which sucks a little bit. And it's going to be straight on to the women's skim 29 plus, of which we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 riders. So we should be getting Shelly, Nancy, Xnelia, Victoria, Orali, Ober, Viola, and Jana Lapikova, all roundabouts ready nearing the dock, because we're not going to be too far when we're getting done with this women's skim 14 to 29 category. Natalie applied the pressure a little bit to herself now. She is going to have to really lock in a couple of maneuvers. That 360 is needed. I'm not sure whether that was what she fell on just. Oh, that's good. That's good. She gets the drifter. She's now switched backside. She's going to drag the hand and try and go up into a 180. No, she didn't go high enough at the wall. Of the wall of water, of the wave, rather. So that is all she rode. I mean, Natalie's run yesterday was better. But perhaps it still wasn't quite enough, because look where she's going out in the running order. She's second off the dock, which means she was third from top seed, third seed in that event. Hey, hello, everyone. Oh, you can hear the voice. Lucky we've only got like 6.5 hours left of MCing. Let's see who's out there with me. Literally none of you are joining on the chat. Honestly, it's getting slightly painful now in that you're giving my ego a kick. Someone write something on the chat. There's a few of you out there. Just type anything in. Keep it clean, though, all right? There's our dog. Next rider about to go. And that is Adena Vech. Do we have any information about Adena? No, Adena, you didn't fill out a rider's biog, which I need if I'm going to get to know you, getting to know me. No, it's not there. So we're going to just crack on regardless. Good start from Adena. Good little bit of movement. Worryingly close to sinking the nose of the boat. Backside butter slide. She got the tail out a little bit as well at the top of the wave. Yeah, dragging the hand. Slides a 180 one way, then back in that sat down on her haunches position. Look how wide that bottom turn was. Oh, that's what I remember from yesterday. Come on, get back in there. Oh, that's not going to count. That's not going to count. But what I remember from yesterday, which is what she just reminded me of, was that 360. She just goes really wide and then spins the 360 coming back in. She'd done all the hard work. The hard work was to follow with her trying to catch the wave. Sometimes when you drift out back, you can save it, but you've got so much less room to play. If you imagine the closer you get to the back of the boat, the wider and the taller the wave gets, so the bigger the playing area is. The further you go back, that area in which to play, in which to stay with the whale, to feel any push, just gets tinier, smaller and smaller, and narrower. So that when you do get back into that point of almost no return, let's watch this, out, 360 in. Now here, she's okay. But that second pump, she missed it entirely. The board slipped and she just didn't get on a rail to get back into the pocket. So that was the mix. Adena getting up and back at it again. Probably not going to be adding too much to her score after that first fall because she didn't do too much before the scoring zone ended. But nice to ride it out. Adena coming back at us. The varial, I was about to say it's good before she'd actually locked it in, but it was good. Serving backside now, backhand on her heels, which is switch as well. A less comfortable lead foot. Making it look good though. Oh, that was my fault. I said that too soon. Going for the varial on top of the wave, but she'd moved past the point of, well, no return, because there can be a point like that, either widthways or lengthways. If you go too far across, all of that mess, the top of the wave there, and get nearer to the whitewash was the rooster. There's just zero push whatsoever. So she can't let that happen again. Here's the replay. The varial. Gets carving around, so racking up the surf style points. Oh, a little bit of tail out as well. So she's going to go up again and try and do the varial, but she needs to do it. It's like the split second the board is up there. Oh, no, she did do it soon, but she just carried herself across the wave that little bit too much. That's number 2. Are you keeping score? Might have forgot just to turn her on again. Anyway, moving on. So Adena moving into this round was our second place top seed after this young lady, Michelle Kuchuk, who had a barnstormer, 2 ridiculously clean passes, and a lot of tech in there. So I'm going to stand up for this to get on my A game. You can tell she's having fun. Just waving to the dog, she takes off. Now, I'd say, Michelle, no. This is what happens in competition. So yesterday she was sticking 360s and shoves all over the place like it was going out of fashion. Today, she falls just as soon as she lets go of the rope. How the tables can turn, which means it's not a given thing that Michelle will win, despite her riding level and the things that she's coming up with, significantly above the rest of the pack. Not that the rest of the pack are any slouches, but just a few falls and she could write off the potential of this title immediately. Starting off with something difficult. The upright frontside 180 is a lot easier to get down on your haunches if you are flexible like that to do it. No! There we go. This is it. So there's a lot of pressure on Michelle. And I think instead of doing all those technical tricks, she probably just needs to do, on this next first half of her run, just blast out some serious carving around. Get some air, get some lip slides, get some nose overs, get deep in the pocket, get shooting farther forward, using the full width, the full length of the wave, and then at the halfway point, giving her enough time for the boat to pick her up if she does fall, go for the 360 again. I mean, there was a nice bit of stuff in there. She did the frontside 180. She got some good carving around. Andy Kolb just chatting to Michelle that little bit, just to make sure everything's right from her end in terms of the boat setup. Does she want to change the wave or the speed? Now she's getting a surf on. Oh, almost diving that nose. Ah, Michelle. So not coming together at all as she would hope, especially compared to yesterday. The difficult thing now is for Michelle is to not let her head to the shoulders drop. So there's massive frustration. She's thinking, I know I could win this with all the tricks that I'm able to do, but if I'm falling on these tricks that I usually do, what do I do in this next run? What she's got to do is just keep it really simple. She needs a couple of tech tricks, I would say, unofficially, of course, not being a judge, not quite remembering everything that our previous riders came up with. But if she can get something down of a technical nature on a couple of times, I think she'll probably be all right. Okay, take it easy, Michelle. Take it easy. That's it. Just get your surf on. Get your groove on. Find that flow. That wave looking massive right next to her. She gets the shove. There we go. This is more like it. Now the board is the opposite way round. Tails at the front. Slider frontside 180. Now she just surf backside. Oh, okay. She's going to try and do the frontside 180 to go up the wave. Oh, wow. That looked like a credit carding. Hopefully she's okay. Oh, that's going to be a tough call on our judges because Michelle just didn't need that big spin. She just did not, point blank did not need it. All she needed to do was like the front side 180, maybe a shove to get the board back the other way around, but just didn't need that particular trick. Now she's taking a fall, but it's only her first in this run. She still has plenty more time. Oh, Michelle getting up again and just going for another rotation. It wasn't to be, though. So that's a tie call for our judges in women's skim. Junior women's skim. Women's skim, 14 to 29, rather. We're going to be moving on to women's skim 29 plus, which we've got 6 riders in, 7 riders. 7 riders, the first of which is this young lady, Shelley Walker of Nautique US. And I say of Nautique US, I mean she actually works for the company. We've actually spent a bit of time together because part of her roles is looking after different regions in terms of the dealers across the world. And one of her regions, which is lucky for us in the UK, is the UK. So a lot of time spent with Raymond, and she'll be joining us at the Monaco Boat Show again this year. Well, hopefully her and I will get out foiling and surfing at exactly the same time as we've done the last couple of years, if the weather permits. I mean, the weather's usually good. It's just the water that can be a bit crazy around boat show time. There she is on the communal Loch Lomond Scotland Nautique server. Looking good. No, that was me. That was all me, Shelley. Sorry. Looking good up until dropping out at the top of the wave and just... It's a hard one to describe that because that happens quite a lot in surfing. When you're starting to learn to move around a little bit, you get to the top of the wave, but then you need to drop back in. And as you drop back in, you can't be on your tail too much or the board will just shoot out away from you. But you do have to stop that from happening, which means as you get to the bottom of the wave, you just put a bottom turn in or just apply that little bit more weight to the back of the board just to lift the nose up. Or the alternative is, as you drop back in, don't have the board pointing at 45, have it pointing directly away from the boat at 90 degrees from the wave, because then you're much more likely to keep the tip up. So then you're riding down and then just putting a turn in once the nose gets past that danger zone. Shelley in the mix now. Feet nice and close together. I think she had her front foot a little further apart. And that back foot, I'd say that back foot does need to go back. But she's looking good. Cheeky little ollie. Keeps the nose from submerging. Oh, Shelley getting 3/4 of the way around on that 360 right at the end of her first pass. Here's a replay of the second half of that first run from Shelley. Much, much improved. Looking much more comfortable. Good bit of flow. Using all of the wave. Tough one on that board. Skim boards, they do tend to slip out on you if your weight's not exactly in the right place, as it was not. Here we go again. Shelley Walker, second and final run of this weekend at this Nautique European Wakesurf and Foil Championships. We're in skim style, as you can tell by the board. We're in the women's 29 plus category, of which there's 7 riders. Shelley is the first out, heralding from the US of A. Nice bottom turn there. Lovely bit of aggression right there. And getting the tail, shaking that tail feather out. Almost getting the drop knee is done. See how you shoot forward and you get that drop knee done, which is why you got to start it way, way back. Coming forward, going wide, going up. Almost sinking the nose there again. But Shelley is, I'm not going to say it, just so we see, Matthew, don't predict anything. Tail out as well. Tail out again, just moving around lots. Looking nice and composed as well. I think for me, when there's a lot of arm flailing, generally describes someone who's not quite as in control as they could be. So keeping your arms relaxed. Oh, going for the 3 right at the end. Keeping your arms relaxed is a big key of that. And we can see by the end of the scoring zone marker buoy that she is done for the day and the weekend. And seeing as she's one of our naughty boss ladies, she should well get a lift back to the dock for sure. And tonight, all of you on site, I hope all of you can stay that little bit longer just for the prize giving, regardless of where you might have come in that prize giving. It is always good to be part of the community at the end of the event, as we all were here last night. The Bota Ski crew laying on a lovely bit of local cuisine. Paella was absolutely divine. I hope they've still got some of that left over, because I'm just going to dive into that today. Laid on drinks, food, classic Spanish cuisine for us, for all of the crew taking part. So thank you for Bota Ski for that. It was a nice way to round off our Saturday. And then we're going to do, well, not the food and the drinks, but certainly the get-together to come together before we all go our separate ways at the end of this European Wakesurf Championships, because who's know when we'll see each other again. I mean, it will be at some other wakesurfing event for the most part. Will it be in Dubai at the end of the year, where the WWA are hosting another wakesurf event to follow on from the last couple of years of the same event? But before we get there, we got a bit of surfing to do, and foiling, lest we forget. Nancy Peters, better half of Ted, who we saw at the start of the day, yet again on that communal liquid force blade from Loch Lomond and Scotland Nautique, Raymond's very own. Yeah, a little bit of a snap right there for Nancy, getting way back in the wave, moving forward too, going up and down. She's got a lovely flow about her. And she did tell me, when I said yesterday she'd done a full pass and just no break whatsoever, that, wow, those legs are going to be a-quivering. But she told me, nah, she can surf for way longer than that. Heralding from California, do Nancy and Ted got their own boats. They're well used to cracking up the hours. Oh, lovely dismount. Absolutely, very much appreciated that. Nancy going for the 3 by the end of this run, which we'll see in the replay right now. Our tech team doing a sterling job of capturing all the angles. Here we go, 3 coming on, and she just dives the nose right there. Spits her out into a back flop. End of the run. A little pickup, toe to the end of the pass. Spin her around and get her rolling again, coming back at us. Yeah, Nancy getting a little switch backhand action and looking really comfortable as well. Just making sure that board, which is on the big side for her, just keeps that tip up out of that bottom trough. It'll be very easy for her to stuff it. You see it almost getting caught there, so she needs to drive her heel edge, which is what she's doing down the line towards us, then braking a little bit to make sure she doesn't scream into the back of the boat. There it is. This is a good tutorial on how you surf backhand. Nancy looking really comfortable. Oh, almost diving in again, but getting enough weight on the back foot in order to pull her out of that hole. Wonder if she can get a little higher up the wave. But they're good up and down of the legs. Those legs cannot be stiff surfing. I mean, any sport, you don't want stiff legs. But particularly with surfing. To feel the wave. Oh, she went big then. Yes. There we go. There is a happy bunny right there. Top work, Nancy. Getting a little higher on the wave right at the end. And an expert guide as to how we learn to surf backhand. Soft knees, moving up and down the wave, just making sure that heel edge bites all the time. Here's a replay of it again. You see every so often, or just a couple of times, the nose of the board just dove in a little bit. See that toe edge catching there a little bit, just driving her away from the boat. Then she screams down the line, puts the brake on. It's kind of hard to put the brake on and not allow the nose of the board to tweak out like that. So she's putting the brake on and the front foot goes away from the boat, which you kind of want to avoid. Oh, there we go. Dicey a little bit there, but she pulls out of it. Now right at the end, she goes a little higher and then controls the speed. Here we go. That was good. That was the one. Big old turn going up the wave. Controls it beautifully. Not a wobble in sight. And once again, extremely happy Canadian bunny. Canadian bunny? What do I mean? Californian is what I actually meant, which is where they're from. Zenia now on the water. This young lady coming from Spain, Barcelona no less. Beautiful part of the world, as is this, as is a lot of Spain. Really love it out here. So this is Zenia, who has got the gorgeous Pooch here with us, who we saw in a hotel last night. Scotty and I left at about 10 o'clock to go and join crew for a couple of drinks. Okay, just holding onto the line for a little bit longer while she finds the spot on the wave that gets her comfortable, the sweet spot. Woo! Almost losing it on that ollie. Nose over as well. Nose overs, those front boards, getting the nose of the board up and away from the boat. Where you can, you want to try and do them right on the top of the wave, because you do it on the face of the wave, you're just asking for a nose cleaning slide out. Ollieing up the wave. Oh, going for the transfer, but she ends up in a hang 10 position, which is never an easy way to land on a wake surfer from a height. Didn't quite get the 180. It was more of a 90, and here we see that in replay. Moving around nicely, though. Got some good intensity about this first part of her course. First part of her run, first run. Getting the board rotating in both directions, which our judges will appreciate. There's the tail release, the fin release. The nose over just happened. Ollieing up and out, controls that. Now she's getting herself set up for this varial. Didn't get enough rotation at all. And as said, difficult way to land when you're landing in that toes to the nose position. Is she going to give it another go? Yeah. Oh, got the rotation. Did not get the body position right. Well, worth a go right at the end of that first pass. Nothing wasted whatsoever there. She knew she wanted that trick in the bag, and she's going to sort of edge her way further up the standings come prize giving time. At the moment, Zenia, going by the running order coming out of the qualifying rounds, she qualified in 5th place, so she needs to bump a couple of spots if she's going to find a spot on the podium, which I'm sure she's very keen to do. I mean, thank you, Captain Obvious Matthew. Of course, everyone wants to find themselves a place on the podium, but she's got a tall order because the girls that are to follow, who qualified ahead of her, as in did better than her in the qualifying rounds yesterday, which are Victoria Veritzka, Orali Ober, Viola Tammy, a lady from Switzerland, then Jani Lapikova, I think now living in Cyprus. That's making up the riders that qualified ahead of her. And we're moving swiftly on through. We have got the men's skim 19 to 39, of which there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders. And then the next of our LCQs, Pro Men Surf. Nami Lung, Drew Drenan, Julian Prudencio, and Turner Gabers all battling out for those top 2 spots in the LCQ. Then we're going to have a little fuel break. Hopefully some lunch as well. I'm starving. Before we get there, we got Zenia. Yeah, the front side 180. Go on, control it. Yes, she does. No, oh, no. Does the running man, or woman as it was, straight off the dart. But she'll still get that front side 180 back and forth that she did. And then a little bit of backside surfing as well. So Zenia going all out. She's given it her absolutely everything. Here's a replay of what she did at the start of that second pass. The second and final pass of this weekend. Getting that tail fin release. Nose over as well. Noticing the board is the wrong way round in order that she can do that 180 there and then surf switch on her heels, which she gets a little bit of. So the 180 will count and everything that led us to that point will count for sure. Spinning to winning. Zenia taking a second fall. She just could not control that rotation. So that is her done for, well, that run and for today and for this 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf Championship. So let's see how she got on to that point on her second crack of the whip in the second pass. I'm not really sure she meant to go into that 360. Let's keep things moving along swiftly. So from Zenia, we go to Victoria Veritzka. And let's see if I got a little bit of information about Victoria. Heralding from Hamburg originally, but now Victoria living in Spain. It doesn't say specifically where. Victoria did so well yesterday. She got a couple of really good passes in. Was happy as Larry with her performance too. Let's hope she can come up with the same. Letting go of that rope bang on time, so not wasting any of this scoring zone. Nose over, moving up and down the wave. Cheeky little movements, some smaller edges to edges. Nice little ollie squeezed in there too. Going for a frontside floater. That's cool. Just pushing. Gets the drop knee. That's why she's got her breakdance knee brace on. Now she's going to try and get moving around that little bit more. Trying to use all areas of the wave. Getting into the squat. Oh, she did all the right things then. She was in the right position, but just got caught. As often is the case, which I've often said before, that last 90 degrees, the rotation on the 360, you need to be either fully on the flat, so away from the face of the wave, or fully on the wave. If you get caught between the two, the nose and the tail gets caught between the two, which is exactly what happened there. Now, I think that was a really good combo of maneuvers right there. Good variety, nice and in control. Then she's going to move around some more and then find herself in this squat position, ready for the 360. Now look where the nose and the tail of the board end up. Caught, like literally at 90 degrees, just spanning the gap of the trough. Victoria back in the game, and for those of the more eagle eye, you'll notice that she's got the tail of the board at the front right now, which makes it very wobbly. She's going to go for this frontside 180. Just drift the board around. See how her feet are favouring the tail end of the board. Go on, go for it, girl. Get that board around. She's got to get a wriggle on. No, 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 no. It's her first fall. Still a little bit of time left on this pass, I think. Didn't quite come off on that that other attempt at the frontside 180. How's she got? Oh, we can see the end of the course, boys. There, the buoy's there, which is the end of the scoring zone. So that supercharged G23 Paragon will get up. The wave will form, but she's got to get stuck into it straight away. So chuck the rope and go, 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 go. Go, Victoria, go, go, go. You got to get on with it. Yeah. Will the judges count that? Was it in the scoring zone? And do they think that the reason she fell in was the 180 itself? Certainly on the previous one. Orali Ober on the water next. Do we have any information about Orali? Lemon Lake, Belgium. And she trains with Gianmarco Panaccioni. Straight into action. Down two. Down two on the speed. Pointing at the wave and giving the perfect sign, meaning the wave shape size is exactly as she wants it. Just wanting a little bit slower. Drifter on the tail. Drifter backside bottle slide. Love that. El Clasico fall on the 360. That board getting caught yet again. Here's the replay of how it went for Orali on that very first pass. Lot of style involved in her riding. That butter slide, that backside butter slide, just moving away from the wave is really, really sick. And flowing from one trick into the other. There doesn't seem to really be any stops or adjustments. She's just letting it roll. Then going straight into the three, which actually she probably could possibly have taken a little bit more time over just to run through the motions before she actually did it. It was almost there, almost there. It was almost as if she needed to commit to the full 180 initially. She only got to, just over 100 in terms of the actual degrees of rotation. And that caused her to pop straight out of it, and the popping straight out of it caused her to get popped out of the front of the board with her weight in the wrong place. Sometimes, best thing is just to fully commit, get stuck in right the way through. Orali makes her way up to the top end of this Porter Ski second lake. They've got two identical lakes right next to each other running parallel. We're about 30 minutes outside of Madrid to the southeast. Just trying to find the beautiful little town that we're staying in. Ollie back in action. Front lip. Little ollie out of the top as well. Yes, get back out of it. There she goes. Locks in that trick that she fell on the first pass. 360 coming up. No, the shove up. Oh, Orali is on fire. Can she hold it together? Yes, she can up to this point. Another shove to right that board. I mean, she's looking uncomfortable with the board that way around. Bounce and doink. Well done, Orali. That's right at the end of that second pass. So that's be all she wrote for her. Team Switzerland on the water now. With Viola, Tanini looking really good in yesterday's run. Absolutely schooling the hell out of that course. Let's see if we can just, well, let's watch her a little bit first and just hone in on what she's got. So getting in the zone, just finding a flow. Nothing too crazy at the moment. A little bit of air out of the top of the lip. Carving left and right, all ticking all the boxes so far. Oh, just ticking another box, getting a tech on. Shove, clean as a whistle. Next shove, just the same. Building up to, 360 in the other direction, which just blows my mind. It's so difficult to keep control of these boards at the best of time. Never mind doing that. Easy as you like. Varial, switching up the feet. Now she's switched heel side on her backhand. And there's another big old smile right there as well. Did she squeeze that in time? What a pass from Viola of Team Switzerland. No wonder I couldn't find Viola. I was looking for Tatiana. So Viola, Lake Zurich, what a place to ride at Wakeboard Academy in Zurich. Back in the mix, traveling away from us now as the music from that Paragon disappears into the distance. We keep our eye on Viola as she gets to the top, does a hello sailor, gets that back foot off. Oh, the no foot thing. That's what we saw yesterday that was blowing my mind. Just jumping clean off the board, both feet. Don't see that a lot. Almost grabs hold of it with the 3 shove. Her foot did not land on it cleanly at all. Managed to sort of wrestle it back round, but then not quite. Here we see it again. So hopefully we're going to see that no foot. There's the nothing. Hopping both feet clean off the top as the board reaches the peak of the wave, the lip of the wave. Now here's the 3 shove. Looks like she'd almost saved it when she didn't quite. So that's her first fall. Viola's going to get to go again. Whoa, going for the big old big spin. Viola landed all on the line right at the end of her run. Now, if we look at the results from yesterday, Viola is she is our 2nd seed. Right then, last rider in this category. We just had Viola Tammy. She laid it down pretty well, it has to be said. That's a good couple of passes. Didn't lock in everything. I don't think it was as good as yesterday, but still enough to pile the pressure on this next lady, Jani Kjanapas. I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting the information right about Jani. Here we go. So Team Cyprus should be on the end of the line watching Jani tear it up. Get a little ollie north with the front foot coming off. Our top seed wanting to keep that spot. And with smooth riding like this, that could well be the case for her. Yes, gets the first shot. Whoa, 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 whoa. Just about clawing herself back into a balanced state. Catching that board with the foot, not quite on the board itself. Front side 180. Now she switched backside. Big spin coming up. Yes, it was, but not to be. So the front side big spin, it's kind of a bit of an El Clasico, that whole routine. So you do a shove, then you drop back, then you do the front side 180, and then you're surfing the board the correct way round, but switch backside, and then you can come in and just whip that first 180 that moves into a shove. Here's a replay of all that Jana came up with first. Jani Kjanapas, now residing in Cyprus and getting her surfing done there. Textbook 3 to start with from her, followed up by the shove. We're watching the replay right now, just to reiterate. Then the front side 180. After the 180 shove, now she gets the board back the correct way around. 180 shove. The kick just wasn't there. It didn't look like her feet actually did too much in that instance. Here comes Jana on her second pass. Right. Okay, so that's different. She is now switching backside. Oh, no, taking an early fall. Going for something different to start with. So she had the board the correct way round, then popped a little service 180, popped, or rather slid a service 180 to get that fin at the front backside, and then she was looking at a different kind of shove. Let's watch that again. Slides the service one there. Backside, tail of the board at the front, trying for that front side shove just to get the board back round. Interesting play at the start of a run. So as Jana gets back up, we're going to be moving on to men's skim, 19 to 39. You guys should be down in and around the dock. Yeah, frontside butterslide from Jana Kjanapas, part of our Cypriot crew. Not originally where she hailed from. Go on, go on. Yes, gets the 3 shove. She's going to be pumped with that. Moving her feet around, regular feet around, ready for this next thing, whatever it's going to be. The varial, and then the nose dive, and then the nose grab. And that is all she rode for Jani Kjanapas. But what a run from her, getting the 3 shove as well. That's seriously technical. So while there were a couple of falls, and some of the other ladies may have had fuller passes with less falls, what the judges will be weighing that against is the technicality of what we saw from Jana. All right, it is going to be on to Men Skim. Also need Pro Men Surf. It's a little bit early, but we've got 5 of this Men Skim category. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which we'll be moving through relatively quickly. So our Pro Men Surf LCQ, you guys should be sort of getting yourself in the zone and near the dock in not too long. That is Namilang, Drew Drenan, Julian Prudencio, and Turner Gabers. On to our Men Skim. And starting things off for us, we've got Nico Ferrari. Yeah, getting on top of the wave. And the bottom, getting the tail out a little bit as well. Stalling up there, getting back in the pocket. I think he's probably mellowed out the wave a little bit on the settings, as we mentioned before. And we'll keep on mentioning all of our surfers. Yeah, the frontside bottom slide. Oh, a bit too much. Full nose cleaner right at the back of that. Don't have any information about Nico, unfortunately. This was a nice start for him, though. There's that floater just pausing up there for an age. Trying to get the tail out as well, up on top of the wave. A little bit of a wobble, then pumps to move forwards. Always looking to move him forwards before he starts a trick. Then the ollie 2. Goes the slider, but then just puts the brakes on too much. And an effort to try and catch back up with the wave was a little too aggressive with it. No, that is a shame. Nico just trying something different, trying to get those composition points as up as much as he can by attempting to serve backside. You see, he's not done too much of it. It looks a little testing for him, but good that he got in there. And he was with the wave for a little bit, so that will count for something. Nico back in play as the tunes from that Paragon blast their way down the lake. Coming up to tease us up here in the Stream Team studio. Oh, this is a bit more like it from Nico. Starting to give us some beans. Oh, that was stalled out for forever, that frontside board slide. Got a lot of time for that. As he did apparently as well with the time he took with it. Oh, the 360 wasn't to be on that occasion. That should not have been stalled out. To stall out 360 does make life difficult for yourself. Not that I believe he was doing it intentionally. Just 360s are tricky. Let's catch all of that again. So moving around, there is this bit coming up where he gets on top of the wave. Not that one. Shouldn't be too long. But he's using all of the wave nicely. This. Holding it up there for an 8. And then what does he go for here? The 360, just a little bit slow, was moving backwards as he did it. Yeah, that wasn't to be at all. Nico nearing the end of his finals. Could do with that 360 if he's going to add that pressure to the rest of the riders to follow in this men's skim. Then the running man as his dismount. Really solid serving from Nico. Maybe not the technical states covered as much as he would have liked. But some really good stuff in there. Nice solid riding. Here we see the replay of Nico Ferrari's second run. Simon Nicholas Boucher will also be seeing in the foiling action later today. Really impressive first outing in terms of me seeing this kid ride. Possibly one of the youngest in the group, considering he's 19 to 39. Lots of control. Coming out of that Ollie backside one. Then the 3 shove caught really early. That was nice, just balancing on the rooster to slide that last 180 round out of the backside big. Then the backside shove, using his hand just to guide that board into place, building up some speed. Wow, that is some killer riding from that kid. Here we go, checking out these. Oh, that was it again. That was the one that I loved so much. Does the big spin, but then stays up on the rooster, whereas wobbly is the one thing. Still manages to make it work by spinning the 180 and then dropping into the pit straight after that. Simon Nicholas Pusher into his second run. Great first run he had. Oh, if he saves that, that'll be some sweet, sweet improv. Did not mean to end up backside or back round facing the wrong way then. So that will not count. I think that was either, well, it was definitely at least a backside big spin, but it would have been a bigger spin as well, which is something very special. Here's a replay of what we just saw. Getting himself wound up, nose over, looks solid enough. Big air, rewind, and then just gets a bit caught and somehow manages to MacGyver his way out of that situation. Oh man, that looked like a really solid landing. It was weird that he lost it. Good couple of passes so far for Simon. 3 big names still to come, or will be big names for whomever makes it into the final. There's those drifter rotations in both directions. Now he starts to crank it up a little bit. That backside bigger spin causing the undoing of him 2 times in the trot, but incredible riding from Simon Nicholas Boucher. We're going to be seeing him in the foil, I'm fairly certain. Next rider. This will be an Alex Hudkins. No, hang on. That's not right. Sorry, I apologize. Gianmarco Panaccioni getting his groove on. He rode great yesterday, and there's more of the same here. Catching those boards on those shoves way early. Oh, I love how he just transfers his weight right then as he spins it round. He's opting for a different weight on different legs all the way through the 360. Does that frontside 180, grabbing the rail, coming off really easy. Then the frontside opener. Tail swish. Back to his normal way of riding. We're going to see something a bit special. I mean, I love that. Just getting his hand in the water and dragging out on the nose with minimal board in contact with the feature. Good riding from Jani. Gianmarco, this is the replay of that very first run that was looking so tight. Nearing the end of this now, so this is where it goes a little bit wrong. That didn't go wrong, that was sublime. Swapping his feet depending on which way the board is round. This is where it kind of went wrong, so it's going to be a frontside big, is it? No, asking for it a little bit less steep. Back in play again. Gianluca coming straight back at us. He's opting for right hand, backhand wave. In order to get his left hand and his more comfortable way of riding. Left foot forward, rather. This is tidy riding indeed. Gianmarco, I love that. Getting the grab on and just poking that left leg out. Locking himself in, right foot forward in his heels now. That's a beautiful trick, that is. That slide 180, then goes into another 180 behind our boat friends. Oh, no. Gianmarco was setting himself up for something big. And then the board just disappeared underneath him, so that is going to be frustrating for him. I mean, obviously, of course it is. Part of the Nautique Wake crew. Comes from Italy, but spends his time, I think, on Lemon Lake is where he says he's from. But Gianmarco, yeah, one of the Nautique Weight crew, so our Swiss dealer, and he goes for it again. And it's not to be, so that is frustrating for Gianmarco. Here's the replay of that last ditch attempt right before the scoring zone. Good attempt, great riding. Okay, Markilian, Tbashin. Oh, it's a brotherly affair, because... Oh no, am I jumping ahead? I might be jumping ahead. Hang on 1 second. I am indeed. So it's Johan de Siebenthal. Siebenthal or Siebenthal. Let's see if we've got a little bit of background on our main man. So passes off from the guy who he supports, Gianmarco, to the main man himself from Nautique Weight, Switzerland. So smooth. Like the idea of just being able to rotate like that and stop and keep on rotating if you want to. It's just so special. This guy just loves that flow, that movement, those 360s in weird parts of the wave. Like there, he's just done a three-way out back and then just one really close to the rooster. Oh, taking a weird fall on something that he doesn't usually fall on at all. Having seen him ride a little bit, I know how good he is. And then we see the replay. Moving around. Ball can go in every single direction. Gets the shove into. Turns that, blends that into another service 360. 180 back the other way, then fully 180 to finish off that 360, then moving into another three. Wow, you got to have your MC&A game on with Johan. Sweeping drifter, Weddle 180, then back round with the rear of the board at the front. Big spin was his undoing. Going for a little bit of something else just in that last stretch of water on the end of his first pass. Johan still racking up a mean old score, I would imagine. Not be the one that's actually scoring in, but just from a somewhat slightly, maybe a little bit less than I'd like, learned point of view in terms of having watched an awful lot of this before, having watched everything that's got until that point. Johan is in a good position, sitting pretty to take this title. Not forgetting that we've got Vlad Gorbansov still left to come. We're going to be moving on to our Pro Men Surf LCQ. You boys should be ready. We've only got, well, half of this run and then a whole 2 other runs before we're going to make that break. To do a little bit of a fuel stop for the G, for the Paragon, and then moving on to the top 2 to go through to the final in the Pro Men Surf LCQ. What you got for us then, Johan? Setting himself up, not quite started yet. Once he starts flowing, though, generally, as you saw from the first pass, you saw yesterday, and if you know him, you know well, once he starts, he doesn't stop. Love that. So smooth. Just a frontside 180, poking the back leg out and bringing it round. Board rises up the wave for that 180. Then he keeps on going round. That was the big spin that he fell on at the end of his first pass. 3 sharp is his undoing. Damn. Let's go through it again. So starting off front hand. Front side 180, slides around the wave, then kind of does a little poke like a butter slide. All the rotations under the sun. That's that drifter nose poke 180. This is going to be some sort of big spin. No. Just going to keep it. Oh, no, it was the combo. It was the 360 into that move, then finishing off with the big spin, which is just a beautiful way to ride a board. It's not ride, trick, stop, wait, set up, another trick. It's there's my one trick. Here's my other one, flowing from one to the other, just never stopping. No. Was that a carbon copy? Yeah, it was. How frustrating for Johan. Great work for all of our Open Men Skim finalists and all the riders so far. So that was the Open Men 19 to 39. I apologize. I got ahead of myself. We've got one more rider, of course we have. It is Vlad Gorbansov. Top qualifier from yesterday. So let's look into this. Here we go, Jan. What have you got for us? What have you got that can compete with what we saw from Johan? Oh, wow, that's a good save. Is it a good save? Yes, it's a good save. Oh, my gosh, a wobbly start. Lovely nose over. And then just drops his speed off by submerging the front of the board. But now he's looking like he's back into his flow. 360 is there. Shove up is there. And then the shove to follow up as well. Getting that board back, pointing in the direction that he would prefer. Oh, that is a tough turn. So turning away from the boat, you think a frontside rotation is usually the easier of our rotations, but when you're on the wave, it's easier to turn into it because you're less likely to slip out. We're going to see that again right now. This is how he saved himself. So that is the standard 360 or 180, 180 that everybody will learn as their first full rotation on a surfer. But this, well, not that. I mean, that is difficult. boshing out a couple of shells, but this rotation that caused him a problem just a few moments ago. Upturn. There's so much going on there. Having to get kind of over your toes so that you don't slip out onto your back. Having to over-rotate the board to make sure it doesn't get caught, and then trying to adjust yourself as you get to the bottom of the wave as you come out of it. So there's so much going on there. Is he going to go for it again? Oh, that has got him forward. For Vlad, what we look for... have we got anything for him? I don't have any information. Damn, you riders need to fill out some biogs, and then I can chat some more, because as if there wasn't enough chat going on. Yeah, we mentioned yesterday it was a good 8.5 hours of yakking, but the wake surfing was immense, and the pointing too, lest we forget. And the more of the same today. It's exactly the same numbers, except another, 8 riders? 8 riders in the 2 LCQs we've got, of which we're in the middle of one right now. We did the Men Skim LCQ where we had, let's see if I can remember. It was Chad, Drew, and Ryan. And unofficially, of course, you'll probably see it on the Ride Line app right now. Unofficially, of course, I think that it might be Chad and... Where is it? Yeah, Chad and Drew going through where Ryan didn't have the best time of things. Here we go with Vlad on his final run in this men's skim 19-39 final. Johan, that was poppy and clean. Like that a lot. Oh no, he was almost there, hanging on for dear life, doing the old ballerina thing out on that board. He got one leg up in the air, then he got it down, and then we thought he could catch it, but it wasn't to be. And the problem is with that, as much as that was like a second or so after the trick itself, it was the trick itself that caused him to be in that position. And therefore, if you don't ride it away in control, then that trick will not count. They can't include that in their overall impression of the Vlad's run. So that was beautiful, really snappy, skate style, just rolling that front leg over the board and allowing the back leg to come up. So it climbs and then levels out. Backside big, we're good. Oh, no, we're not. We're not? No, definitely not. Oh, that's frustrating for Vlad. He's got to go for that again if he has got some time in hand in terms of space to play before the end of the course is signified by those huge Nautique buoys. Got to be quick, though. Oh, the same thing again. That is tough for Vlad. Oh, gutting. So that's going to be a tight call between those riders in that category. I'm saying unofficially, of course. Once again, I'm always saying that. It's going to be potentially between this guy, Vlad, and Johan, who came up with all the maneuvers, not to take anything away from the rest of the riders in that group who actually threw down, gave it their everything. And this is a lot of the conversation that I'm often having at competitions and with riders and with non-competitive riders is it doesn't matter if you're not at that level where you could potentially win. It just doesn't matter. If you can afford to, because, yeah, sometimes contents aren't cheap, hence the need, hence me referring back to my earlier statement about making more contests happen at your local park where there isn't a massive expense and it is just for a small crew and it's a little bit of an easier going affair than coming to the European Wakesurf Championships as your first ever outing. So yeah, getting stuck in and is all part of it. And while I'm talking about Vlad and Johan sort of relatively at the top of the tree, I think there was still some silly sick riding there from the other categories, the other riders. I mean, Simon Nicholas Boucher, Gianmarco Paniccioni, Nico Ferrari, all sterling riders. Stellar job you've done. But sometimes you enter a competition knowing that you're not going to be going on the top spot, but you enter just because anyway, because it's fun. It's a little bit exhilarating, it's a little bit scary, but it's fun. So if you've not yet partaken in a contest in any form, then maybe get along to watch one and really get stuck in. It might wet your whistle for joining in one at some point. That's the waxing lyrical done. We've done that one, we've done that one. Let us move on to... Jumped ahead. LCQ, the Pro Men Surf. Nami Lang, Drew Denon, Julian Prudencio, Prudencio, and then Turner Gabers, or T-Dog, as he likes to be known, as it states in his profile. On we go with Nami Lang and the Pro Men Surf LCQs. 2 places available from this particular round, this last chance qualifier. So just 2 out of the 4 are going to make it through. Nami gets started with some intention. Shove, shove. Nicely done. Nose of the board right up in the air for that front side rotation. Sorry, that backside rotation just over on the nose. No, it's an early fall. Going for the bigger spin. Nah, the big spin rather. Not good for Nami. Nami back in play. Getting his rotations down. Love how he stored it up there, right in that switch, in that board reverse position. That's what he fell on just moments ago. Manages to squeeze it in this run. Yes, he does. Has a little look up. Good work from him. So he's first out of the dock, first out of the blocks and off the dock in this LCQ. So it's up to him to set the pace, to put the pressure on the rest to follow. Has he done enough with that first pass, and has that been enough to get him in the right state of things, the right mindset to follow through on this second pass? Here we see the replay of the second half of that first pass. Frontside 180 again, pauses up there in that switch position, shoves it out, get the ball the correct way round. Now he starts winding up to think about this backside big. Catches, locks it, done. Nami, one of our Hong Kong crew. Pure Nautique Hong Kong, so very much part of the Nautique family, so it's amazing to have him here. Awesome that we've got him and Dorney. I mean, full-blown Hong Kongians. Is that the pluralization of that? I'm not sure. No, Nami's going down. But traveling all this way to be with us here in Europe for our European Surf Championships. Why not, eh? Why not? We literally have pretty much every continent covered. Africa, no one from Africa, I don't think, or the Middle East or anything, but we've got Australia, we've got Asia, we've got Northern America, we have got Europe, obviously, in its droves, and then that is Nami going down. For the second time, I couldn't quite see what that trick was. It's relatively early on in this second pass, so he can get stuck in. Still, to put the pressure on the rest of these riders, Drenan, Julian Prudencio, and Turner Gabers. Nami setting up, goes floater, big bottom turn, nice and wide, huge slash with a Y. There's the shove, and again. And then the other shove, and then the front shove out as well, just kicking the board into the wave, which makes it way more difficult. 3 shove, absolutely disappeared. There was nothing there for him. So that'll be it for Nami Lang. I mean, well, we don't know whether that'll be it for him for the day. That's it for this particular round, the LCQs. But will he be living to fight another day, i.e. in the super finals still have to come this afternoon? He's obviously hoping so. Here's the replay of why our judges should be considering him. Love that. Full-going surf style. Then we watch him go. Is it the 3 shove now? Oh no, it's just the early setup shoves. Then the frontside shove, which you don't see many riders, if any, doing that at all. Drenan in the mix now. Getting skybound. Now, as with the skim style, he did not have the best time of it yesterday. But in the skim style LCQs, I believe that he has gone and made it through. Oh, just drops into the very last possible minute after that frontside 180 air. Full 360 air as well. This is more like the Drew we know. Ah, that was definitely me. Point the finger at me for that. But still, more like it from Drew. He just had an absolute shocker yesterday, right the way through both passes. Not really managing to complete a run, but that is much more of him, as we expect. Drew now thinking about what he needs to throw down. Rope and handle relinquished. It's now time for him to surf Connor for real. Frontside turns off the lip. 3 shove, caught nice and early. Has to move his feet around a little bit. Double teapotting, strong position. Yes, Drew, banging out the tricks right at the remainder there. In the replay, getting that 3 shove, riding on out to glory as he pops a little cartwheel dismount. And he's ready to go for the second run. And our third rider in this group is going to have to be watching with a clean third and fourth. Julian Prudencio. Julian from the south coast, the Côte d'Azur. Turner Gabers. I'll have to look that up. I'm sure I did already. Lake Roosevelt, Washington, which is where you hail from, or the lake that you ride at. Oh, Drew, no. No one knew where that was and which way he was going. Yeah, that's coming back at us. So it's a replay. It is kind of start. Yeah, that is unfortunate for Drew. Now a bit of pressure on him. He has just done it right at the start of his run, which is good news. All right, Drew Drenan, what can you come up with on this second and final run in this LCQs? Will it, and I asked the same question or posed the same thought as I did about Nami, will it be the last outing for you today? Shove at the top. Frontside 1, another 180. Here he comes, back in play. This is more like it from Drew. That 180s, the fins at the front. Oh, that was me again. So this is much more like it from Drew right through this phase. But I'm not sure whether that's going to be enough. Drew is just struggling a little bit with the surf, the skim and the foil. Came good with the skim earlier on. Unofficially, and I'm going to start looking at some results actually. If you'd like to do the same, you can get on to the WWA Ride Line app. Julian Prudencio. Now, we did chat about Julian a little earlier yesterday, getting the down low. I think I remember correctly that he's one of our crew from the south coast of France. Let's focus on the riding. I was really impressed with the style that he brought to the table yesterday, particularly this big re-entry frontside 180. Is this what it's going to be? Oh, the big spin is clean as a whistle. Then he switched backside now, looking really comfortable in that position. Then he does a varial. Doing a varial that way around from backside to frontside while you're on a backside wave is a much more sensible way of doing it. No, Julian going down. Just trying to think how early on that was really and how much space he's got left. I didn't quite see. So this is the replay. It's all looking great guns. Ollie backside 180 or air backside 1. Where he learned it all. That's it. Getting the varial in. So this is good. As I said, doing the varial from the backside position to the front side is often easier. Building up loads of speed. Oh, that's so good. Now he's locked in there. That will count. Oh, that was massive. Huge, huge frontside 180 off the lip. But then the 3 shove wasn't to be. But that frontside 180, though, that was so, so dope. He's back in action just for a last little tidbit right before the end of the scoring zone on the very first pass. But I love Julian's aggressive riding. Let's have a little look. So yes, he is based, je ride sur le Saint-Raphaël. and he rides at Pratique le Wakesurf sur une Super Nautique G21. So I'm just reading exactly what it is. I'll do it in the old French. J'ai un base nautique à Saint-Raphaël, la rue pratique le Wakesurf sur une Super Nautique G21, and I don't know how to say 2025. How do you say 2025? 25. So there you go. Je ride sur la mer Saint-Raphaël, là où j'habite, which is where he lives in Saint-Raphaël, which is pretty cool. And that style of riding from Julien, love the aggression, particularly that one trait, that big old frontside 180 off the lip was absolutely monumental. Held that, came out of that, turned back out of it. It was the 3 shove that was his undoing. So he's going to throw that back into the mix right now. In the water he goes. Second run coming up of this Pro Men Surf LCQ with Julien, our penultimate rider. Just one more after him, Turner Gabers. Here we go, winding it up. Huge splash, huge slash with a Y. Nose over, just to back that up. Building speed up. Oh, snakes that board round underneath him. 3 shove was not to be. That just disappeared and found a hole somewhere in that lake. But that backside spin, that full 360, kind of looked like the board disappeared on that as well. We'll have a look again in the replay if there's a chance to get that up. No worries if not. There's still going to be plenty more action to come with these cats and more. Here we go. Here's the replay. So that stomping is just him putting weight on the back of the board to slow himself down. Front lip, nose over, backside 360, so sick. Then the 3 shove, elusive. I'm sure it's not a wild card trick for him. I'm sure he can stomp it most of the time. Can he lock it in right now to secure himself one of those top 2 spots? Oh, yes, he can. Yeah, doing the varial the other way around is always difficult because if your back's to the wall or the slope, you're always much more likely to slip out than if you're facing it. So he started off front side going up the lip and then turns it backside, which I think is just going to end in tears. On to Turner Gabers. Could you wait till the end of this next rider? So where are we? No, we're too much info. Turner Gabers on the water. Last of our Pro Men Surf LCQ. Then we get crack-a-lacking with the remainder of our finals. We've got Men Surf 14-29. But let's focus right here and now on Turner. He was the highest scoring non-qualifier, which is, is that more salt on the wound? I don't know, but that kind of air is what we're after. It's got to be surf style. It's got to be aggro. Big bottom turns, big top turns, big walls of water, lots of amplitude, which is what we're talking about right here and now. Then he gets a little extra spinny-winny in there too. Building it up, getting that speed. 3 shove. Oh, how on earth did he get that out of the hole? The whole thing was literally submerged. Lucky it's a nice bright board because we could see it while it was underneath the water. Shove, shove, getting lots of pop. Then disappears on that. I wonder whether he was going for the full 360 or or just that one, frontside 180. Okay, so nickname T-Dog, rides on Lake Roosevelt, Washington State, and he is from Kashmir, Washington State. When are we going to see that again? Just watch this board disappear on, I forget which street was it. Was it the 3-shove? This is what we're talking about. Huge turn out wide. When I say bottom turn, I mean bottom turn on a big wave out on the sea would be the bottom. Here it's a bottom turn, but it just tends to go out wider, and that's why we're saying bottom turn. Look at that. How did that board get out of that hole? That's ridiculous. The shove with a little tippity-tappity on the fingers, then the shove to follow up. Shove, shove. Now here, if we are, what I think we're doing, frontside 3, loses that front foot. So what happened? The nose went down first, which caused the tail to lever down and his rear foot, that left foot, to come up in the air, losing control. And he's just getting to the end of the pass. Not sure that will score. But out of all of our 4 riders in that heat, I had to say that it looks like that first pass from Turner is winning versus the first passes from our other riders, which was all that was in there. Hello, welcome. You'll notice I had an outfit change. Wrong side. See, I'm thinking that side, but it's reversed. There. On brand. You're joining us. If you are just joining us, let's see who's out there with us. Well, my chat's disconnected, but we've got a good few of you watching. Now we're moving into the day. It is 11:50. Wow, we've been going a long time. Boys, we've been going a long time already, eh? That is, yeah, really? We've almost been going 4 hours. That's mental. So only another 5 hours left, and the rest. Thank you for joining us here at the Nautique 2025 European Wakesurf Championships. And the point at which you are joining us is in the Pro Men Surf Last Chance Qualifier, LCQ, and the very final rider in that group. Wow, love it, love it, love it. Look how wide he went, way past the spray line. I know our judges, that was even more rare than we've seen it before, into a massive bottom turn. It's Turner Gabers, one of our US crew, doing all he can to find himself a place in the final. I mean, everything that he's come up with is pretty stellar in this run. And look at that bottom turn. I'm sorry, I'm watching the YouTube feed as well. Can we say hello? So let's see if anybody's joining us. So I'm just going to refresh that. Okay, I can't pronounce your name, but the last comment was no worries. The chat is focused. How about the rest of you guys who are watching? Because I can see some numbers there. Get involved in the chat. And get behind your crew. Who are you behind? Who is your rider or riders here that you know, that you ride with, that you support, that you love their style, whatever they do, who you follow, who coaches you? Maybe you ride with some of these guys, because some of these guys run their own wakeboard schools, wake surf schools. Maybe you ride with them. All right, Turner, no more falls left in the bank. Only a little bit of lake left, only a little bit of real estate in which he can really impress upon our judges in the boat. Bailey Dunn and Andy Kolb and Q in there as well, as to why, the reasons as to why he should be in the final. No! I mean, one extra trick is always needed. One more is always needed. I wonder whether he said one more, and that was the issue. So Turner Gabers is done. Let's just look who is in the boat judging, just to double check. It is Andy Kolb, Gabers, and Bailey Dunn. And on the dog, we've got Alex Gardner, and then behind the scenes, Val Shaskov. Val Shaskov also riding, then Scotty Broom, chief judge, driver, Raymond Kolhoon. Those last three, Val, Scotty, and Raymond, all riding in the Masters category, the 30-plus category, which I haven't even looked at the results at. In fact, I should do that right now while you guys are here. Hang on, that's my lunch order. Get that in there first. Okay, let's do a roll call of exactly what's coming next. We have got a full, well, we're almost afternoon of action. I'm going to be joining you in actual fact because we're going to do a little break and I'm going to get a toilet stop. So I'm going to be back with you very shortly. We're going to go to some adverts, and then as soon as we're back after the toilet break, we are going to be with the, let's see who it is. We are going to be with the final of the Men's Surf 14 to 29 and then the Men's Surf 40 plus. So Val, Raymond, Scotty, and Greg Malone will be back in action again. I'm going to cut off here. Going to see you in 5:10.
them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
It's really, really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very, very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it. Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
It's really, really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very, very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 15 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Let me tell them one time. Let me tell them one time. I've been on the grind.
And we are back in action, people. I appreciate you giving us a little bit of time, some patience for me to have a little pit stop, get myself out of this studio and into some sunlight, but now back in the studio, back with the surfing action. And where we are at is this. Men Surf, 14 to 29. George, well, there's a name, Diliaz is in action, just asking for a little bit more speed. Let's see if I've got some information about George as he just gets his carve on, his swerve on. Swerve, when I say of a surfing sense, not of a slalom sense, because that also takes place on this lake. They have a lot of big events of all sorts here. Let's see, George, there we go. Comes from Athens, Attiki, Greece. So one of our Greek crew, John from Lolo Ski Center is the guy that he rides with. So Lolo Ski Center, hello to you guys if you are watching. Hopefully we've got a few more people from a few more parts of the world tuning in to support our surfers here. And foilers, lest we forget, the 360 was that final trick, I think maybe right on the edge of the scoring zone, so we won't have time for a pickup. Where George comes from is Vuliegmi Coast. Oh no, here we go. Vuliegmi. There we go. We got there in the end. Even if that's probably right, I'm not sure. Always seems a little bit strange when you see wake surfers just on their belly on the board, just paddling like they're in the open sea on a mirror calm lake, waiting for that big machine to come in. I also think, another category, not that we need any more categories in wake surfing, could be the pop surf category. The boat has to cut a circle around your back and you've got to paddle in and pop. Yeah, that would take way too long. But fun idea when you're playing around in your own time on whichever one of your boats that you have. And if it's one of these, then damn am I jealous. Our pulling power behind the weekend, of course, is a Nautique, such as the headline sponsor of our little get-together. And the particular type of boat that we've got as our pulling power, as our wave-making machine, is a brand spanking Super N Nautique Paragon G23 with all the trimmings it has got. 630 of aggressive horses under the hood. And it's fully supercharged, which it needs to be. So when you're out in the open sea for a chance, you don't necessarily have to worry about getting up to speed that bit quicker. But when you're on a lake and you've not got as much space, and that's what we have right here on this beautiful purpose-built lake for all types of towed water sports, you need to get up quick. See how quickly that thing got up and got into the wave. And we are on full ballast now for our riders, but it doesn't have the supplementary ballast. So that wave is more than big enough. And I think looking at it, and it's sometimes hard to tell from directly from the back of the boat, he's got it mellowed out, so George hasn't got it full whack, full steep, full gnaw. Looking good at whatever the wave setting is on that Paragon right now, getting on top, getting into the bottom. And it's nice because the way that setting is at the moment, you've got a little plateau just there, perfect for a floater. Let's have a little look at what those settings are. Yeah, so we're at full 100%. George looking good. Okay, he needs to give himself a little bit more time into that. When you're on a surfboard, surf starboard, or surfboard, whichever you're saying, the big hook fins do not want to release unless you give it some momentum and give it some welly into the turn. So with any 360, this is a little advice from someone who's tried a gazillion of them and knows how to teach them, just not so great at doing them. You got to start way back. Start as far back on the wave as you can because you need forward momentum whenever you're trying any kind of a wake surf maneuver. Because usually any maneuver you try wake surfing, it's going to slow you down. And so as soon as you're slowing down, then you're coming off the wave. So you want to be moving forward into that trick to counteract the deceleration, particularly with a 360. Because to make a 360 happen, whichever way you do it, whether it's the up on the top of the wave and then drop back in, whether it's the tuck down, squat down, spin on a flat spot, you need to be moving forward to start with, and you need to go down to the bottom of the wave, sweep back up, and even more so with surf style. You'll see a lot more surf style riders doing the up, frontside board slide, nose over, and then tuck back in because it's the easiest way of getting released. You can't spin on a die on the flat spot like you can on skim style boards. So there's a little bit of a thought for you when you're trying your next 360. We wait with bated breath for our next rider to come in. George got his up and down. Well done to him. Oh, Achilles Martinez, Ramos Jodio, Dan Sham. Let's go Nami. So I'm cutting back a little bit late. Nami was within the last chance qualifiers for the Pro Men's Surf. Let's just go to Ride Line and see who has ended up where. So we should have some results. I'm not going to, shall I announce them on here? I don't know. Maybe yes, no. Where are our European? There we go. So if you've not yet got yourself a profile on Rideline or downloaded it onto your phone and you are into your towed water sports of a wake variety, wakeboarding, wake surfing, foiling, wake skating even, then you need this app because not only is it the way in which the WWA manage their events, as in plugging all the names, spinning out the running orders, putting results through and posting live results, but it's also a way that you, wherever you are in the world, can promote your own local event and run your own local event. If you are not tied in with the WWA as it stands, then get in touch with them. Talk to them. Just Google WWA, Google Scotty Broom or any other team, wherever you are. When you're in the US, you're already familiar with them, and there are various other parts of the world that already work with the WWA. But if you want another way by which you can manage your events, promote your events, make them easy to run, talk to these guys. We move on. Okie dokie. It is our next rider. And that is Dimitris Koronakis. So Dimitris, I think they just shared the board as well. Love a little bit of communal board sharing from our team. So Dimitris, I'm assuming, oh, he disappeared just as I tried to find his biog. So we're going to have to watch the replay to see what came of that. Okay, but let's find you, Dimitris. Are you here? There he is. So yes, he rides with the cat that we just saw, George. just George. And then he is from Vuliagmeni Beach, and also from Lolo Ski Center. So big shout out to Lolo Ski Center in Vuliagmeni, Greece. Wow, a lot of rolling off the tongue there. I think it's time for some water. Okay, so first fall for Dimitris. We're going to be moving on from him. Let's see who's later. We have got Paniagiotis, Alex Drakos, but he likes to be known by Alex. So Alex is up next. We've got Ed Slater coming in after him from the UK, and Alex Hudkins making up our men's surf 14-29. Okay, Dimitris is back in the water. Oh, a little bit slower, he's asking for. Trying to get that nose over. So if you watch any tutorials of surf style boards, oh, just dive in the nose. That is called a T90. And if you're in a wakeboard, that would be peeling your eyelids back situation alert. But luckily he was on a wake surfer, so as much as it may look a little harsh, they're just all comedy falls, and you just pump your head full of water. But apart from that, wake surfing is the best of having a good workout, working those cannons, working those legs, a skill as well, because who honestly likes the gym? I know lots of people like the gym, but it's exaggeration for effect, because I can't handle it. I need to do a sport, man, which is why the only health and fitness I do is sports that damage my body, which is why I'm somewhat broken, and I can feel my ankles swelling as we speak. Okay, so that's the second fall in the first pass from Dimitris. He is going to now get to the top end of the lake, coming near me, where I get a little bit of a hello to the boat, and then they disappear again. And then we're going to go back in action for his second run. And how many riders do we have? Is it 5 total? Yeah, 5 total. We're going to be on to Alex Drakos, who should be waiting on the dock. We've got Andy Kolb, you, Braz, Bailey Dunn. Wow, you kids have put in a shift. John Eckerman, who will be surfing later. Scotty Broom, chief judge, just on the dock, just managing and everything. Alex Gardner, once again, on the dock, looking after everybody as they get ready and take to the water. And Val Shaskov, who is the man behind uploading all the information to Rideline, which is where we are looking at right now. Okay, so if we scroll down, men's skim, let's have a little look. There we go. Just watched the results, so I now know who is the men's skim champion. And I believe the people in that group may not have looked just yet. Anyway, moving back to Dimitris and our men's surf. 14-29. So you can see now the wave has actually changed from what we had from George. I think, was it the sun? He may have jacked it up a little bit. George trying to get a little bit of a swerve on. Oh, he gets it. Yes, go on, George. Go on. Yes, yes. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Gets the 360. He's going to be buzzing. Don't you lose it now, son, after all the hard work. So that was beautifully done. Gets the drop knee. Taps that knee. That is all. He's looking a bit plum-tuckered out there. Oh, go on. Don't do a back-to-back 3. And did he just do the 6 guns are sexy and blow the smoke after that revolver let rip? I think he did. Back at you. Dimitris, killer. Nice work, sir. I mean, he had to come up with it because Alex, Ed, and Alex, who are still left to come, absolutely killing it yesterday, which is why they're our top 3 seeds. Let's see this 360 again. So we see with George, so he actually did it fairly stationary. Oh, no, he moved forward, so he's a little bit back, forwards. Oh, no, thought better of it. Bleeding the speed, then come forward. Big aggressive turn just to release those fins. Kind of did it in a one-banger. It wasn't up, stop, down, then drop into the tree. Almost trying to go for another toe side edge there again. I don't know how he made that happen. Drops the knee for the knee drop. That's in the space. And after that, he's happy as Larry. Yeah, he fires the gun, blows the smoke. That is class. I'm going to use that because you can use that even when you fall in. Brilliant. Great work from Dimitris. I think that is going to be all they wrote. So I wonder why they keep picking them up, because we could speed things along here a little bit if they just got him back in. Is that Greg Malone hanging out on the dock with our riders? He served really well earlier on today. Let's go back to those results just to have a little chickadee-doo-dah, chickadee check out. Where was it? We are on to men's surf 14-29 right now, is it? Men's skim, that was it. Oh, there we go. Just double checking where everybody came. Okay, great work from Nat Cat right now. He's a happy bunny, as well he might be. Great running from him. Let's go back to our running order. It should be Paniotis, or rather Alex Drakos. Is it Drakov or Drakos in Greek? I don't know. But if we have a little look at his profile while we are waiting for this cat to get back to the dog and to swap over, is he there? He'll be under Paniotis. So that's interesting. Alex here used to live in Ghana and has got a scar on his cheek from a snake bite that was living with him in Ghana. That's scary. Also, one of our Lolo Ski Center crew. So great to have a whole ream of these cats here with us. Are they sharing boards? No, he's got his own one this time. Alrighty. Panning out. You can see the vista, the heat haze across the land because it is hot to trot out there. Moving on to Alex and his final run. Up he goes, getting on out there. Alex Drakas getting his slash on with a Y. S-L-A-Y-S-H, because he got a... Okay, that's a work in progress as well. We'll come back to that. All right, Alex now getting in the flow straight away. Nice soft knees up and down the wave. This is what we like to see. This is surf style. Remember, we mentioned it before, but as I say all the time, as I keep repeating, because it bears repeating, so I'll bear repeating it. Surf style. It's different to skim style. We need a different flow. There is going to be a lot more aggressive maneuvers if you can come up with them. A little bit more amplitude if you can get above the lip. Just put an exclamation point on every maneuver because there is surf like that. Thank you, Alex. You could not have scripted that any better. Just hardcore, powering that back foot into the wave, then starting to show us a little bit of his finnage, so to speak, by getting that board up in the air, dropping back, fully double overhead barreled. Oh, the 360. He disappeared. So we can't quite see what was going on there. We're trying to give you a few multiples of angles. It's good to see from different angles, not just to the back of the boat. And in actual fact, you get a far better perspective from the side to see how far they're moving away from the boat and how big that wake is. So we catch the starting part of Alex's run. Nice bit of flow. Nice bit of flow indeed from Alex coming on in. Then he's starting to think about the three. Oh no, the air, the ollie at the bottom. So ollieing at the bottom as well as off the top of the lip. This is all about doing different things in different places on the wave and not everything in the same place. That was that big old slash, that big old cutback off the top of the wave. That was good as well. Nice bit of lippage action. And this is where the 360 kicks in. Now watch him. He works his way back so he can work his way forward. Doesn't base it about 180 right there, loses the board, so maybe he didn't get that fin release as he needed to. Back onto his second pass, and he's opting for a little bit of backhand action. No, that's not someone being aggressive with him. That is the side on which he is surfing with his heels and his back to... That's exactly what happens when you do a board slide on your heel side or backhand or backside side of the wave. It's a good trick to do, though. It's nice. Just turning the nose of the board over, but it's very easy to slip out. We talked about this a little bit before over the past few days. I say we, I mean me, and you've had to listen. But when you're surfing backside, it's very easy to just slip out on your heels, which is why, like that, which is why everyone starts off frontside, which is, it's very counter to anything we know from wakeboarding, where anything toe side is more difficult. whereas heel side is easier. And the reason for that is that you're leaning against the line on your heels with that handle right in front of you. To do the same on your toes on a wakeboard, you can't get that handle in the same position. So it's more difficult to leverage yourself against the line. However, when you're not attached to anything, when you're free riding, as in without the rope or not getting pulled, to be facing a wall, a bank, imagine leaning, walking up a hill. It's easier to be walking up on your toes than walking up backwards, and it's exactly the same on a wall. That was nice, Alex. Much more visible, and much more daylight between. Even better, and then a nose cleaner. Oh, that is gutting, because that's his second fall in that second run. He was doing so well. He needed to get that 3 when all of the other bits were coming together. He was getting air. He was doing some ollies off the lip and ollies in the flat, some nice turns. He just needed those technical maneuvers, which eluded him. And that is a shame. So Alex is done now, I believe, as we watch the replay. That's a shame. He kind of needed to pop off the wake and out to get his chest back over the wave as opposed to be bent over into the wave. That is a shame. Just a few of our onlookers taking shade under one of our many gazebos lining the shore of Lake, is it Picos or Pitos? Not Picos, that's Corey Picos, the trick skier. Here at Bodeski. And hello again. You're joining us at the near end of our men's surf 40 to 29, and it is Team UK on the water. Ed Slater. Hi, Alex. Come and say hello, quick. This is our dock marshal. She's the one who's been down there looking after everybody on the dock, as she does at many a WW event and the world over. Yes, got my grilled chicken. I'm set, baby. Thank you. Who's manning the dock, Alex? Get back down there. All right. Wakesurf Windermere on the water in the form of Ed Slater. So, yes, the bottom turn. I do love that. I get a little bit too excited about a bottom turn. Ed Nodshire getting a flying squirrel. That's that rocket air. Gets the 360. And the amazing thing about Ed's riding is, one, just his style is just really aggro, which I love. A lot of intensity. But he blends one trick into the other. It's not trick, wait, set up. It's all part of one seamless flow. So there was a little pause because he was thinking of something else, which is that the more difficult way. Oh, there was so much going on there. So that is the more difficult way of doing the varial. If you come up on your toes, and then you try and varial at the top to land with your other foot forward so that you're going to be coming down on your heels. We've already talked about, as we saw with Alex, it's much easier to slip out on your heels. The safer way of doing the varial is to go up on your heels and then turn and then come down on your toes, because you're going to get away with a lot more. So we'll see that right now. So the air into the 360. So the air 90, finishing toe side off. Love that lip slide, how he sends it past 90. There, pauses into a floater. Then the front side 180, then that shove, but doesn't get enough of a shove on to bring the nose of the board back round to where it can meet his left foot, his front foot. Good first pass, though. I mean, as compared to what we've seen before, there was an awful lot going on there. We've only had one rider do a 360. Ed dropping some big old airs, or launching some big old airs, rather. And if you're in the UK, if you're watching this, and you want someone to coach you wake surfing, you could do a lot worse than this cat. I know that I wonder whether Tony and crew are watching. So Tony, Ed's business partner, also running Windermere Wake Surfing. They rock. They've got an S23, I believe, or is it an S21? Either or. Beautiful Nautique boat. Long-standing partners with Nautique. So them being here is very on brand. Hello to our crew joining us. So just an M. Ride the wave like a shark, Draco. Love it. And Dan Sham and Achilles Martinez all with us. The rest of you out there, would you drop a comment or two, please? All right, Ed into his second run. I think it's getting a bit excitable as I'm having my third wind. He goes a bit of hello sailor off the top of that wave, ollieing at the bottom. Oh, that was a big pop off the top. Then just launching the fins out of the water. That was more like a 3. He got way more airtime, way more rotation on that one, which the judges will love. Oh, that board nearly took his shins out. Yeah, I mean, that's the issue with doing shoves on a surf style board. You've got to get so much more height before you can even think about rotating that board, or it just gets stuck, which is what happened to Ed right there. Let's have a little replay of the start of this run. There's the yellow sailor. Ollie at the bottom, lots of air there. Popping out the top as well. Love that. Just smashing the tail out of the water. That was good as well, popping into that. Almost 270 with a 90 on the water. Here it is. Now let's just see how much he ollies it. Yeah, it just got caught on the water. He needed to either, I mean, I can't do those, but just knowing how shoves work from my wake skating days, and knowing how much more difficult would it be when you got 2.5 inch hook fins there. A little bit of judo air from Ed to start. Rope has gone. He's back in action. He's got a little bit of time left to pile the pressure on the remaining riders. Love that. Front sub 180. No one else is doing it like that. So they might hop a 180 or do it at the bottom. No, he needed that shove. He needed that shove. That's frustration for Ed. That is indeed. With just one more rider left, this is Alex Hudkins. Now, Ed has by no means left the door wide open. Perhaps a little bit ajar in that one small department, the tech department on the skate style tricks, the skim style tricks. Everything surf-wise, I think, was there in plentiful amounts. Maybe riding backside, maybe a little bit of that, but he was focusing on that one area and just wanting to get that shove in. So he tried the shove with the fins in front, didn't work. Then he tried the 3 shove at the end of the first pass, and then again. Really, really tough. Really tough. Just down to Alex now. We'll soon have the results. Straight after this, the results will be up, so we know who our first European champions are. If you have a little look at the Ride Line app, all of the finals that we've had so far, let's have a little look at those finals. We've had junior boys skim, junior boys surf, beginner men's surf, men's skim 40s, pro men's still to come. So in the middle of, there is some big air from Alex. Taking his time, so a little bit more mellow in his approach. Ollie frontside 180 or air frontside 180. Not quite. It is an ollie, but it's an ollie out the top. It's using the wave to launch himself. Gets that grabbed ollie north, then back in the pit. This is looking really good. Oh, I mean, beautiful dismount. Can't ignore that. So, so far, I mean, I think level pegging's through that. Both Ed, and I know I'm talking about this like the only competition here is between Ed and Alex, but I just think from what we saw from Ed, unofficially, of course, it's different when you're a judge. I've said that before, but I've got to keep on making sure I repeat that. From the amount that Ed put into that run, I would say that he's ahead of the rest of the riders in this category. And from what we're seeing early from Alex, it looks like Alex is the one to beat, and that's where they came out in the qualifying rounds. They were top 2 seeds. So Alex taking an early fall. Ed's fall was only at the very end of his pass. And that was the fall from Alex. So that backside sort of 3, not many surfers out there, we'll see it in the pros, are actually doing a full air 3. They're often launching it and landing at 90 and doing 270, or landing at 180, or landing at 270 and just finishing off the last 90. So what is Alex going to do here? He might as well throw something at the end. And that's what we're seeing. That was the full 180. So air 180, then 180 off the back of it. Missing the shove. He was going for a back big. I mean, that would be tasty if he came up with that. I mean, one shove and a bunch of other aerials and maybe another air from Alex could be enough to squeeze him ahead of Ed. But then he's still got to come up with it. There's still the issue of a landing in competition, which is often always the issue. You can do it all day long in practice. 100 360s back to back. Not that I'm speaking from personal experience or anything. Wow, did the tone of my voice change then somewhat? All right, Alex Hudkins going in for just a little Fred Astaire mid-air. We are back in play. Final rider, final pass of the finals. Here are the finals day, super finals day of this Nautique European Wake Surf and Foil Championships. So this is the one differentiation here. Alex has gone for some backside airs right there. So he's surfing on his heels on the other side of the wave. Him and Ed both left foot forward, both regular riders. So it's an easy comparison for the judges to make there. That was nice. The front side air. Just hopping and landing, then spinning out the rest. Oh, exactly as we saw on the front hand wave. Doing that kind of grab dolly north, that front foot coming out. Then the same kind of ollie out the top, the airing out the top. Oh, getting a bit of turn in there as well. So the same that you would see on your front side, popping up and rotating, squaring off to the boat, this time squaring backside. So for that, I'm not sure whether there's a different name to that, but ollie, air, and then that's the end of his run. So that's a clean second run for Alex. Wow, incredible stuff from him. Well done to all of those guys in that category. That is their finals done. They're going to be seeing who comes where in the Europeans very shortly, because our judges, Andy, Grease, Bailey, been very, very on it this weekend. We're going to move on to the final for the men's surf 40. So those boys who started the day, who have already had a skim final, are going to be back in action. We already saw them all, getting more bang for the buck. Val, Raymond, Scotty, Craig, how are they going to fare? As we watch Alex ride out his run, I'm going to get into my grilled chicken. Sure I am. I mean, I love, right, if you guys have not ridden on the other side of the wave, so on your heels, it is more difficult. I definitely suggest, if you're riding skim style, stick a bigger fin in, or grab a skim style that has the option of extra fins. So 3 fins to the back is really useful when you're learning to surf on the other side of the wave on your heels. Surf style board with a twin fin, very, very twitchy. A lot of fun, but too twitchy to be learning that side. So 3 fin setup is the ideal. Go back to the beginner board. Get your big Primo, or whatever it is. Get your big beginner board, but a skim style, not a surf style board. A big board, nice and fast, 3 fins at the back. Get yourself surfing on the other side of the wave. And then what you want to be doing is surfing right foot forward, then surfing right foot forward on your heels, then surfing your other foot forward, rather, whichever foot you are, then surfing your comfortable foot forward on your toes, but with the fins at the front. And then repeat that process so you cover every single base, because then you cover every position that you could possibly be in to then learn the next trick. And those are the building blocks that will help you get to those next tricks. Meanwhile, it's the old boys back in town, Men Surf 40 Plus. Val Shaskov, oh, Val, just missing his spot, losing the pocket, losing the push relatively early on. He'll be back in action. Here we go with Al. Riding the communal Lomond wakeboard surfboards once again. So that is one of those boards, the pod, the twin fin, and we got a few of them. Kanuka here as well, and I know a few other brands. So wanted to make sure we give them that shout out, and also giving a shout out to the sponsors as we work our way through. I will do a few more checks on that as I look at their biogs. This is nice from Val, getting out the top. No. The problem with surf style boards is they aren't actually, depending on the board, of course, because they all vary, compared with skim boards, which are really, really flat. Surf style boards have a little bit more rocker to them, and rocker always slows a board down. They bog a little bit, but they are better in the turn. You get more of those aggressive turns possible when you have a little bit more rocker compared with a skim style board, which is flat, but it means they are that little bit slower. So with a surf style board, if you drift that little bit further back, it's going to mean that you're likely to drift out of the pushing power spot, the power zone, a little bit easier. The counter to that is that surf style boards have that little bit more buoyancy, so you're riding a little bit higher. But generally speaking, skim style boards are a little bit faster. Thruster, surf style board, that's 3 fins at the back. That might you go to if you wanted to have a go at surf style for the first time, and all you've been using at this moment have been just using those beginner boards, the big boards that aren't surf style, that aren't quite skim style. They've got 3 fins, but maybe not hook fins, 3 smaller ramp fins, and you want to pick one or the other. Then get yourself on a skim board with a big fin, not a hook fin, but a big old 2-point inch or something. And then also try a surf style board, but with 3 fins. 3 fins is a good way to go. Or you've got the quad setup, so the 2 hook fins and then the little stubbies, the quattros. Lots of surf style boards have that particular setup. All right, here we go with Val No. Val falling halfway along, getting a little bit into his run, almost finding his flow, but still time enough for him to get stuck back in. Here we see Val starting off his second run. Just trying to get a little bit more movement out of that board. What it looks like to me with Val is that he's doing a lot of movement off his back foot. What you find with people learning to surf is that you are more back foot heavy surfing than you are than you are wakeboarding. Wakeboarding, you want to be even. You don't want to be favoring your back foot. Surfing, you will be a little bit more on your back foot, especially if you're on a boat where the wake is not quite as big, so you'll be surfing closer to the back of the boat and you'll be braking. Just make sure you move too far forward. But when you're putting turns in, it's very easy to always put turns in through your back foot. So every time you do anything, you're breaking the board, whereas you want to try, and that's good from Val. That was a turn, losing his front foot. It was good. Blame that on me, Val, but he was starting to push down on his front foot to gain on the boat. So always pushing forward and forward and forward with everything that you're doing. Obviously, if you're getting too close to the boat, then you have to get the brakes on. With everything that you want to do, you want to be moving with the boat, moving forward and just driving that boat, the board down the line. Here we go. Hard to miss. Raymond Kolhoon blending into the background nicely. About to take on his surf style event. Just 4 riders in this men's 40-plus surf category, which means just one person is going to be missing out on the podium, which is a little tough. Val doing right by our sponsors. Raymond Kolhoon of the clan Kolhoon of Scotland Nautique, one of our worldwide dealers, obviously, for Scotland, surprisingly, as well as the worldwide super yacht industry. You see him just asking for the wave to go up to 3 there, just needing a little bit more push. The legs are done already. Now he's back in the pocket. Now he can have at it. Yeah, getting the tail out. There we can see the size of that wave as Raymond sort of disappears behind it. Nicely done. Is he going to be thinking about a nose over or a tail out or a 3 right at the end of this contest run? Oh, he's going to do the switcheroo. So Raymond likes to raise his hand in the air. Now he needs to get moving. Doink. When his body got over, the board did not. Yeah, he needed a little bit more momentum moving forward so that then he can attack that wave on his toe side edge. Lovely little tail release, fin release for Raymond. That's his first fall done. I can hear the boat just moving on to the end of the lake, ready to turn around and head back towards the dock while we watch the replay. Let's have a little look at this switcheroo. Now, I don't think Raymond was as clear as he could have been. He's telling John, who I think is driving, right, I'm going to do the switch, but usually you count down with your fingers or you raise your hand in the air, but he's just shouting. And it was fairly instantaneous. You see how quickly that wave can change with the NSS, with the surf system that we have with Nautiques. having a little conflab with John about the settings. Now, this whole switcheroo thing would be really helpful for Raymond, the old crossing the weights, the weight transfer, because as of yet, no one's actually managed to secure one in this category, either in skim or in surf. And Raymond actually, it's surprising that he hasn't got one yet, because I know that he can do it quite well. And I'm not sure how much Scotty and Greg have done it. Here we go. There we go. And claims it. Then he's going to get a bit of backhand surfing going on. I'd imagine that Raymond is going to try and go back across. Don't you lose the wave. You melt. He can get back up on that side and give it another go. I think there's still some time left in the scoring zone. Let's see this done beautifully. So this time, Raymond being a bit clearer with the signal and when to go. Starts far back. Starts moving forward and then goes. Drives the edge before the weight disappears. Just moves smoothly. Didn't need to wait on the top. Once the surf system swaps sides, it's only a split second before it forms on the other side. So as long as you get off the one side while that weight's still clean, like just before it folds, you'll be in a good spot. Oh, he's not got much time left. It's going to have to be a quick one. Oh, he went a bit too soon. He didn't give a clear signal to John Ackerman. So John was playing catch-up with the switcheroo. That would have actually counted as well. He was in the scoring zone. Amazing job from Raymond. Hasn't by any means made it easy for Scotty and for Greg, who are still left to follow in this category. Just the wave hadn't formed. He was already in the mush beyond it. He went a little bit too soon, so that is tough for Mundo. Damn, I want to be out there serving with these guys. They were threatening about me trying to get in there, and it's like half-mile hike to get back down to the dock, so that was never going to happen. There's Scotty, just holding court with himself, waiting for getting in the zone, waiting for the communal board to be passed back. Let's see if you guys are out there hanging with us. Few of you watching, none of you actually listen to me and joining in the chat. And I know you. I'm literally been asking you guys here at Bodeski, watching this right now. You're listening to me right now. And I've asked you several times to put a comment in the chat. And I'm going to walk down there after this event and look you all in the eye. And you'll know and I'll know that you haven't acquiesced to my demand. So that'll be on you, okay? You'll have to live with that. Back to the surfing action. There is our little conclave of surfers waiting in the wings, in the shade, ready to go. Scotty doesn't like a deep water start, likes a dog start. And why the hell not? Great work from Raymond. Skim style was his preferred option. That is where Raymond has won the last couple of Europeans that he has entered at in this category. It is not going to remain the same this year in skim, but which way will it go in surf? Boom. Lovely start from John. Lovely start from Scotty. We are away with the scoring action. Straight away, Scotty showing us that surfing flair. The double hook. Oh, That big 6'3" of meat out there, because he is a big lad. No, no, no. Straight away with the 3. I was going to say, taller riders in any sport, it gives them more opportunity to have a really cool look, as in you've got more body to use in terms of the way you throw yourself around on a board or whatever sport you're doing. But it can also mean that you've got more body to make it not look as good. But Scotty's one of those riders that he holds that 6'3" very, very well and always look the coolest on a wakeboard. Somehow just used to get his knees around his ear rolls, just grabbing absolutely every single invert and trick he used to do. Like way easier than anybody else, considering what a big guy he is. And that same style is brought to the surfing straight away. It's lovely to watch. Hi, how you doing? I'm looking at you guys. Yeah, all of you guys in the gazebo right now who I've asked to drop at least one comment. Just one. It could just be a thumbs up, just an emoji. So you're there happy, using my voice for entertainment, but you won't help on my comments on my tube. So that'll be on you. Right, go back to the action. Done talking to them. Only messing, kind of. Right, Scotty, back in the game. Falling on the 3, he's definitely going to need that because Greg Malone, main man from Nautique, is rather handy on the surf style as well. There, we like that. The floater, the ollie on. Both Greg and Scotty pretty handy just the moving around on a board. The surf. Oh, yes, just a little bit of air releasing that fin. So the fin release into that front side slide. Get back in, Scotty. Oh, that was a good one. That was a really good one. No flailing, nice and clean. There we go. So I reckon, Scotty, you got to serve a little bit of backside. Maybe he's thought of that. Lovely bit of action, loads of variety. One trick, one maneuver blending into the other. No real stop and start. That was beautifully done. No flailing either, so no winding at the windows. And then straight back into his maneuvers and then out of the scoring zone. That is tied. In terms of flow, the judges will love it. Technicality, got the 3 in there. Other technical things, I mean, only minute things that maybe to the uninitiated you might not see because it's not as obvious as launching an air, but him just getting that fin release where he actually pops into the fin release as opposed to slides into it. Very cool indeed. Oh, it's the switcheroo straight away. And he gets it. Oh my gosh, that could be a clincher. Can he pump? Is he just about hanging on? It looked like he was in the right spot then. I mean, and you've got to make a call because if you hang on and hang on and hang on, just on the edge of staying on that wave, then you're just eating in all of your real estate in which to rack up the points. So you might as well take the fall. I thought he'd made that. I thought he was in the pocket. So I think bar doing another 360 because he's already got that in the bank. I mean, there's no harm in doing that. And then the judges kind of just accumulate. It's slightly different with surfing. And the judges will adjust their parameters and what they look for dependent on the level of the riding within that particular group, in that particular division. So in the pros are repeating tricks. They're not going to give them credit for it. But in this category, if you do a couple of 3s, you probably get a little bit of credit for it. Not the same for both, but a little bit. Scotty getting the air in. He's running out of time. Get moving, get moving. Oh. Yes. Go back the other way, Scotty. Or is he out the scoring zone? There it is. Surfs off into glory. So managing to get the switcheroo right at the end there. Timed it perfectly. If we watch that replay, be good to watch it. You'll see that he actually gets up and over the wave he was surfing, the front hand wave. The left, just as it crumbles. It just crumbles just after him. I thought he kind of left it too late. I send a count down, and as I'm hitting go, whichever go that is, I'll start moving. So here it is, just getting a little bit of air, floater, getting the tail out. That was nice. Now he's stationary here and goes straight into it. Wants to lip curl just after he lifts it, just gets out of it before it gets closed out on him. but timed it perfectly. Couldn't have been more perfect. Nice work, Scotty Broom. Does anybody call Greg Malone Captain Fantastic with that silver streak in his hair? I think we should start. I can do that from afar when he's not listening. Just don't tell him. Oh no, Greg Malone feeling the pressure from the WWA contest director, Scotty Broom. So Greg absolutely slayed it yesterday in the surf category. Just beautiful all round. And having a wobble early on is not going to help. I'm going to let you all out into a little secret out there. I don't know whether anybody in the dock's listening, and I don't know whether Scotty's actually seen, but as he's making his way back to the dock, hopefully he's not listening to this. So Scotty has won the skim style category. Raymond came second, and I forget who came third. I think it might have been Greg third. At the moment, Greg is the top seed, Scotty second, and Raymond third. So I wonder if it's going to be a full switcheroo. It would be awesome if Greg could take the top spot. Of course it would, having this guy who leads from the front in terms of what Nautique are all about. We've been having these conversations non-stop about everything that's going on. He was telling me about the regatta in Canada. Corey, I've just seen your message, and he was just telling me how awesome it is. Nautique do these regattas across the US for all their customers. Oh no, Greg, what are you doing? What are you doing? I mean, the worst possible scenario here, Greg, would that be you get beaten by Raymond, because I've been there. It's not a pleasant place to be. Raymond's not feeling. Greg's not feeling it. And sometimes when you get on a wake surfer, and the thing that you're not attached to, because on a wakeboard you're attached to, your feet are in exactly the same place all the time, so you're minimizing the variables. And even though you put your feet in the same place on a surfer, sometimes when you get on the water, it just doesn't feel right. And I wonder if Greg's having one of those moments. Bit frustrating for him. He's put the pressure on a little bit. He's got to pack it all in. If he gets a 360, if he does all of the combining of maneuvers that he did yesterday, and maybe a switcheroo, like he can't really afford to take a fall because then he'll just run out of space, and he needs all of that space to pack in the tricks to make up for the fact that that first pass was not as it should have been. Anyway, I mean, I was just saying it was great to have Greg out here full stop, and for him to take top spot would be pretty special as well, because in terms of what Nautique are, he leads from the front, just creating, along with his team, loads of events like this, like the European Masters, like the way in which he supports Ricardo and these guys at Border Ski, and many other centres. The fact that Nautique sponsor the WWA Wake Park Worlds along with the Boat Worlds speaks volumes about the brand that they are. They understand that while they're not necessarily making any money in terms of selling boats directly out of sponsoring a cable event, they understand that cable is very much part of everything that we do. And so why not just promote all of it? If we get someone on a cable who's never wakeboarded before, then we've got a good chance of getting them to try out a boat. And it works the other way around as well. So that's just the sort of brand that Nautique are. And these regattas, there's one coming up in Canada that there's an outside chance I might be going to. Really hope my wife's not listening because I haven't broached that with her yet. And they sound incredible. They have charity auctions. There we go. That's the Greg we know. Okay, we'll get back to the regatta in a moment. Let's focus right here and now on Nautique main man. Yes, that's it. Okay, he's back in the zone. He's got to get moving, though. He can't stop. He's got only so much time in which to impress these judges. Oh, is he going to do the switcheroo? He's going to do the switcheroo. Oh, he's left that late. No, he hasn't. Timed that perfectly. If he gets another one in now, this could set the cat among the pigeons. Some backside serving. So Scotty didn't get any time backside. He certainly didn't get any airs. He's going to go back across. Oh, could this be a last-minute flurry? Oh, no. That last switcheroo could have shut the door on Scotty. It really could have done. And could have made their judges' lives a lot easier. But I wonder, I mean, Scotty did more because he had less balls. So he did more. He actually got more tricks done. A few nose overs, a few ollies. They both have done, like technically, they've both done the same technically difficult tricks. The three, the switcheroo. Greg has got the add-on of a little bit of surfing time on the other side of the wave, on a backhand wave, and he gets this little air as well. In a moment, watch this. Coming in. Yes, we saw the fins. So Scotty didn't have one of those. That's going to be a tough call between those two. I mean, with that, I'm going to put Raymond in third. And let me give the caveat, as always, this is all completely unofficial. It's totally different when you're in the boat judging, when you're breaking it down, and there's three of you looking at it. So this is just my cursory glance on what I see. And to be honest, my memory's like a goldfish. My mind's like a sieve. So don't take anything I say seriously at all. I think any of you who've been listening to me any amount of time will have gathered that by now. But that is our men's surf, 40 plus, all done and dusted. Great job from all of them. Now, does that look like there's a little break? Because there's no surface on the water. Surface down on the dock. So could we make, let's have a little look. Couple of minute hold. All right, just heard from those guys. And that will give me a chance to plug my laptop in and eat the rest of my grilled chicken. Guys, we'll be right back with you after the break. Well done to all of our most experienced legends category in that surf. We are going to be back with you. Where even are we? We are going to be back with you with the final. There we go. The final of the open foil straps. Open foil straps? So yeah, our foiling action is going to be right after the break. We'll be right back with you. Sit tight.
This my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time. I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing, and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be. So really good.
and it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent, and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them on in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Saying you goodbyes, saying no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really, really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very, very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent, and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
We are straight into the strapped foil final action, and Drenan is our first man on the water. So we're going to rail through. Oh, my word. Go on. No, Drew. really doesn't feel like it's been Drew's weekend at all. Just those tricks, those maneuvers on both skim and surf and foil that I know because I've seen it. I've been witness to it. Haven't spent a little bit of time with him when he came over and joined us over in Scotland for his sins up at Loch Lomond with us. He is handy, man, and it doesn't feel like it's quite been coming together. So, hey, that is just the first fall. Right at the start of his run, he's got plenty of time to sort the rest of his 2 passes out. So just 3 riders in this strapped version of the foil event. Drew, our first man out, followed by Alex Hudkins. Oh, yeah, some serious height. Thought he got lost in it, but that's the beauty of these foils. They can just get that drive from nowhere. Go on, Drew. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Go on. Get out of there. Yes, yes. Ah, saves it. Look at that. Out in that buttery calm water of the shores here at Buria Ski. Just about in time on that first run. Almost getting lost in the wave right there. I mean, the ideal is, of course, from the judge's point of view, to see them land cleanly. The board submerging and them salvaging it, it's like the equivalent of a butt check, of hands in water, of just a wobbly ride away from anything. If you can land and have minimal contact of the deck of the board with the water, so you're straight back into the foil and moving and flowing again, then that's going to stand you in really good stead. In terms of your composition, your execution, which is the other element that we haven't touched on when I've been speaking about all of this, you've got intensity, composition, execution, roughly speaking. Wakeboard events get broken down into multiples of different areas. WWA have this thing called the drive format, the D, the R, IV, and the E, all standing for particular parts of elements that judges are wanting to see. But you're pretty much looking at technical difficulty, variation of each trick, the composition of each trick, and how they compare throughout the entire runs that you put together. And then how well it's executed. That's kind of it. Amplitude and aggression, and yeah. So that's the same for pretty much all subjectively judged sports. And this, Drew, going for an air right here, fairly standard trick. We're just not seeming to... Yeah, so he launched, and the launch was good, but didn't have enough forward momentum and actually drifted back, ending up in a really soft part of the wave. You need to be landing on the face with some forward momentum, and the way in which you're angling that foil will help you catch some momentum. If the foil is angled up as you land, then that's only going to slow you down. If it's angled flat or slightly down, then that's when the foil dynamics work and the water dynamics of it are such that it will propel it forward, but not when it's pointing up. That's immediately going to slow you down. Drew just taking it easy now. Going to wind himself up to something. He's going to need a 3 in there at least. That's more like it. See how the foil landed pointing down with the wave. So even though the foil's riding low at the moment, the foil is riding. There is flight there. If he gets out of that, come on, Drew. Go, 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 go. Wow, how on earth he saved that. Once again, the magic of these foils. They are really miracle bits of kit. Not going to get out of that one, and that is a second fall on the second pass right at the end of the course. So Drew managing to pull it around a little bit there, falling first on that back roll, then riding it out and getting the back roll, the true back flip or the back roll, whichever way you want to call it, on a foil. Falling really early, just on a straight air at the start of his second run, which would definitely cause anyone's shoulders to slump, as we saw right there. That was it. So it's been tough. It's not been plain sailing for Drew this weekend at all. I mean, whenever is it plain sailing at a competition with this level of riding involved, with this caliber of riders? It's not plain sailing, but at least you would want the things that you can do to be rolling off your tongue, as it were, out on the water, or the equivalent of the foiling version of that. So Drew managing to rack up a couple of manoeuvres in there. Perhaps not the flow and the smoothness and the technicality and the execution he was after, but he's been job done. Bar has been set. Passing it over to Alex Hudkins, who is about to go. Yes, Alex, up and away. That foil taking flight with literally 0 speed. If any of you out there have not yet tried foiling and fancy giving it a go, I mean, at this level, it looks fairly intense and fairly full on. Yeah, you don't want to be flinging that foil up in the air and around your head when you first start. But just that, the carving, the surfing on a foil, the fact that on a boat you can foil on a much, much smaller wake. And even on the big wake, look how much wider you can go. And that's just a perfect example. Alex launching in air. Much cleaner than the flip that we saw from Drew. Tail grab. Sometimes it does get a little bit scarily close to the boat because those wings just take off and fire you forward. Yes. Getting the weddle grab, tweaking the board, so a little front side turn, 90 degrees, front hand between the toes and the toe side edge. No way is he getting out of that. Yes, he is. Man, that's mental. A quick adjustment of the straps. So the backside 3, then whips that back foot out. Did that without me even noticing. Alex Hudkins, that is a tight first run indeed. So yeah, a little bit of submersion of the board on a couple of the maneuvers, but all in all, that'll do. That'll do. Yeah, gets right out of it. Just gets that, even though the board and foil came down at the same time on that backflip. So the nose of the board touched just as the wing hit the water. The wing was at the right angle to swoop underneath him and just drive him forward. So it was coming down at an angle. The movement of the foil against the water starts to give it lift and just gives you that propulsion forward, which is why he got out of it. There again, we see, didn't quite make the full 360. The board, the wing, actually did about 270, but got enough around to be able to do it. And then that was really clean, that 1-footer. Okay, back into the second pass. For Alex, having to work a little hard then, just landing a bit deep in the mush. Did he just do both grabs there? I think that was stale fish and weddle at the same time, I think. Looking for the rocket air, which is both hands on the nose of the board. There he goes. Goes for the second attempt and nails it that time. A little bit of adjustment on the straps. Yes, get on. That's what we like. What's happening here? Oh, what? Oh, into the change. That would have been dope. I wonder whether he just run that by John. Looking at the way you're actually changing, or Raymond, the way you're actually changing it goes across, it wouldn't have mattered either way in terms of the surf side shifting. Loving it up until that point. Well, loving that particular trick as well. Let's see that last thing. So these are a few more of his airs. The rocket air. And then this is the one where he properly drives the board. So goes up, gains all the propulsion and the speed, gets his pump on, gets that speed back in, pumps it out a little bit harder. So I wonder whether there was a conversation about the wave side changing, and perhaps maybe, I mean, that'd be amazing to do, just get out wide and then blast across and land on the wave on the other side, which I'm sure Alex has done before. Something different I've not seen before. Love the improv, love the variety of it. Is he still pumping away? Oh no, the breach! It was almost there. So I think he was out of the scoring zone. That was just a showstopper, but that's our penultimate rider in this strap foil class. Hello. How y'all doing? Still no comments. Checking this again. Okay, we're going to go back to a few replays. But in fact, we're going to get to Noah, who is going to be out next and rounding off this strapped foil category. Let's have a little look what we got next. So the pro skim, I didn't actually look at the results, so I'm going to need someone to message me to tell me what those top 2 spots are from the pro skim to join Olivier Skokiet, Noah Flegel, Lee Height, and John Ackerman. Okay, so this is new. That is not Noah Flegel in the strapped category, so what I need to do... This is, let's go right to the foil. Oh, is this Alex Hudkins? This is Alex Hudkins, I believe, and I got the last name of that rider wrong. I'm so sorry. Where has he gone? There he is. So this is Alex. This is Alex Hudkins. It was Chad Carlson before. I do apologise to Chad. Should definitely know your name by now, dude. After a couple of days of you doing this thing for me, and a fall right there on the replay from Alex. So my running order is a little bit skew whiff here. So this is Chad Carlson and. Yeah, my bad, everybody. I apologise. Looking at the wrong part of my running order. So we just had Simon Nicholas Boucher out there. Alex Hudkins on now. Chad Carlson still to follow. And Alex going unfortunately falling on a couple of back rolls running that run. We've still got to get through Noah Flegel. Yeah, I was looking at the open foil category. Drew Drenan at the start of both of them. That's what messed me up, and an Alex in there as well. I apologise massively to Simon Nicholas Boucher, who was out there absolutely killing it. So, yeah, you can come and give me a slap about the chops when I see you next, Simon. I do apologise. Anyway, back to the conclave, watching the action. Team Nautique Spain right there. Abel boys. Hey, Abel boys. How you doing? And the crew all watching the action on the live stream, as well as casting an eye over on the water as well. We are mid-foil strapped version of the foiling activity discipline, i.e. they're attached to that board, hence all of this aerial activity that we are paying witness to. It has been Drew Drenan already gone. Simon Nicholas Boucher has just run, and he had an absolute killer run, doing some crazy, crazy stuff. Alex Hudkins is on the water now. Chad Carlson and Noah Flegel to follow. That was more for my clarity rather than anybody else's. And that is Alex, who is just getting to the end of the first pass, taking a couple of falls in that pass, which is unfortunate. He's got a lot of making up to do. He's going to want to find himself a place in the top 3. All right, now I've got my head on straight. There's been a lot of talking, okay? I've got cabin fever up here. Everyone give me a break. I mean, you shouldn't really give me a break. One job, get names right. Anyway, we're back in the game with Alex Hudkins. Our third rider off the dock in this 5-man final of our strapped-in foiling class. 360 is the undoing, and we are wing up in the air. Is that the equivalent to a twin boot release and bindings pointing up in the air right there? So the 360 looked good. He actually looked really nice in pencil straight. I mean, pencil straight is probably not what he was going for, but I mean, he was very on axis. So we're going to see that from the side once again. Carving it up, tearing it up, building up a little bit of speed. That was nice. The slob grab, front hand, toe side edge, in front of front foot. Here's the 360. Clawing in those straps just to make sure they don't release, because that would be awful mid-spin. It looked like he landed. Maybe he actually overcooked it. We can't see what angle he landed at, but the spin was so perfect in the air in terms of him being balanced and on axis that maybe he over-rotated. To under-rotate on a foil would actually make more sense. We've seen that with some of those backside rotations. You see it in surfing where they'll go up and they'll do the backside 3 and they'll land at 270 and just push it round. You can kind of do that with the foil as well. But if you over-rotate it, then it's taking you past the point of no return. I think that maybe is what happened with Alex there. Lovely mini method. Air. Oh, that is clean. That is the cleanest we've seen so far in terms of back rolls. Amplitude, maybe not as high, but cleanliness, execution, nicely done. There's that front side 3. Are we going to go backside? Yes, we are. Gets out of the hole. I wonder whether he snaked that in. And then see you later, guys. I'm just going to pump my way into the dock. And that is Alex Hudkins' job done. So the first pass, not all that, unfortunately for him. Frustratingly so for him. But that second pass, wow. Now Chad Carlson is about to give it some beans. Our next foiler waiting on the dock. Here we see a little replay of some of the action. Some minimal contact with the deck of the board, the foil board right there. It was all foil. If you can catch any of these aerials and keep the board in the air, personally for me, I think that's, I've never judged foiling. But as far as showing control and execution and precision, that to me would be the epitome of it. If you're foiling, and the board's never touching. Just whatever you do, the board is not touching. Even if the board is, the foil is low in the water and the board is close to the surface of the water, keeping that board in the air and keeping yourself flying, that to me would be the essence of foiling. I mean, as well as the flow. Love that little tweak. Grabs it indie and then just pulls that board round into a bottom turn, nice and wide. Rocket air, super solid. Love that. Full indie right the way around. A little snowboard flavor from that frontside 3 of Chad. Getting a little bit corked as well on that. This is really clean from Chad so far. Can he keep it? Oh, my word. I think that's about the cleanest back roll as well. We saw very little plumage of water kicking up on that landing, which would suggest that it was all foil taking the... Oh, no. Just gets released out of those fins, hopefully nowhere near the foil. So going for the foily bird, the whirly bird, the back mobe, whatever you want to call it. Here's the rocket air, just tucking that front knee so it gets the board nice and tucked up underneath you. I mean, grabs in any sport, any board sport, you need that board tucked up to you. Bringing the board to your hands as opposed to bending over and reaching for the board is always the way. That too, I think there was a little melon grab, just pushing that board around. Now we're going to cut to the side view. This is going to be the back roll. Watch. Yeah, the plume of water only kicked up where the foil kicked in. I didn't see anything kick up from where the board was. And here is the foily bird. Oh, he overcooked it. He actually got so much rotation that he came around a little bit too much. As with any of the spins that we've been seeing, to under-rotate is better because the swing weight of that wing and that mast coming round will bring it round straight. But if you go past the point where you want to get to, the swing weight will carry it on past the point where you want to get to, so it'll overcook it, and that's exactly what happened with Chad there. Kind of went past the point, and he couldn't get that wing back underneath him. The momentum of that big old metal thing underneath him, well, let's say carbon thing, I'm sure it probably is, carbon thing underneath him, causing the issue. So we've got a couple of riders. We got a couple of riders riding Armstrong, I think the last two boys. I believe that's what the stripe setup is there as well. I think Noah, is he on lift? I'm not quite sure. Let's have a little look to see. So if I go out to here, Chad Carlson riding Ossa foil boards. Wonder what the wing is. But maybe it's the wing as well. So Ossa is the board that he's riding. Yeah, that's an Armstrong foil setup, but the Ossa boards are the guys that support him. Little method for Chad. Stalefish as well, just pushing the tail of the board out. Here comes the 1-footer. Nicely done, getting plenty of time in the air to get that foot back. Now trying to get that foot back, just lowering the wing in the water so you're a little bit more stable while he wiggles those feet about. I mean, even doing that on a foil board is wobbly enough. There again, hucked it way too hard. Amazing, though. And I think that's the end of the run. Oh, no, actually, there might be a little bit of time for Chad. You know what I could do with you people on the chat? Maybe anybody out there who knows skate could just give me a down low on what these 1-footers are called when you grab hold of the board. I know a Benihana, but I think that's grabbing the tail of the board and sticking your rear leg forwards. Or maybe that's a Benihana. Benihana. Here we go with the foily bird. Yeah, same again. Just got way too much rotation. The board and the wing and the body were all cranked over way past where he wanted to get to. All right, just checking. A Benihana is a skateboarding trick that involves an ollie where the skater grabs the tail of the board with their backhand while extending their front foot and kicking the back foot off the board. It's a 1-footed tail grab, and the front foot is stretched out across the board. Oh, going for the Benihana once again. Not the Benihana, I'm getting confused. The foily bird for Chad Carlson. That is up on the big screen. And we move on to our final rider, Mr. Noah Flegel. Okay, so I'm thinking any tail grab plus kicking the foot out across the board or behind the board, that's a Benihana. But what is it when you grab the nose of the board? There is the question. Noah Flegel in action now. Backside shifty to start things off. Here we go, in the pocket. There's that indie shifty, just kicking the front side shifty, kicking the tail of the board towards the boat, getting the carving in as well. Honestly, I think a little bit of that for me has been missing. We saw that a lot from Simon, the second rider of the dock, who I was unceremoniously calling Alex. Oh, that was clean from Noah. But getting some carves in right in between these tricks. So there is flow. It's not just trick, then a trick, then a trick. Cheeky tail grab. Was that Stalefish on the way round of that 3? Noah, just an unbelievable waterman. Just good at everything. Just watching videos of him last night on the foils in absolutely ridiculous sized waves. Just mental. And then we've been watching these adverts from Nautique. That's him wakeboarding. The foily bird. It's not to be so far from any of our riders. Here in the replay, just catching Noah asking for a different setting on that boat. Noah, naughty rider, so knows these boats through and through, as a few of our riders here. Drew Drenan, of course, John Ackerman as well. Whole bunch of our riders. Jody, too, or rather Bailey, I think. I might have got that wrong, so apologies if I did. Yeah, he just finds that transition so perfectly, like not landing in the mush, not landing in the flat, just in the right spot to just keep the momentum going and not have to work too hard. So there's a nice bit of flow, and then adding some carving in there as well. I mean, that's just him just thinking about things. I think he actually went a little bit deep there. So as he pushed down to then get that trajectory back up, the nose of the board bogged, may have messed up his trajectory. Because if you go, you can do a couple of things with the foil in order to get air. You can just stay low and then just stamp the back foot. The wing will climb. You'll get out of the air. You can start high and then do the equivalent of what we do on wakeboards, where you stamp the front foot and then kick the back foot. So you push the front of the board down to then kick the back to use the elasticity of the water. So that's the other thing. And I think in order to get the most height, you're using speed and then starting high and then driving down low and then kicking back up. And I think as Noah did that, the front of the board just submerged, and that may have messed his release out of the water. There's the Benihana. Method, grabbing that heel side edge of the board front hand. Getting a slob grab. Just getting across and forgetting to tell Raymond that he wanted to be on that side. There we go. But that's the beauty once again. You see exactly how these foils work. You don't even need a clean wave. Oh, the method. Front side 3. Raymond's got to be on his driving A game right here. Switcheroo across, and as he is, that's how quick these waves flick across. Oh, gets himself out of a hole. That was up to his knees. Amazing from Noah Flegel. Wasn't going to get himself out of that hole, and I think that might be the end of his run. And with the variety that we were seeing there from Noah on both sides, just amazing, just beautiful stuff from all of our foil riders. Just a welcome addition to any surf event. Absolutely loving watching this, and going to be enjoying seeing these guys doing the same thing again. Not quite the same aerials, of course. There won't be any flips unless there are. With the strapless version, the non-attached version of the foiling category class, still left yet to come with the running order I was actually working off before. Okay, so now we're on to Pro Women Skim. We should have Sofia Polishuk, Yulia Leviev, or Wake Juju on the dock, and then we've got Bailey Dunn and Jodie Grassman to get stuck in. As we watch the replay, the foily bird, Noah clawing himself out of that hole. Then thinking about another spin to round things off. Getting a little bit too deep on that landing. That's all she wrote for Noah Flegel. But man, did she ride a lot, or did he foil really well? You get the point. He rode really well. Moving on to our next category. We don't have any riders on the dock, so I'm assuming this is going to be a break. So I'm going to take that opportunity to sign off for a few minutes, rest the old voice box, the old tickling tonsils that are a little bit aggravated after this mammoth bout of chatting. We'll be right back with you. Oh, no, we're there. She's there. We're in. Sophia is good to go. Oh, the pop socks. That's a vibe. Right, we are good to go. We're going to have a little switcheroo of the judging crew. Give us a few minutes. We'll be right back with you. Here we go with the next round of riding action. It is our pro women's skim. And this young lady, Sophia, getting stuck in. Slides that little buttery 180 into the flats, grabbing hold of the water. About to slide it back. Is there going to be a shove? Oh, no. Okay, so she just did not give that enough kick by any stretch. Team Ukraine on the water with this young lady. I think I might get this wrong, but I mean, such is the vibe with a lot of our surfers, certainly from Europe, certainly from Northern Europe, spending most of their time. I know Wade Juju does down in Dubai, and this may well be the case with Sophia as well. But heralding from Ukraine, having a little wobble on that big spin, thumbs up. She's good to go. Is she going to go for it again? Oh, my... No! She had it! She had it! That is frustrating. I mean, she had a good run. Wow, it was still a little bit shy at the end of the run. She might have been able to squeeze something in and then do it. So that first run not coming together quite as well as it did yesterday. Sophia had a belter in her first run yesterday. And I know that she stomped that. So that is going to be frustrating for the girl. And a little swim just to add insult to injury to go get her board. Then she'll swim back, hop on the boat, spin around, and get going again. Paragon, their brand spanking. Super Nautique Paragon at G23 has just been doing a sterling job all weekend. Loaded to the absolute gunnels. I mean, let's tell you how much it is loaded. So the standard ballast that you have come with these things, it's a 3.5 ton boat as is. So even without any ballast, if you're a whippersnapper or just starting out and you were just wanting to cruise, you could put 30% of the ballast in there and you'd have more than enough wave. If you're weighing under 10 stone and you had a big board. Youngsters are running 50% ballast, and that the total amount of ballast is, I mean in European terms, apologies that I don't know this in pounds for our friends from across the pond, it's 1,130 kilos, 1,130 kilos there or thereabouts for the standard ballast. So that's well over a ton of weight. Then the supplementary ballast, so everybody's been riding just standard ballast. Our pro has been riding supplementary ballast as well, so jacking that weight up a little bit more, well, a lot more, because with the supplementary ballast it goes up to 1,600 kilos of weight, which means the total weight of the thing while it's moving along, just pushing through that water with that 630 of horses and supercharged engine, is over 5 ton. Meanwhile, Sophia back in action, few butter slides, front side and back side. There's the 3, so smoothly executed, just using all of the wave face. Now she's getting a surf on. No, Sophia. The 3 shove. Not meant to be. Not meant to be. Okay, but that is her first 4. She can go again. And, I mean, how many girls have we got in this category? Let's just work our way through. And we are nearing the business end of proceedings. Oh, I've still got a few more riders left to go. Here we have it. Sophia doing that little butters in the replay. Opening out, front side butter slide. We have just got 4 riders in this category. And it's a tough category because all of these girls are amazing. So even being in amongst all of this, it's no mean feat to be on this level and competing. It's something special for these girls. So I know Sophia will be frustrated. Up until this point, it's not been quite as it was yesterday. She's got time for a couple more maneuvers so she can throw it down, get stuck in. John Ackerman out in the water, just keeping an eye on the tricks as well as getting that rope out of the water. No, Sophia. So Sophia Polchuk, that, what do you say? Because you feel it. I've been there, ridden like an absolute numpty when I know I could do better. And that's not how she rode. I realise how that sounds. But not ridden to your fullest when you know, especially yesterday when she absolutely killed it. 2 incredible stand-up passes. So Sophia, I'm really sorry. To all of your Ukrainian crew who are watching, I know everybody everywhere will still be loving you, and there'll be high fives and props on the dock and an arm around your shoulder coming on in. Wasn't meant to be this time round. Hopefully she can use it as fuel for the fire for the next time, the next event. And maybe we'll be seeing her at the WWA Surf event at the end of the year in Dubai, which I think is probably her home turf. Anyway, on to someone who I know that is the home turf thereof, is Wakesurf, also known as Yulia Leviev, in the water, ready to go. We're going to crack on. So the number of categories we've got left, we have still got the foil open straps. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 finals still left to go. Wait, Juju got a very, very unique style, very animated. No. What's happening? That's not something that she would fall on. So hopefully she can just dust that off and go, I had a blackout for some reason. That's okay. I can go and stop that trick every time. And I think yesterday, and I've seen this from a few of our riders and of our women, girls, just falling on a trick and then go, no, I can do that. Stop this. I'm going to go again. And then just cracking that trick out. No sweat. She didn't give it enough of a kick. Enough of a kick with a back foot, I think. The front foot moved, the nose of the board moved, but the back of the board did not come round at all. So it was not waiting there for her right foot to grab hold of. So at the moment, just to keep you guys at home informed, there is some confusion over the settings that Julia had asked for and the cleanliness of the wake. If you set settings that are out of whack, like if you go way too slow, so it sounds like Yulia getting awarded the rerun. Some confusion over the settings that she asked for and the settings that were delivered and the cleanliness of the wake. I mean, that wake has been next level right the way through the weekend. So if it wasn't right for one rider, then there's going to be something up. Not to do with the mechanics or the electronics of the boat, but just a little bit of miscommunication on the dock. So that's great that Yulia can get a second crack of the whip. Wait, Juju getting herself pulled back to the start of the competition zone. All right, that wake is looking pretty clean to me, and Julia is getting stuck into the second time of asking. And you know what? When she stomps it as cleanly as that, and when she knows that she can stomp it as cleanly as that, then maybe the rerun was, well, not maybe, the rerun was fair, because that's exactly what happened. The 3 shove, toes dingly dangling over the edge of that. So great call by our officials. Sometimes these things happen, and we have to accommodate. The big spin is there as well. I'm going to say what I see and not preempt anything. The front side big, just getting that hand in the water to initiate that rotation, gets the 180 going, and then pops it. Pop, 90, 270 out to finish off the 3. Then the shove, tail up front. The front shove coming out of it, feet dingly dangling, and then how do they get the nose grab in there when they fall so quick? Hopefully, Wei Juju is cool with that, with Julia. I keep saying Wei Juju because that's her handle online. Hey, who have we got joining us? Christine Bickley, joining us from the UK. Just getting behind our UK guys, Ed Slater and Lauren. Thank you for joining us, Christine. I hope you're well. Sorry that you can't be here. And here's a replay of this stellar run from Julia. Look at that. Look how clean it was. Just squatting down, just absorbing everything as she slides down the face of the wave. Stiff legs will, they'll mess you up in most sports, but particularly when you're not attached to a tea tray that's going to skid all over the place, which is basically what skimboarding is. Oh, the shove is just back to back to back to back. Then what does she go for? I think it is the... She goes for a varial last minute. Oh, the board rotates, so he misses her plant, but still a killer first run. And a little bit of yoga in between sets. Here we go. With Wei Juju's second pass in the finals of this pro women's skim class. Wrapping up their time in the water here with us at Boraski, Madrid, Spain. This beautiful, beautiful spot. We've just had the most buttery of conditions here. And who'd have thought it when this entire area, in fact where I am sat, that's a good 10 feet above the waterline, was underwater. But a few months ago, it was not looking likely that we were going to have the event at all. And here we are, watching Julia here, Levelev, almost stomp a frontside bigger spin. So big spin 540, frontside rotation, I believe. We're going to maybe see the replay of that just so I can try and keep track of how many times that board rotated. Here we go. Getting a few calves in, getting the spray in, being sure not to coat the boat. So the nose of the board is at the boat. The tail of the board is at the boat. Drops the hand. Yeah, bigger spin. So that, I mean, the only way, and this is the case for all sports, so, I mean, Lord knows how they do it with snowboarding when they're going 14 and upwards in terms of rotations, but it's just to know which foot forward they started. Because once you start going past 540 really, but on a skim 360, you can only assess, you can't really count them because it's moving too quickly, which way the board was pointing at the start and the finish. So I think Julia taking a second fall there was going for a backside, not a backside big spin because she'd already done that, maybe a backside bigger spin, so a backside big spin 540. And that is all she wrote for her. So the first pass was stellar. Second pass, not so much for Julia. So that is a shame when she pulled it all together, especially after the wobble where the settings weren't quite right on the boat. The weight was not quite clean, which is the first time that's happened all weekend. So it was literally just to do confusion with settings, probably speed against whatever the NSS, the surf settings were. She gets a second run. First pass, absolutely bossed it. Second pass just did not come together. So that is a shame. And that leaves it to our last two in this category. We have, oh my gosh, I keep getting lost with my lists. Bailey Dunn on the water next. So that girl who has been putting the time in the boat, judging you lot, or well, yeah, you lot if you're watching this down in our clubhouse area watching on the big screen. But all of our riders here this weekend, Bailey and John, and of course alongside Andy Kolb, he's not been riding, and Gabers, not been riding, but Bailey and John are also riding. John's also driving. It's fairly intense weekend for you guys. I mean, at least you're not talking, eh? For 12 hours. And joking. Bailey done in action. And just to point out first thing, the wetsuit matching the trim of the board. Nice touch, Bailey. Let's crack on. Shove straight out the blocks. Shove to follow. Just catching it before the board catches the water. That big old aerial backside one into a frontside one to finish off the 360. Huge turn. I love that. Puts a big heel side bottom turn in, like a toe side bottom turn rather, and then cuts back across for the frontside 180, doing the 360 in the other direction. The 3 shove. Oh my gosh, sublime. Bailey Dunn is on fire right now. The backside varial. She's now switch on her heels, riding backhand. Going for that frontside big spin, just pulling the border around her to turn frontside and then let that board keep on rotating. Oh my word, the backside bigger spin, catching it, dropping it, locking it. Oh, hey, did a shove happen then? I think it did. So she did a hard carve. Gives it the Kate Winslet Titanic, arms out wide, just owning it. I want to see that again, that last trick. So I couldn't quite see if the board turned. I think it did. So in order to do that frontside 180, what a lot of our servers are doing, and we'll watch all of this and I'll get to it. So they're cutting down and doing a big bottom turn on their toes, coming back really quite aggressively in order that they can huck the board back in the opposite direction. Because the harder you go one way, the more easily, like that. That's what we saw there. In on our toes allows you to counteract that movement to pull the frontside 180. But she does it at the end. Backside big spin, not a bigger spin. 3 shove. Then the backside varial. Now watch this. Oh no, she comes in on her heels. Oh no, this is the frontside big. Then we go back to the boat in a minute, I think. That was the backside bigger spin. She did the backside big before, then the backside 540 big spin. I can't see what happened then. I think she shoved it. I'm going to kind of walk that through. I couldn't see what happened to the board. Yeah, I think she... Anyway, going to have to talk that through with her. Starting things off. So she's just staying on the right-hand side, the right-hand wave, the left as we're looking at it, of course. Not many of our skimsters, if that's the plural noun for skimmers. Oh, Bailey going down on what I think was a touch shove. So just shove up into the hands and just tap it round. So not many of our... What is the plural noun for a skimsters? A scally of skimmers. There we go. We'll go with that. Not many skimboarders going on the backhand side of the wave. So always surfing front hand. Surf style, they tend to use both sides a little bit more. I mean, and it's to do with the grip that you get on a skim versus the grip that you get with a surf style board. It is much harder just to be surfing backhand all the time on a skimmer versus a surf style board. Whereas you are seeing riders on skimmers riding right forward and left forward just on the same side, just for that little bit. Like when we're seeing that switch, backhand, nose of the board at the front, pulling the 180 round into a frontside big spin. That's kind of a classic El Clasico. Okay, back in action with Bailey Dunn. That was what she just fell on. Love it. She did that yesterday as well. Take a fall. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do the trick that I just fell on as my first trick. 3 shove in the flat, just choosing a different place to do it. Little drifter instead of that hard carve. Yes, then the shove while in that position. Getting the board back round to the correct way. Going for the 3 backside, the backside 3 varial. We saw that from Dorney. I think one of my favorite tricks of the weekend. Spinning like a top. Bailey going for it as well. There's the 3 shove in the flat. So does the drifter, wait on the back foot. Then the shove to bring the board back round. Oh, it's the front side 3 varial. Sorry, so she was on her heels and she turned full 3 into the wave. So her chest facing the first 90 degrees of travel. So the front side 3 varial, whereas I think Dorney's was the back side 3 varial. Hopefully we'll be seeing that in their final when we get onto the women's pro surf final. Bailey, well done. You get out of here. Go relax. Getting on to Jody Grassman, who should be waiting in the wings. I can see a young lady about to get picked up, and that would be a Jody Grassman. We should be having our foilers back in action. Drew, Alex, Noah, you're going to be open foil, as in not attached. Then we're going to be on to our pro men's skim, rattling through these last few rounds. Yes, the aerial backside one, bringing it back round to that goofy position. Then that finger tap shove, the backside shove, front shove out of the back of that. 3 shove out of the top, out off the lip, back into the trough. Backside big. Then that shove to bring the board back round into the correct position with the nose at the front. Ollie frontside 180. Slides it round. So much control there. Not even have to tap the water to gain that grip again. Shoving on. Was she going to look for a shove off there? Maybe not. So she shoved on, got back in the mix, and then got her speed up. Oh, Jody Grassman is on fire. How do you pick apart those 2 runs? I mean, both of them mind-blowing. Luckily, I'm not having to pick apart those 2 runs. I just get to say what I see. So the backside 540 big spin to round things off with Jody, which is what we saw from Bailey as well. And a lot of similar tricks. And here we get to see it all again. I'm not going to talk through every single trick. Suffice to say that the actual trick count and the trick style, from what I'm gathering, with my bearing in mind this sieve of a brain that I've got and my goldfish memory, it looked very similar. I mean, the actual number of tricks they did and the actual tricks they did as far as style. Of course, both these girls have their own take on the way they take to the board. Equally, both awesome. Like, I'm loving both of it. Particularly, and actually, I get a little bit more frothy about tricks like that. Just where I know when I've been riding skim that you just so easily get wobbly and slippy and flailing the hands just as the board wants to seemingly do its own thing. Jody's not phased at all, just has complete control of that board at all times, as we saw with Bailey as well. First, clean pass done. Fairly level peggings, I would say, at this point. Jody is in that position, though, now that she's seen Bailey come up with not a full second pass at all. So adding a bit of quantity and quality in there, of course, quality's got to be there, will stack up to a lot. Little Ollie North. Didn't see that from Bailey, so that's something extra. That's something different. We did see the aerial backside 1, but we didn't see the aerial backside 270/360. Oh, and then a fall on, I think, a shove. I was busy trying to work out the angles on that, the degrees of rotation. And Jody taking a fall. Let's see this again. So a little nose over, driving down the line, build a bit of speed. There's that 3. That will count. Now what happens here? What does she go for? Oh, she goes to pop on, shove out. I think that's what she was going for last time. She does the backside shove on. And was it into a 90? Backside shove on. If I watch the YouTube right now, I might be able to see. So I can't comment on what I'm about seeing on the YouTube because that will confuse you guys, because that's not what you'll be seeing when you see it. Yeah, so it was the backside shove 90 on, 90 shove out, which is very cool, but just didn't get that second shove. Jody back in play, last ditch attempt to gain herself a European title. Oh, I like that. Aerial backside 1, Ollie North. Oh, lay back with a second fall. Oh, where did that board end up? I hope that didn't hit her. Give it up for Jody Grassman if you're anywhere in her vicinity, or a high five to her and the rest of the girls, Sophia, Julia, and of course, Bailey. Absolutely killing it in our Pro Women's Skim Final. Love that. That is so techers. Super skate as well. Alrighty. Just going to drop the aircon off in here. I wonder why that's making my voice dry. And we move on to our last, sort of fairly few last groups. We've still got some groups to get through, though, mind. Okay, so it is Pro Men's Skim. Let's have a little looky at Ride Line, and then I will know who those top names are. because I can check out the skim qualifiers, the live scores. Here we go. All right. So it will be Drew, Drenan, and Chad Carlson, I believe, taking on the first two slots in this Pro Men Skim. We're going to be following the Pro Men Skim with the women's surf 19 to 39, which is 5 riders. Then we go final of the Pro Women's Surf, 4 riders. Men's Surf 29 plus. So yeah, we still got some talking to do. What's that? So yeah, 6 more classes and a whole bunch of rides in, but we are firing through. We're doing really great, actually, and it's going to be prize giving straight away. As I mentioned before at the top of the day, as many of you that can stay behind for the prize giving, please stay behind. It makes the world of difference having a good crew, just like you did last night for our social, laid on by the WWA, just an add-on to give back to you guys for making all these travels, for putting in the time outside of these contests, and also for coming and making the travels here and joining in and being good sports. We are just going to hang tight for a few seconds. There's a little changeover time, crew change, before we move into the open foil category, the non-attached version. We'll be right back with you.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great, we have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Rightio, we are a go-go with our next round of riding. And this is foiling and Drew Drenan back in action. It's like he's never off the water. So, all right. Getting a little switcheroo. So just missing that first round of riding. I do apologize that we weren't back in play. So Drew's first run down pat. Let's have a little look. Kaylin West, hello. Oh, the plural noun commentary is starting. Yes, it is, I'm afraid, Kaylin. Kaylin West, happy birthday this week. Yeah, we did again to Jodie Grassman. I think it was 4 or 5 days ago. So a belated happy birthday to her. Plural nouns. Give me your best plural nouns, Kaylin. What you got? Still, nothing beats a flamboyance of flamingos. Little downtown at the end of the lake. Before we get Drew. Now it looks, by the state of things, with dry hair, that he had a clean stand-up pass. We actually missed things here, which is unfortunate. So a little downtime. Just we need to restart the Paragon. Let's have a little look at what we've got in store still left to come and where the riders are sitting. So we are about to get going with, well, we're going with the open foil, the non-attached version. It is going to be, I just forgot who I saw in that. I mean, it's going to be Drew back in action again, being a top 2 out of the LCQs. He's going to be straight in action. I think he's probably going to be, yeah, Drew on the water straight away. Meanwhile, Drew carving around, giving us some foil surf action. Getting the air smoothly out. Finds that transition really well that time. No wobble at all. Oh, that is such risky biscuits trying to do a spin on a foil with no attachment to it. That is so surefire way of just losing a toe. Drew's still going for it. Here we see it once again. Drew just asking it to be down to 0. So that's a score from 0 to 10 on the old foil serve machine. So there may be a call there for Drew to get a rerun, like the settings. So I think what we'll do right here is, while we're just waiting for that rerun to be addressed for Drew, the settings, once again, a little bit of communication error between drivers and boat crew and rider. I think let's just cut to some adverts, and we'll be right back with you. So sit tight, everybody.
Special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing, and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very, very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent, and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it. Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing, and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very, very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent, and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it. Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them on in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing, and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent, and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them on in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very, very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really, really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very, very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a
Hello everybody, we are really sorry about the delay. We've had a couple of technical issues on the lake that we just need some time to fix. So it's going to be about 30 to 45 minutes. So this is both for you guys at home watching. Hello Michael Dunn and Kaylin West and all of you else who have been tuning in. We apologize that we can't move swiftly on. Of course, we're going to get back to proceedings as quickly as we can. But that is going to give you at home and you guys here on site at Bugarin here at the 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf and Foil Championships. 30 to 45 minutes respite. So everybody chill. Grab yourself some sun cream for sure, some agar as well, some food, some sustenance, maybe an ice cream might be nice. And we will be back with you in 30 to 45 minutes. I will come back in 30 minutes just to give you a heads up and an update, and we'll see you very soon.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, saying your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
Really special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Ha. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, saying your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather with women and to treat ourselves. We do some skiing, some exercise, and we have fun.
special to be here with my daughter and see her progress so well with the brilliant coaching. It's a really special experience.
This is my second time here. I've been here last year. It was amazing and everything was amazing. A program made by women, to women. Every single thing is prepared with detail.
When I first got here, they were very, very friendly. They were welcoming. They helped me get better at skiing, like a lot.
I just love coming here. The family are so welcoming every time. The coaching is amazing.
So I really have been dying to come all these years, but I had exams. So first time and I loved it. It was everything she said it would be, so really good.
And it's a wonderful weekend. It's my first time here. The lake is magnificent and I'm sure I will be back.
I'm 16 and I'm 17 and we're cousins. It's our first time here in the Women's Week and the conditions are perfect and it's water skiing paradise.
I would like to invite you all to come. It's a very special event and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, living real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the organization of the Women's Week. We have been doing this since 2017. It's been a great experience. We have people from all over the world. The weather is great. We have sun, perfect conditions. It's a very special occasion to gather.
And we are back, people. We do apologize for that delay. Just technical goings on. Such is the nature of competitions, but we're back in the game. And it is Drew Drenan, D-Rock himself, starting things off. So the technical issue started with his first run. So we're going to give him the full start. Luckily, there was just one rider in this group, so it's just Drew that we get to go again, and he gets to have the second crack of the whip. Welcome back to the 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf, and, because we're looking at it, Foil Surfing Championships. We are in the non-attached version of this particular sport. The craze that has been sweeping the water sports world, foiling, flying, we be levitating all the way through this next few riders, and he's choosing to opt crossing across the waist, which is what you can do. Quick switcheroo of the wave place, the NSS on that Paragon, and he's got a nice old fat wave to be playing on the opposite side as well. This is the beauty of foiling. You can play around on anything, never mind having a big old fatty bombati wave as well. Liking that, the drop knee coming into effect as D-Rock swills across. So this is not pro women's skim, which I'm sure you could possibly tell by looking at Drew and the fact that he's on a foil, so ignore that Aston, and the first pass is done. So Drew just getting in a full-on core foil surf session, carving left and right, out behind that big old beautiful Betty of a boat. Here's a little replay, getting some air, nicely done, finding the transition, just a little bit deep, a little bit low on that wing, manages to get out of it once again, and just pointing across. Moving a little bit quick, but then Raymond at the helm of the boat, Raymond Kolhoon, who we've been seeing in the skim style event and, of course, in the surf style. Already riding today, as well as spending an awful lot of time in these boats as one of the worldwide dealers for Nautique. And here we have the full replay. A nice, clean, sweeping, carvy, flowy pass for Drew Drenan to get things going. Not the pro women's skim. Not that we're judging either way. He can enter pro women's skim. He can't, actually. Not that we're a super gender fluid event. We got to stick to the categories that we are given here at this particular contest. Okay, so Drew now has to intensify what he's doing. Not being attached means there won't be any upside downers. There might be a round and rounder. Oh, he gets deep. Can he get out of that hole? Yes, he can. Fully submerging that deck. Getting it back on flying. The wing is up. He be levitating. Getting some turns. We're going to smash some hard ones off the lip. Oh, that is a swan dive over a big guillotine right there. Hopefully not coming into contact with it. Anybody who's learnt to foil at all will understand that particular fall where you drop into a little bit of a heel side lean, a little bit too far. You try and compensate, and all you're faced with is a whacking great big wing staring down at you. So Drew not quite getting the lift he needed, so he started the rotation before the wing had left, making it difficult for him to get that full rotation, just landing a little bit deep in a hole. Sure, he's going to go for it again. He's definitely going to be needing it, because looking at our rider list, we've still got Alex Hudkins and Noah Flegel left to play in this foil open, non-strap, non-attached version of this particular playtime on the board. Rope is tight. Drew is ready. Off he goes. He's a lefty, so winging out to the left. Needs to ditch that rope as quickly as possible. As soon as he does, he'll be in the scoring zone. No scoring attributed. No judging from our crew in the boat judging while still attached. Keeping that wing low. Going to get it high. Moving away a little bit. Now needing to boost. Oh, he wanted to go for the transfer, the switcheroo, getting swallowed. His weight was a little over the heels, and the board was not in the right place. Board, wing, foil, the whole shebang. Not in the right place. So Drew's starting things off. Watching this second half of this second pass, we know what he's got in mind. He's wanting to do the transfer and get air while doing it. And he just went too deep. There was too much mush there for him to pull the board and the wing back out of that. Quick transfer, a quick switcheroo between riders, and the baton of foil is passed from Drew D-Rock to Mr. Alex Hudkins. Alex having an amazing time of it in the strap version, absolutely killing it when he was surfing earlier on as well. Now it's time for a little bit more trad foil. Getting up on top of the wave. We didn't see D-Rock snap anyone, so just See how much speed that generates when you're really in the power zone of the wave. Getting on top, all of that power underneath the water, just fueling that foil forwards. Gets the air. Fairly comparable so far if we're comparing Drew and Alex. Oh, and then, that's just for you, Harris, is the flying squirrel, or the rocket air as it's actually called. We may rename it. I don't know. Who knows what I'm actually saying? Going for a cheeky little nose grab with the lead hand. Keeping that wing nice and high. Starting to put some turns in. Smashing off the wave. Moving forward. Are we going to see a spin? A different kind of grab? Maybe just going nice and wide. Yeah, just turning that thing sharp. So compared with crank... Oh. Is he going to get out of that? The scary thing is with foils, and at this level, foils can be a little bit gnarly. For any of you out there who have never tried it, but you can wake surf or you can wakeboard to a fairly competent level. If you've never done either, then it probably doesn't make sense for you starting out your boarding career on water on a foil. Lord knows how these people who have never got up on a foil before go kite foiling, dealing with a kite, and then with a foil. Get out behind a boat, man, and just try the foil first if you want to take that foiling to any other particular discipline, like wind foiling. Nice up until here, though, with Alex. Getting a good couple of airs, a couple of grabs. Looking for this backside rotation. Lining himself up. Watching this replay right now. Let's see if we can see what actually happened. How did he not get that full rotation that he was after? Nearing the end of the scoring zone. Might as well throw it in. Yeah, so as much as I've said before that you can get away with not making the full rotation with the wing and it's still powering through and straightening up, he only got about 180 degrees of rotation there when really you need to be in the two realms of 270 for the wing and the mast to bite and correct itself and power away. Not quite enough there. Alex just sitting tight, wrestling with some local wildlife as he gets ready for his next round of riding. His last bout, I would say, just looking at the running order. Let's just see if we're seeing his name later on. So no, just after this, we have got... Well, actually, I need to check out the results to see who those top two spots are going in the Pro Men Skim, making it through from the qualifying. Let's go to ride line, as all you people out there should also be doing, and then you can check the live results. Alex is up and away. Just putting some turns in and around the wave. Much more able to go much wider, which we haven't seen of him so far. Getting the airs, though, looking pretty comfortable there. Nice, like so much further back on that foil than you would be able to be on a surfer. Oh, just taking the swan dive over that chopping implement. It's the first fall on the way back. As with all of these categories, every single class gets a foil per pass. Only it was a fall for foiling per pass. Looking for the grab there. There was a bit more slap and tickle, which has its place, but not in a wake surfing and foiling competition. Gets the grab, doesn't get the ride away, takes to take the leap of doom over his mast and wing. Okay, so what we were doing while we were waiting for that rope to be cast back to Alex, we were going to be looking at the results to see who was making those top two spots, who are our first riders off the dock. I think I remember it being Drew. Live scores straight away. Wait for it to palm him up. And we go to Bocam fairly shortly. Not much time left for Alex to drop something saucy, something special. He's going wide. Gets the nose grab, gets out of it. Some time for something else. He needs to get in there quick if it's going to count. Oh, the 1 foot and gets away with it, the Benihana. I'm not sure if actually that's the Benihana. Has he got a little more time? It looks like he does. Oh. That would have counted. He was in a scoring zone. A little bit of frustration from Alex, but I don't think he should be too frustrated. There was a lot of airs there. The deliberation there is, from our point of view with the judges, someone needs to straighten that flag right up. But is that, how much do you get scored for doing a lot of the same thing? Now, the same thing, carving around, that doesn't really count. But if you're doing a specific trick, like an air, like a grab, if you're doing the same thing again, do you keep getting scored for that? It's a little bit more fluid in that sense with wake surfing and foiling compared with wakeboarding. Obviously, if you're doing a wakeboard run and you do a back roll and then you do another one, you're not going to get scored for that second run. But the 1 footer was really, really nice. Benihana from World of Skateboarding is where you grab the tail of the board and take your back foot off. Noah Flegel out on the water. Last of our riders in this. Oh my word. Noah Flegel getting straight in. No messing around whatsoever. Gets the backside 3 out of the blocks. And then just to rub it in, just salt in the wounds for everyone else watching. And another one. And the 1-footer. We saw it from Alex. We've seen it there from Noah as well. Grabbing the nose, kicking that front foot out. Oh, wow. I'm not sure he even got the full 180 then, but manages to force it round. Such are the Waterman skills. There's the flying squirrel. Both feet off, I think. Now, we've seen Noah and many other surfers do that on a surfboard, but you are throwing an awful lot more material around there, not least a great big sharp thing that could come cropper if he came into contact with it. Is he okay? Yeah, I am aware of the noises that came out of my mouth then, as all of that foil and board came very close to Noah. It looks like he's all right. The first time I saw that 3 shove was, like a guy I'd not seen before. Obviously, just a killer foiler. And then just Noah pops up being able to do it as well. Of course he does. Here's the replay. Getting in the calves and amongst the airs. There's that 3. Getting it past the 180 so the wing can just power and push through with a bit of force and skill. A little bit of Karate Kid action. Wax on, wax off with that nose grab to front kick out. Then a nice stealthy front side 3, not even out the top, just through the barrel of the wave, just through the wall. Both feet off, grabbing both hands, so the rocket air, both feet kick off. Even more extension with that front leg on that 1-footer. Here he's going to go for the shove. Now this you definitely have to wait. And the problem is that where you do it, as much as the foil is underneath the water, the foil is still going to react to the shape of the water above. So you've got this big wall of water, and as you're moving around on it, the foil is going to react and going to follow the angle of the water above. The problem is that you're kicking off while the foil is at an angle, not level, not horizontal, not level with the water. It's going to come out of the water at an angle where you need it to come out fully square, fully level, just totally on axis in order for that to work, and it just wasn't quite. The board and the foil went round. It just wasn't the right place for him to catch it. And then just major bum twitching as that whole thing just comes sailing past your face. Okay, so Noah Flegel. Oh, that is... I was lost for words, I know, go figure. But just smashing it off the lip so hard. Getting a big frontside shifty air and a nose grab as well. Can't wait to see the replay of that very first trick. Almost turning it the opposite way, so trying to push the nose away. We've seen him with the strap version, a few other riders doing it. The method in the foil. Oh! Stop it. Shut that front door. Noah Flegel. Now, I'm not sure if that's been done in competition before. It's certainly the first time I've commentated on such a thing. A 3 shove at the Europeans. Oh, my word. Did he just do... What? Did he just try and do a big spin? I think he did. Landing switch. There we go. There's the future of foiling there, baby. Noah Flegel leading the charge. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to argue with my unofficial stance on that maybe being enough to take this title in the open, the non-strap foiling edition of proceedings here at the Europeans in Spain at this beautiful resort. Here, we missed the first one. I wanted to see that smash off the lip where all of the wing breached. It was just a big old hit, big old cutback off the lip. There's the shove. Gets that release from the water, keeping the board square. Now this. So it was the backside 360 shove. I think he's going to do that, and then he turns a 180. So the board does 360. Ends up switch. Wow, we were reading the week, people. Noah Flegel, ladies and gentlemen. And I was saying, I don't think anybody would argue with me too much. Oh, we still got time. Is he going to do it again? I was premature as always. In he comes. We're going to see that backside big spin. I mean, forget riding a foil switch. Never mind doing all it takes to get into that position off the big spin. Give it up for Noah Flegel, ladies and gents. And, of course, for D-Rock and Alex before him, making up our top 3 here at the first ever open foiling non-strapped edition of action at our Nautique European Wakesurf and Foil Championships. Hello. Konnichiwa. How are we all doing? Yeah, we had a little bit of a delay. I was worried that I might hit a lull, but to be honest, I'm really excited to be chatting about that, which I love the most, and that you cats here on site love the most, because that's why you're here. And I'm assuming you people at home, or wherever you are, just doing the shopping, just doing the laundry, just maybe going for a run, going to the gym. Who even does that? Watching this action at home. And if you are watching this action at home, Yes, how about you drop me a line? All right, my chat is discontinued, so let's make sure that's logged in again. Thank you for joining us here at Botaski. It's up in the left of your screen. And up on the right of your screen, the Nautique European Wakesurf Championship. We're moving straight into the next category of things. Knee messing around. We got a bit of catch up to do. Ryan D's in play. So Ryan did not have the best time of it in his LCQ, but what he did come up with was more than golden enough to secure him this place, and already dropping a few mini bombs. He's going to need a little bit more if he's going to compete with the rest of the riders in this field. Big spin, just catching the corner of it from the shore, from the bank. The board is reverse at the moment, the tail at the front. Front side, bigger spin, so not the big spin, the 360. I think did that do a full 540? No, hang on, let me think. Trying to think how he turned. I'm not a mathematician. I'm just more of a cunning linguist, and so that's where I'll remain with my skills. But the board turned a lot, and so did he. It didn't work out, though, so it's kind of inconsequential. It's a bit of a misnomer. Sure, he's going to be going for it again. Much, much, much improved first run from that which we saw of Ryan in his last chance qualifiers, taking the long way round. It was always my preferred route. Get more bang for your buck, get more practice, keep the crowd on its toes, as well as yourself, as well as raising the palpitations and the blood pressure through having to qualify through the last chances. Here's the rope, there's a Ryan Dees, there's a Paragon, there's a boat group full of some of the most learned people in the world of wake surfing and water dancing. Scotty Broom on the shore, Chief Judge Raymond Kolhoon. He doesn't mind driving a G or two, spends an awful lot of his time doing it all over the world. Also rides to Andy Kolb. You do not get any more legendary status in the world of skate and just board sports than him. Oh, the backside varial. Just to get him started with a little bit of time, we're going to go for that again. That was the big spin, so I did call it right. It was the 540 backside, frontside big spin before. Oh, the 540 shove there. Ryan Dees. He got all of that less than ideal riding out of the way in the LCQs and just dropped hammers left and right. Okay, so I was doing a roll call of our incredible boat crew. I just saw Bailey Dunn earlier on, just saying what a shift she has put in, along with Gabers. I've been saying it was around Gabers and Andy Kolb. Bailey, obviously, we all know her, an incredible surfer herself. Alex Gardner. This girl, she can wakeboard, and she's been on the dock looking after all of us at many a WWA event and across the UK at all our events as well. And Val Shaskov was riding earlier. He's our man on the decks just looking after the tech gadgetry. Way, way, way out of my remit of understanding. But it's lucky that we have people who are learned in such ways. So that is our boat crew. Let's move on to our next rider. I do believe it's going to be D-Rock. We just saw him moments ago in the foiling. He's going to be after Ryan Dees gets his second pass done. First pass was belter, as they might say if you come from north of England, as in Scotland. She's a belter. Here comes Ryan Dees, coming in hot. What has he got? Staying on the left-hand side of the wave. Surfing regular, on his toes. That little finger push shove. Cheeky little backside one. Another cheeky little varial just to follow up. Almost setup tricks for the likes of Ryan. Then the backside big. Looking very cool, calm and collected. He is switch at the moment. Surfing backhand. Is it going to be the bigger spin? Yes, it is. That was what he fell on in the first pass. Board goes 540. He does a 180. Front 360 shove. So much more difficult. And you can tell by the fact that very few people do them because you're essentially kicking the tail of the board into the wave, which can scupper its trajectory, its movement to make it clean. So you've got to get up nice and high. And it's actually much more difficult because your back foot bends backwards, so it's easier to do that backside shove. Here we see that backside big. Then he's going to do the front 540 big right here. Diddle-diddle-it, bosh, gone. Sliding it round to left foot forward. Now here comes the front 360 shove. He caught it, but he caught it behind him. Couldn't grapple with that and get it back underneath him and dropped into the wave. Little bit of time left for our incredible boat crew, just making sure those handles are served up nice and clean and crisp and quick. Here comes Ryan Dees. Last trick, maybe a couple. I mean, knowing what these dancing on ice, Fred Astaire, wake surfing types are like, they can bash an awful lot of gadgetry with their feet in no time at all. Basic shove, board the other way around, front shove. Are we going to go the 360 shove again? Yes, we are. Ryan Dees Is that in the scoring zone? Nobody mentioned that to him. He'll just let that come out in the wash because he put all that effort in. What a run from him. And just the pain and frustration on his face in the LCQs and the powering through and him doing just enough to get through to this place, all rewarded by those 2 runs. Now, I don't know Ryan well, have not commented on his surfing before, but to me, that was a stellar couple of runs. As well it needed to be, because if you've seen the lineup of riders we still left to go. Now, I do believe that as our man Drew D. Rock Drenan is about to take to the water as one of our 2 qualifiers in the LCQs. I've been wrong before, so let's not be surprised if it's happened again. Yeah, got it wrong completely. There we go. I preempted it, didn't I? So I did not look at the scores properly, and we have got Chad Carlson making it through. So apologies to Drew, but he was up there, and he probably could deserve with a break because he's ridden in every single category known to man throughout the entire weekend. I did not have that in my running order, so congratulations on Chad Carlson making it through. And unfortunately, that is not going to be D-Rock, so Chad's turn to compete with that. Following him, we've got Olivier Skokert, Noah Fliegel, Lee Height, and John Ackerman, all still left to go. Chad also getting loads of bang for his buck on his trip from across the pond to join us here in Europe, and more specifically in Madrid. Big old pop backside 180, sliding to the bottom and keeps on turning. Such is the way with skimboards, but he styled it out. Then the shove to get the board the other way, and a shove to get the board back round to nose up front. Oh, the 3 shove. No, not the 3 shove. That didn't work out at all. Okay, so the 3 shove is definitely going to be needed if you're going to compete with the rest of the riders in this heat. Yeah, so I definitely didn't look at the scores, just looking at the LCQs here with Chad Carlson coming out on top. Ryan Dees in second place, and Drew Drenan. I'm sorry, Drew, you just told me literally 10 minutes ago just to pronounce your surname right. In third place in the LCQs. So that is tough. Just it is tough at the top. It really is. And these guys know it all too well. Such is the game of competition. Here is the replay of the shove that looked like it there, and then it suddenly wasn't. He caught it, but that front foot, if you look closely, was quite far forward on his board. One of our Phase 5 crew out in the water, of which there are many. Obviously a powerhouse in the world of wake surfing. There are a whole bunch of amazing brands out there, but it can't be ignored that Phase 5 do it well. As does this kid on that board, just proving to us that that was a little bit of a blip in proceedings for him, not getting that 3 shove. Then the backside big spin, then the frontside big spin. A beautiful combo, often seen, but no better executed than we saw right there. And we are out of the scoring zone, and Chad gets a little respite before spinning a U in and heading back to the dock for his final pass of the weekend. Unless I just fluffed that up to see his name in the pro surf. Yeah, I did. He's going to ride again. Okay, so I mean, we've all learned by now that you just drone out the noise of me and just pick up on the odd funny thing that I say. Odd being the operative word. Right, let's see who made the top 2 while we wait for Chad to get picked up out of the Pro Men Surf LCQs. Let's see if I get this right. Okay, with a top score of... Oh, that's just been added. That wasn't added before, I think. Hang on. Yeah, Julian Prudencio. I mean, I do like your riding, bro, and you absolutely killed it with the top score in that group. Coming in second place. There we go. Redemption. Drew Drenan. A much improved surf run for him. He's going to be in the final in a little bit. So actually, it's better that you weren't in the skim final, Drew, because you got more time to recover. The old front foot, Benihana, if we're calling it that. I'm pretty sure I'll have skateboarders turning in their skate parks, if that makes sense. Then the shove to follow up. Tail of the board at the front. Gets it back round. Board is still a switcheroo, but it now no longer is. If we can cut back to the boat so I can catch all the action a little bit more closely. Backside big spin, I think. Can we cut back to boat cam? Thank you very much, Dream Team on the tech front. Whoa, 540 big from Chad. Not 540 big, sorry, 540 shove. His body did not turn, but boy, did that board rotate. Didn't get it underneath him. Got a little bit of time left as we pan round. I think that there is still a good amount of time for him to pack in the maneuvers. So yeah, that is a Julian Prudencio, our man from the south of France, with Drenan taking up those first two spots. So it's going to be Drew off the dog first, followed by Julian, and then he'll be rolled out by John Ackerman. Chad Carlson, Noah Flegel, and Joey Harris. I expect lots of flying squirrels from you, Joey. Needing to get that wake up to speed quick as it does, helped in no small way by that rather beastly supercharged engine, 630 horses pulling away. Oh, the 540 shove. I think he thought it was needed as opposed to squeezing a couple of extra filler tricks in, and he was probably right. Still some stellar riders left to come in this Pro Men's Skim final. We move out of those first two spots, our last chance qualifiers, filling those available spots, through to the 4 who qualified out of that initial qualifying round yesterday. Just looking for a little bit of a biog on you, Olivier, and you have not filled out one, you naughty monkey, because that would help me with the more chat. So can all of you kids who are here for this weekend just please help a commentator out, a moderator out, by giving us more ammo? I mean, you probably want the opposite, to be quite honest, but you don't know what we'll do when we fill in the blanks. That's the problem without giving us a biog. Okay, Olivier, a little bit of a thumbs up for a little bit more speed. In he comes. Yeah, boshing out a big old backside air, 180. Then the 3 shove, clean and crisp. A little bit more speed, up 1 click, I believe that thumb meant. Backside big, front side big, the old El Clasico combo. Oh, the backside bigger with that 540 rotation at the board and a 180 of he himself. Oh, the Gumby, I think the board did a shove then in the opposite direction. Then the backside aerial, getting some height off the lip as well. Backside transfer. Oh, wow. I'm getting lost in all these tricks. Then he gets an even bigger. Let's keep on going. Another 540 shove, getting that board back round. Then the front shove to round off. Oh, my, oh, my. Well, all of these crazy kids have got the bit between their teeth, ready to take on this final, ready to take a place for themselves on the podium. Ideally for each of them, as they're surely thinking, such as a Captain Obvious statement, the top spot would be nice. I never fancied the top spot. That gives me vertigo, so that's why I never claimed it in my competition career. Unless the podium was flat. Hello, everybody. Who is joining us on the chat? Is anybody there? I mean, just me. I'm the last comment. I'm the last comment on my own stream here for this event. Come on, people. Help a brother out. Hopefully, the rest of you who are already watching are still tuned in. There's a good few out there on the stream right now, and I would imagine some of those are the people. Oh, that's not fair. One disappeared just as soon as my face popped up. That's unkind. That's a kick in the ego, or the proverbials. Okay, Olivia, Scotty, Team France, on the water. Here we go. Staying on the left-hand wave. Toes into that wave itself. So front hand, as you call them, in some surfing term, that's a front hand wave. Oh, the Ollie North backside 1. Aerial out the top. Lots of daylight between board and peak. Proper big old backside 3. Pretty much getting all the way around and then turning it into another 7. Yeah, gets the shove on, shove out, and pauses up in there, just holding that floater position. Front side 3 shove. Saw it from Ryan. He managed to school it right at the end. Oh, let's get a little replay of that. So we've had a whole bag, a whole mixture of tricks from Olivier. Here we see it again, getting himself dialed in, letting go of the rope as soon as he can so he can make full use of the scoring zone. Ollie North, backside 1. Here comes the big old backside 3 aerial. Builds the speed, pops it nice and high, goes 270 and then just keeps on rotating for good measure. Back 90 shove on, then full shove out. Now here comes the front side 3 shove. And kind of a similar fall, which is often the way you're with the front side shove. You're kicking your back foot so far forward, and you need to kick it up far forward because you need to over-exaggerate that back foot movement. That sometimes you just kick it way too far out in front of you. Is it going to be the same again? Oh, no! He landed it! He landed it! Oh, my gosh. That was intense. Can we go back to a replay? As much as this is beautiful, let's go back to a replay of that for Olivia, if we've got time. If my dream stream team back there can acquiesce to the demand. So that is a 720 big spin, 720 backside big spin. Mental. I just managed to catch that because I saw it on the YouTube feed, which is obviously a little bit behind what I'm seeing. So that's going to confuse you guys at home no end. Still not seeing any comments, people, on my chat over here. So let's have at it. On to our next rider in this Pro Men Skim final. And that rider would be, let's see if I can get this wrong as well, Noah Flegel. He hasn't been in the water for at least 5 minutes, so it's about time he had a turn, right? Noah diving in, ready to go. So that is him. He's not submerged. He's just off screen to the right. He's about to come round. There we go. Getting a rope launched just as our judges finalize their scoring for Olivier. Let's see if we can give some shout outs to Noah. I mean, some of these boys are rather big time, and we should know a little bit more. And we do know Noah coming from Deerfield, Miami way, him and his bro, growing up riding there, catching rides of people in the, I forget what they call them, the waterways just behind the sea. There's a specific name. Maybe write a comment and tell me. Noah going to be ditching that line as soon as he can and only getting started once he passed the contest zone start buoy, building up the speed. Big old indie grab, then a slash off the lip. Shove to finger grab to shove. No, that's not something you see often. Noah going down on what is a stock and trade trick for him. Let's have a little look at the replay to see what went down. So there, big old smash off the lip, cut back, kicking up a wall of water. There's that grab shove, then the front shove. Oh, just a surface rotation, just a backside surface rotation. Who knew? At least that makes us all feel a little bit more human, doesn't it? A little bit more, less inept when comparing ourselves to the likes of Noah and the rest of these riders throughout every category that we've got this weekend. Good to see that we are going to be moving swiftly into the prize giving here. Our team on site, I saw Alex getting stuck in as well. The Botaski ski team getting involved in setting up the prize giving area, the ceremony, the closing ceremony for events. That made it sound very official. Don't worry, I'm not going to drone on too long tonight. Let's just get those just desserts out to all of those who do so well and make a big old shout out to every single person who's been here and part of the fun this weekend. 3 shove for Noah, back in the game. Building the speed. Little ollie north, backside 1. Was that just a grab bigger spin, Ariel, as well? Backside bigger spin and just nudging it around with the hand. Then that front side bigger to marry up. Those two come together like fish and chips. And then the backside bigger is the undoing of him. And I would imagine, it's his second fall anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And he did have time left. That is a shame. Okay, so let's see how it started. 3 shove. Bosh. Thank you very much. Drifts back to the back of the wave. Little bit of 1 foot in the air action on that air back 1. Then gets that shove round into that aerial backside 1. Then the front side big spin. This is what he was winding up to. Yeah, the backside bigger. Jumping in the boat, making his way to the end of the lake. Noah gets a little respite. It's a good first run. There's a lot in there, but I have to say, like Olivier Scouquet of France was just sublime, just seamless. The thing with Noah is he does get an awful lot more amplitude. Even though it's skim, he's still getting launched out of that lip. But the combination of maneuvers from Olivier is going to be something that the rest of our riders are really going to have to wrestle with. And you'll notice, actually, a lot of the time, our riders aren't down on the dock itself. They're just tucked back in the gazebo that's on the hard standing behind the dog, the start dog. And I believe that's probably because they're either looking at their phones, I'm not sure if there's a screen down there, and just watching the action. Because in most events, it's easy to see what goes. If you stood on a cable dock and you're out next, you can see what that guy out there or girl is doing before you. So you can adjust your run accordingly. A boat event, well, even if you're at the end of the lake, you can still see what they're doing and how they're doing it. But because of the nature of surfing and foiling, you're tucked behind the boat and tucked in close. 1 footer, getting the grab on that nose grab. It's hard to see what's happening for you. Proper air backside 3. Little cheeky grab off that aerial off the lip. Yeah, that was the fall at the end of the first run, but no such issue this time round. The backside bigger for Noah Flegel. Then the front side big in the most difficult way of doing it, away from the wave. Grabs hold of it and then comes back. Not sure how he held onto that. And if anyone can claw himself out of a hole like that, Noah can. Front shove off the lip. Time some more. He has a quick glance up to see what time is left. Whoa! Get out of here. Shut that door again. Then the 3 shove in the flat. He's not stopping yet. There's still some more in the tank for Noah Flegel. Then the the 5 shove. And that deserves a very aggressive, proud of oneself, double fist pump. Gets a scoot in. See you later, Noah. Thanks for coming. Jeez Louise. Let's see if I can keep up on the replay. It was hard enough the first time round. Well, the second time should be easy because I've got a bit of a preempt. We're going to be moving on to the next rider real quick, but let's just embrace all that magic that came up with from Noah. Here we go. 1 foot. Big old backside 3 aerial off the lip, getting all the airtime off the top of the wave. Mini air, mini tickle. See him from the side. What's he got for us? Backside bigger spin. Board going 540. Him, his personage turning a full 180. That. Now, we've seen the front side big spins, but they usually do it coming in the other way. And we talked about how hard it is to ride something away when you're landing on your heels down the face. Noah just got that crazy steez and knees up around his ear rolls, stomping tree trunks down, anchors in, landings that just look solid as anything. Lee Height. What a run he had, or a couple of passes he had in his qualifying. He is second top qualifier. Just John Ackerman left, who'll be watching with eagle eye. The El Clasico, big old air backside 1. No. Gets a little body surf out of it, so there's at least that to think about. That's on camera right there. But not what he was hoping. Going the 3 shove, the board just not being there when he came round to put his feet back down. That is tough for Lee because his runs yesterday, too, clean as a whistle runs. We should be having those out there. I'm sure they're more than already ready. We have got Shelley Walker and Tatiana. Here we go. Agropolu. Lauren Fox. Bottini. Titiringos. Jaden Harris. Jody Grassman. Bailey Dunn. Lily Anderson. And Jani Kjanapas. Wow, a whole host of different countries represented there, which is awesome. And then we're going to be moving on to our finals. Just our Men Surf 29 plus and our Pro Men Surf. Here we go. Lee Height needs to claw something back here. There's the 3 shove. It was a blip that saw him fall on that. He's got to get hustling though. He's not got much time in this. Backside bigger to follow. Oh, then the no! Lee, what happened? And the hands in the air say it all. So it was a Gumby. So the board turning one way, his body turning the other. But yeah, he landed it. And I mean, that's kind of what happens when you're not doing anything on a skimboard. Just they slip out because they are slippy. They are skittish. That's the whole point of them. That's why it's possible. That's why what these guys are doing is actually possible. Not possible for me, but these guys and girls. So maybe see a replay of that, or maybe no. We'll just wait for Lee to get picked up. I think we'll have a bit of time because I think he was, well, that's his second fall. So we'll get no more on that, whether he's got space in the scoring zone. So if we could go to a replay, but no worries if not. You're joining us. If you are joining us just now, welcome. You're not too late. You are a little bit late, but we'll let that slide. You're not too late. You're joining us at the final stages, the business end of proceedings here at this 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf, and I'm adding this in, and Foil Surf Championship. We've had a good few of these now. I was at the very first one, which doubled up with the WWA World Championships at Liquid Leisure in London a good few years ago. We had another champs, European Surf Champs at Liquid Leisure. They've had one here previous, and we're back again at the incredible, the beautiful, the bodacious Bataski. Just southeast of Madrid by about 30 minutes here in the heart of Spain, the nation's capital. What a beautiful spot it is. What an amazing setup these guys here Ricardo and family, you couldn't have looked after us any better. And what you've provided, not just for yourselves, for your family, for locals, but for the sport, is truly something special and fairly inspirational, even more inspirational considering, as we said this before, worth stating again, this entire place was underwater. Like this room I'm sat in, up to the ceiling, underwater. There was just one big lake. So at great effort and no little expense, wow, Lee Height, that was boosticles, big old 540 shove, then just pops a shove straight out of it. Yeah, gets the full aerial 3 backside, full 3 as well, not landing at 270. Then just the push shove, dragging it round, backside big. Tail of the board at the front. Then he goes the front side bigger, just goes a little bit deep and wide, but manages to claw himself back into the power zone, building the speed. Front 3, this is coming together. Don't say that. That's the commentator's kiss of death. No, it's not. He got an extra trick. Go back to the boat for this last trick. Here we go. One more big hit. Oh! Thinking about that 720 backside big spin, I would have said, wow, wherever you are on side, that kid deserves a round of applause. He put himself under pressure with that early fall, and then a fall at the end, and then just ram past, could not have packed. He vacuum packed that second pass like his baggage allowance depended on it. Here we go again. Just so much aggro and intensity throughout that entire second run. Just going non-stop. Just getting his cardio in to round things off. Kicking that board, and when it's spinning that much and you're just looking down at it, just like you're in, what was the word I was looking for? Die Hard with a Vengeance. When he's clawing through the air vents and they've got those fans going around and he's got to pick his way through. That's what was happening right there with Lee Hiders, who's looking down at that board. Okay. Last rider. The man who's been at the helm of the boat, obviously, for a good part of this week and gets to do what he does best. And not that he doesn't drive the boat very, very well, but I'm pretty sure he'd rather be on the water. John Ackerman, one of Nautique's own. Interesting to see the different styles aboard, like a really pointy nose on this one versus the rounded ends, and then a swallowtail at the back, just giving you that little bit of extra drive and grip. Some big pops. Oh, there's the back bigger. Getting himself deep so he can power himself forward. Whoa, did he just go front bigger? Did he? And then varial. Driving forward again. Gets the speed up, goes wide. Front big in the flats. Switch backside. Then the front side bigger coming in this time. Not satisfied with just a 180 shove or a 360 shove. That's small dogs. That's tame dogs for John Ackerman, and has taken a fall. We'll give him that little fall right there. Just have a rest. And I think he's still got some more room to play with. Yes, he does. Knowing that boat's got a supercharged engines means that we know and he knows that can pick up quick. Okay, let's see if I can keep pace with this, because I'm sure I got some of those trick calls wrong. Yeah, so that was just, he went the bigger and then the bigger again, and then just a pop a little varial to get himself lined up. Board the correct way round. Front big, popping it, full skate style, out in the flats. Now he goes back to using the wave for surf. Gets that front side 540 big. Now what was this he was going for? I think the 720 big right there. Just so much going on. Now yesterday we saw John, was it a 3 or was it a big spin that he popped while doing the switcheroo from one side to the other? Not sure that's in the scoring zone, but it was cool. Just getting up on the lip and just busting a big old front 3 out. And full skim style there out in the flats. Wow, John is charging. So it's a first run. I mean, we've got a trick caller in the boat, but it doesn't matter how many times someone calls the trick. I've still got to write the thing down. I don't know what kind of shorthand these guys have got logged in, but it's going to be something very, very skillful. They could probably copyright and sell it to a secretarial school. The amount of shorthand that you would need to keep up with the foilers and the surfers and the skimmers. John just taking a moment to get his breath back, as am I, and I'm sure a few of you on the shore, not least those riders, those surfers that he is up against, watching with the most discerning of eyes. I do not envy being a judge. I mean, I don't envy being a judge at any contest because it is a thankless task. As I said yesterday, and I'm going to keep saying, because I work with many different events at many different places, and yeah, sometimes things might not go your way, but we are a subjectively judged sport, and none of us would want it any other way. Yeah, the Benihana backside one, or if it's the Benihana, we're going to go with it. The late shove, I love that. So instead of just pumping it off the water, he gets up into the air, pauses, then shoves on the way down. Backside big in the flat, still staying with the wave. If we can cut back to the boat, Dream Stream team. Can we go? Oh, taking a fall right there. It'll be interesting to see what that was. Oh, well, we won't because it's just from the screen. But if we can go back to the boat for the remainder of John's run. Here we see the start. Staying well deep. Now watch this one. Usually we have to kick that thing as hard as we can while still on the water. Boop, bop. Just making a last minute decision. Oh, I'm in the air. What shall I do? I've got a bit of time on my hands. Oh, I'll pop a shove and then I'll ride this away. Back big in the flats. Choosing different places on the wave, making use of every inch of that playground on which to play and perform the maneuvers the judges are going to love. Because if you're just doing your power maneuvers, your exclamation point maneuvers, as Scotty put it yesterday, in the same space, well, as much as they may be, well, really intensely difficult tricks and performed well, if you can do those same tricks in different places, mixing it up, anything that keeps the judges on their toes, perks them up a bit, see something different. I love that, John. Just the wave had not even formed yet, just popping a shove. Oh, the 540 back shove, and that'll be all she wrote for John Ackerman. Choosing not to surf on the other side of the wave this time, choosing to stick it all on that right-hand wave, right foot forward, and then left foot forward also, mixing it up, of course. That's some big riding from the big dog, and that is the Pro Men's Skim done. Woo! Oh, no, I've almost... No, that octave's gone. Okay, we're going to have to stick into lower octaves for the rest of this. Might be something to do with the... Oh, we're on 16 hours of chat now, guys. Did you hear that? 16 hours over 2 days. A whole day in less than 2. How about that? And we just watch it. Well, I'm watching the replay on the YouTube stream, which I shouldn't because I start commentating on that and it will just confuse things massively. As I said before, and that is a job done. We have got the rest of the riders. The reason they're not on the dock is because I do believe that we might be having a little bit of a fuel break. Yes, we are. It says it exactly there. And the reason that we have more regular fuel breaks is not that we actually need it. The Paragon, it would last right the way through these remaining runs. But obviously the fuel affects the weight. So we need to keep that fuel as level for everybody as possible. And we're going to be moving on to the Women's Surf 19 to 39 very shortly. We're going to take a 2-minute break while they get that fuel in. There's Scotty Too Hottie being the opposite word, on the deck about to top up Super Air Nautique Paragon G23, the pulling power and machine behind this weekend. Thank you so much to them, to Bataski, and of course to Nautique Spain, as well as Nautique Worldwide, for supporting this incredible event. We'll be back within a few minutes. And we are back. Well done to all of you guys hanging out in the heat, because it is swelling up out there. And we are nearly there. We are on the last page of my running order right here. And we're getting crack-a-lacking with a women's serve 19-39. And the first lady of which is going to be Miss Shelley Walker. We already saw her in the skims. Women's 1939. And now it is a little bit of surf action on the cards. Tatiana Agrepoulou is going to be next. Lauren Fox, Fortini Tsitringos, and Jaden Harris is making up this women's surf 19-39. 5 riders in this. Then straight on to our remaining pro women's. It's the pro women's surf. 4 ladies there. We should have Nino Locatelli in and around about. He's going to be up against John Stamatis and Vlad Gorbunstov in the men's surf to 29+. That is the next round of riding. As I believe, who's it going to be? Raymond Kolhoon at the helm. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thanks for hanging on tight. Sorry about the little delay. We had to do a bit of a refuel pit stop. Let's just reconnect my chat just to see if anybody? Oh, hello. We have got Christine Bickley getting in the chat. Ouchie for Ouchie fans. I like what you've done there. So the Nautique riders, just to answer your fans, are not starting right from the dock. They're just letting go earlier. So they will not be counted for anything before the start buoy zone, which signifies the start of the scoring zone. So they may be letting go earlier and doing stuff earlier, but they don't get scored any earlier. That's down to whenever you want to let go. If you let go late in the scoring zone, then you'll get less time to get scores. And Shelley is away. Taking that long old route. Yeah, getting down, getting that double overhead barrel action. Moving up and down and around about, trying to use as much of that real estate as possible. She started out a little bit further back, now moving forward, now going back, getting up and down as well as forward and back, using the whole length of the wave. You want to use the height and the width available to you. The further you can get in these critical zones where there is less push, which is where she is right now. Oh, don't move a muscle, Shelley. Just keep driving. Squeeze those knees. Gets the nose grab in, though, so that's a bonus. If you find yourself in that position where Shelley was, sometimes there's just nothing you can do. If you can learn to pump, and it's not really, it is pumping, but it's skipping. We've all seen the really good surfers do it, where they generate speed by skipping the board up and down the wave. Well, as you move further back, the width of the wave gets smaller, the height of the wave gets smaller, the power, the push gets less. So you've got to hold in a very much more precise place. As you get closer, you can see where Shelley is now. There's so much push over such great width and height that you can play around a little bit more, and you'll still get continually pushed along. As you move further back, which is what we saw from Shelley, in that replay, is she going to get squeezed back a little bit? You've got to stay tight. There we go. She just drops a little bit of a hard edge. She's drifting back there. She just needs to drive her knees in the nose of the board, a little bit more angle towards the back of the boat. She was moving forward, then that little bit of a wobble, and then just catching her feet on the whitewash slowed her down a good bit. Taking a second fall while we were watching the replay. Shelley is now into her second run. Just dealing with a little bit of wash before she can get those heels down. Flatboard up. Arms out straight and up, and away she goes into that second run. Quick adjustment of the earrings. Don't want to lose those mid-flight. Then she comes for her second and final pass. Okay, Shelley getting trapped there as she got a little bit too far back, just out that point of no return. Past that point of no return. Yes, trying to get a little air, popping an ollie off the top. Then just driving hard with that back foot to try and turn that board on a die. Getting a real apex hard right angle turn out of the top, smashing one off the lip. Up on the top of the wave, she's being a bit more aggressive about it now. This is good. We've actually got a marginal bit of wind, like not too much to affect our riders. And where it is right now is blowing down the wake, so it's blowing behind her. Is she going to hang 5? Or is she going to drop the knee? Oh, go on. Keep pushing. You need to get in the power zone there, Shelley. She keeps getting pushed wide. She needs to stay close. On that toe edge, right there, and she'll move forward. There we go. And out of the scoring zone she goes, and it's a double 5 wave bye. On to our next rider. And that is Tatiana Agiropoulos. Close enough, right? Here's a little replay of that second run as I try and find a little bit of information about Tatiana. Oh, Tatiana, you didn't do me a doobry, so I can't find you on here. So maybe if Alex is listening somewhere, she can send a little bit of info through. So another one of our Greek contingent here in play. I wonder if Tatiana rides with the rest of our Greek crew who are here. We've got George, Thilias. No, he told me before and I didn't get it right. Lolo Ski Center just in Athens. So she's from Athens. Maybe she's part of this crew. Incoming Tatiana. Getting herself in the scoring zone. Chugging that line and away she goes. Nice movement up and down the wave. Getting on top of the lip. Moving forward. Stalled out floater there as well. Oh, no. She got the tail out pretty good, but as she pushed the tail forward, her body went back, got the board back underneath her, but by that point her body was falling back and the board was chasing her away from the boat. Tough to catch up with the boat, get that push from the wave in that position. Nice couple of turns. Nice and early on. You can see that she didn't really use much of her scoring zone time. Plenty of the lake left on which to play. No more falls left for Tatiana, so ideally wanting to make it to the end of this pass, while also not just riding straight doing nothing, she's got to throw some maneuvers in there too. Moving around nicely, Tatiana driving down the line, 360. Go on, girl, go on. Yes. Getting that spin down, then continues to move around. Little skip to the loo. Getting up and down the wave, nose over as well. Checking where the scoring zone is. Getting the tail out, wondering whether that will count. I think she's just out of the scoring zone, but getting that 3 in. Well done, young lady. Here we see the replay of her up until this point and that 360 perfectly executed. It doesn't get any better than that. And moving around nicely with that little tail release right at the end of that first pass. Great work from Tatiana, coming good after that fall. Hearing the music blast by as Tatiana takes up residence on the opposite side of the wave this time, furthest away from She was going for a backhand wave, so on her heels. Ready to go again. I wonder which way she's going to go. So setting off left foot forward. So that was switch for Tatiana. She was right foot forward, but on her heels. That's difficult indeed. So maybe she got a little bit of scoring time in that position. Chucking the rope to the other side, leaving it for one of the boat crew to whip that in. Yeah, getting airtime there. Just driving up the face of the wave and just popping out the top, staying and just drifting up to the top of the wave and then ollieing out that time. Couple of different ways of getting air. You can ollie on the flat and the trough as well. And that is her run done. Nice work, Tatiana. Getting a good few hits, smashes up the lip, calves, and that 362. Pretty solid run from her. Lauren Fox now coming in hot. Now we've got quite a big age range in this category. Oftentimes we'll go 14 to 19, 14 to 18, sorry, and then 19 to 29, and then beyond that. But sometimes we try to amalgamate the groups if there's not enough in a particular specific group, which can sometimes be unfair on the younger kids having to go up against the older riders who have got a little bit more experience. But everybody is at the same level, it seems to me, like there or thereabouts. So all having a good crack. This is Tatiana's second pass. After that early fall, going for that switch backside riding, she's gone back to left foot forward on her front hand, and that's a clean run. Team UK back on the water. Lauren Fox coming in. Now, Lauren actually drives coaches at Ullswater Wakesurf School. That's one of the lakes of the Lake District in the north of England. Right next to Windermere, which her partner, well, she's the better half, quite obviously, Ed Slater, who was riding so well earlier today, he runs Wakesurf in Windermere. There's the Hello Sailor off the lip, getting that back foot in the air. Knee gets dropped, controls the push forward, which always happens when you do the drop knee. Working her way back to just make something happen in that more critical part of the wave, and then scooting forward, lovely bottom turn, getting nice and wide of the wave, trying to get a little ollie out of there, needs to boost it a little bit more, and as she nears the end of this first pass, she might as well throw absolutely everything at it. Oh, too much spin. She makes it all the way round, but was pretty aggressive on the diving of the hands and the dropping onto that toe side edge. The rotation was great. So if she does that again, she's just got to ease off a little bit. But here is what she came up with. Up to that point, the nose over was nice. Then floating left and right. Even bigger nose over right there. The board slide or the lip slide, depending on which sport you come from. But same trick. Throwing the nose over, gets that back foot in the air, and the drop knee that we saw before, then rides it right to the end. Now let's just sit tight and see what's happening on this 360 again. Hopefully she's got a mind of what's gone, because you can generally tell what's happened to your trick, what's gone right, what's gone wrong, by the way you fall. Lauren has drifted off the left-hand side of the wave, sort of down the center, which would suggest that she's just driven too much toe side edge, too much grabbing of the water with both hands, just a little bit too much of all of that. She eases off a little bit and tries to make the rotation. No! Oh, it's just going the other way. That's all right. I thought there was a fall on the way back. Got a little bit worried for her, but that doesn't matter. Making use of the fall. Didn't have a lot of time to throw in anything anyway, so she just gave it what she could. She's going to get picked up, get spun round, and come back at it for her final pass of the weekend. Lauren back in action again. Trying to get a little bit more intense, a little bit more critical and aggro. There's that 1 foot again, putting some more aggressive turns right down the bottom of the wave now. Is she going to go for that 360? And where does she do it? Right at the end? She's got one fall in hand, so it might be worth making use of it and then still having time to give it another go. She's winding up for it. Come on, Lauren. Oh! Has she got some more time left? That was her first fall. Hopefully the boat is going to spin around and come and get her. Here we see it again, just from the side, then back to the boat. And the 3, I think it was very similar to the one before. Just a little bit too much juice throwing that rotation, initiating that rotation. And you do have to give it a little bit more welly compared with a skim style board, once again, because of the big old fins. But her whole body was leaning into the wave, which just drove that toe side edge into the water, driving her across. But she does have time. So come on, Lauren, just ease off on that 3 a little bit. Let's get this locked in right in the scoring zone. Come on. Oh, that is tough. 3 caps to the whip and no cigar. Low. Awesome work from Lauren. One of our UK crew out here alongside Ed. Thank you to them for coming along, for making the trip. So good to have a good representation from as many countries as we possibly can. From as far as, well, Australia, even though he's kind of honorary British and European living in Barcelona. But then as far away as Canada, the US, of course, Hong Kong as well. Amazing to have all these represented. We've got the Ukraine and the Russian crew who are also making up residence down in Dubai, all hanging out with here this weekend, which is just amazing. On to Fatini Titringos, which I'm probably saying incorrectly. In she comes, Fatini. Sure, we got a little bit of information about her. Let's have a look. Yeah, Fortini or Titringos. Fell in love with wake surfing. She comes from Vuligmeni Beach, part of the low ski center crew, of which there's a whole army of you out here. Tatini getting a nice floater up on the top. I think it looks like she's cranked those settings up a little bit taller, a little bit more aggressively compared with the other girls. Getting the lip slide, the fin release off the top as well. Nose over, just about, no, doesn't cling on. So turning the nose of the board away and over the wake and away from the boat. But as you do it, you often use your shoulders and your head to do it, and you lean over your toes, which then just causes the board to slip. You actually, to make it happen, and it's so ass about face, you need to turn your body the opposite way to the board. Lovely floater to start with, showing tons of control there. Tail comes out, gets it back round. Needing to make that happen more on top of the wave so those fins don't get caught, which she does on that second time of asking. Here going with the nose over, but doing it kind of on the face of the wave. It's another trick where you want to be up on the flat spot, more on the face. I mean, you can do it on the face, but in order to do that, you have to lean away so that you're not bending into the wave or you slip out. Your body always wants to be perpendicular to the board as much as possible, especially when you're on the face of the wave and you're putting some energy into a maneuver. If you're bent over the board as you turn it onto the face, well, you're just going to slip out, which is exactly what happened with Fortini there. Has she got time for something? Yeah, that's the air we're after, smashing it off the lip. Then we saw fins on that time, so even better. Maybe getting a cheeky little tickle on the board too. Here comes the 3. Dois. Board getting caught at that last 90 degrees, as is so common with those pesky 360s. Fontini, sorry, not Tatiana, getting dropped off, ready for her second and final pass. Pulling herself in as quickly as she can to get started as soon as possible. Don't want to waste any of that scoring zone. Big star fenders, Nautique ones should be passing about now. Yeah, already passing. She's on the opposite side of the wave. Oh, no, hang on. She's serving switch backside, which is crazy to me. Surely you'd be serving your comfortable foot forward backside. Oh, that's why she was doing it. That's why. Trying to get that varial. It's far better off landing with your comfortable foot forward on a toe side rail than trying to land the other way around, switch backside or however it is. I think she should give that another go. Get some more turns in. Make some use of the rest of the course. Then try that right at the end. The problem is she needs to set up like that. That's the difficult thing. Fontini back in play, opting for a more comfortable stance. Left foot forward on her toes. Driving back and forth, up and down the wave, and back and forth from the boat. Coming forward, it's going to be the 3. She needs to go up a little bit. No, it's that last little bit. You either need to do more of the spin up on the wave, and then just keep that tip up as you come around, so a little bit of weight on that back foot to make sure it doesn't get caught. I mean, you have to do in surf style, you have to do more of the rotation up on the wave face itself, because the board is always going to get caught, just because they're a little bit bigger, that little bit thicker. But then what you can do when you're up at the top of the wave, you just spin it real quick and the fins bite and pull you round, as opposed to the skim style option, where you can just spin at the base of the wave on a flat board. There it gets caught, loses her feet, does the running man straight off the thing. And we move on to our final rider in this heat. Jaden Harris already in the water with handle in hand, about ready to go. So as the last rider off the dock, we can safely assume that she was the top seed from yesterday's qualifying rounds. What has she got for us today? Rope goes straight away, even before the scoring zones. Asking for 2 on the NSS, on the surf system. Nice bottom turn. Oh, gets a big old fin release out of the top. So comes in hard on her toes. Then gets the ollie out as well. Gets the 1 foot hello sailor. Staying tight on that toe side rail. Yes. No. Yes, no. Ha. Pops a big old frontside 180 onto the top of the wave, into the floating place, as opposed to out and back in to the face of the wave. She was kind of right up on the rooster, and it's just the prime place where you'll slow down. So the actual 180 she did was amazing. And we can see a little taste of how she can whip around by this. Boom. Slaps a big odd, almost drives into it and just pulls that front knee up and squeezes that tail out. Then as we cut to the other camera, we go side on view in a moment. You're going to see her scream down that wave, and then pop the 180, twists it, but then just ends up board slide, or the board at 90 degrees, which just slows her down tremendously. She's got to drop that 180 and either get back straight into the wave or keep on turning or something, but on the face of the wave where that push is at. Going for it again, gets back in, nails it this time round. That frontside 180 off the lip, 360. Oh, too many turns. That was a bit of skim style right there. That was tough to hit. If she just managed to drop back into the wave as opposed to staying on the top of it, where it's a little bit flatter, it's easier to release those fins, which is why you do some of those tricks up there, because it is more stable. Let's watch it again. So here's that frontside 180. I absolutely love that. Dropping backward. Here now. So she needed to instead of keeping on spinning, obviously she didn't want to keep on spinning, but just drop back into the wave to allow those fins to bite. That's her second fall on that first pass. So we've got pro women's surf still to come. Jodie Grassman, Bailey Dunn, Lily Anderson, and Dorney. Get yourselves rider in the heat before you guys. Jaden Harris. So I'm assuming Jaden and Joey are brother and sister. I got that right. Both heralding from or making their time on water at Table Rock Lake, Newbury Park, California. Joey, never been to Spain before? And giving a shout out to the parents. And let's get the sponsors in there. Nautique, of course, Hype Light O'Neill, Mended the Harbour, and Cobian. Excellent sandals. To Joey Harris. And I'm assuming there's some similar support there for Jaden as well. She gets ready for her second run. I say not, because Jaden is riding a phase 5 there, not a hyperlight, so got to give a shout out to the board that she's on. Yeah, love that, love that, love that. Just getting a little bit of air and landing sideways and dropping back in, and even more air that time. Jaden charging hard. 360. Get yourself back in there, girl. Yes, she does. Almost overcooking it again. Working her way forward from deep back in the pocket. Oh, yes, yes. No, that was so dope. It's a first fall. I want to see that again. So opting for the other rotation. So she did the frontside 180 before, but then came back, reverted back to that left foot forward position. That time she's looking to continue the rotation, but needs to drop into the face of the wave. Here we see those early maneuvers. Bottom turn. Bosh! Gets those fins out. Big finno. Then even more air time. Smashing one off of the lip. Into the air. Here comes the front side 3. Smashes the front. Oh, no. So that was the backside 3. I apologize. That was before that. Here comes the front side 3. Building the speed. Building the speed. Keep on turning. And she just couldn't get across in time to catch that wave. First fall. Next attempt on this second and final pass for Jaden coming up. Incoming. Is it going to be the same triggers? You got time to squeeze anything else in there? She's just going to go for it. Looks like she's going to go for it. Do. Give it up for Jaden Harris, everybody. Still some stellar riding from her. Wrapping up our ladies in the women's surf, 19 to 39, and now moving on to our pro women's surf. Just 4 riders, Jodie, Bailey, Lily, Dorney. They should be in and around the dock as Jaden paddles on into the shore. Get ready for the whirlwind, folks. With these girls, they did some crazy trickery in the skim style event. Now being joined by 2 other ladies, the Lily and the Dorney. We're not being joined by, they're only in the surf style event, but Jodie and Bailey competing in both. Big old turns, that's what we like, getting nice and wide. Hard smashes off that lip. Then a little bit more controlled. Floater pauses up there, pops one back in. Then just pulling the nose of that board back, screaming forward on a floater, then ollieing back into the trough. Working her way back, just gently building the speed. Gets that air. Big old bottom turn out of that. Just connecting the dots so beautifully, so seamlessly. Jody gets the 3. Almost spoke too soon, but I didn't. Then the ollie in the flats as she gets the push from behind her and screaming forward into the flats and then back into the wave. The varial in the flats is the best place to do it, is where the board is flat, where you're not going to get bucked one way or the other by the wave face. But this time taking on the more difficult challenge of popping the varial off the wave face. There's that air, back 1 into the 360. This is looking good from Jody. And is that the scoring zone done? Yes, it is. Clean sweep to start things off from Jody Grassman. Just such a lovely mixture of maneuvers and usages of all parts of the wave. They're going wide, nice and close to the boat. Seemingly getting a little bit wider, a little bit further back, which is more difficult. Dropping the 3 in a more critical part of the wave. Now, as much as it's steeper, which can make it a little bit more difficult, the closer you get to the boat, you've got so much more push and so much more room for maneuver. So doing that 3 in a real tighter, confined area way back when the judges will appreciate. And then that combo of the varial, one on the flat, one at the lip, and then the air backside 1 into 3 for Jody to round it off. That is tight. Hello, Sailor. 1 foot, back foot in the air to start. Then trying the front foot off. The front foot Benihana, which we're just going with, seeing as no one's corrected me yet. Switcheroonies. Grabs hold of the rail so it doesn't drop away from her as she drops in on her heels. Oh, that's a lot of board flying around at awkward angles. Are you all right, Jody? Yeah, she's moving. So going for the shove on the backhand wave, which is way more difficult. The front side shove on the front hand wave. You're kicking the tail of the board into the wave itself. Plus that it's backhand is just way more difficult. Could not have made that switcheroo, that transfer any more easy. Yeah, the board just got nowhere near any kind of clean release at all. It was all over the place. Luckily, not so much so that it caused any kind of mischief for Jody by the looks of things. Loving this interaction between our riders, our surfers, and the drivers. Obviously, there has to be a certain amount of trust in the drivers that we've got at the helm, John and Raymond, and that whole transition and communication between Jody and Raymond working perfectly. A little bit of a cheeky smile from Jody as she rounds off this run. Going for the shove to get things off. Gets a back body surf as well. Got to claim that too. Time done on the water here at the Nautique European Wakesurf Championships. Just amazing riding from her right the way through. Here's the replay of that last little bit. It's just going for that shove again. Off her toes. It's going to be the backside shove, I think. Oh, goes the air tickle. And the board came round, but not quite enough. It landed before it got on her feet. Battle Royale always between Bailey and Jody, and it continues. Pointing at the wave and asking for a number 2 on the old surf system, going nice and wide, then pulling it back in. She's way, way, way back, just as that wave starts to curl over. Then she's going to be powering forward. If we could go back to boat camera, guys, that would be great. Thank you. Oh, the air back 1. No, you've done all the hard work, Bailey. What's a crack-a-lackin'? And these girls are not even our top seeds when we've got some stellar performances from yesterday from Lily and Dorney. They are our top 2 seeds. So Jody and Bailey got to do everything they can. Those falls are not going to help. Not that they get dock points, as we mentioned before, but there's less time to play. There's less scoring zone in which to rack up those maneuvers to impress upon the judges as to why they need one of the higher spots up at the podium. Rope relinquished. Scoring is on. Let's go, Bailey. Bleeding the speed, so she got a little bit of time. Being careful about that. No, no, no. What has happened to Bailey? She was hesitant then, way more hesitant than she would normally be. There's a smile on her face. Skim is her thing. Hence her having her own model, signature model board. Skim is definitely her thing. And I was chatting to her earlier, just saying she just started playing around with surf. Obviously, she's amazing on surf. And hopefully she'll be more relaxed. She's done well in the skim so far. That's not to say that she doesn't want to perform really, really well. But now her task of getting onto that podium has made that a little bit more difficult. She's only got so much space to play. She's only got one pass. Didn't really get much in that first run, really to write home about. So it's all down to one pass. It's possible. Anything's possible. If she throws in a whole bunch of bangers, then we could be good. But that is tough. So the pressure on for Bailey Dunn. Second and final pass of the weekend for Bailey in this final of the Pro Women's Surf. Still got Lily and Donnie to come. Then we're going to be moving on to the last two rounds of riders action from our men. Oh, loving that. Just skipping that board around. Just kind of de-weighting the board to skip it a bit higher. That's more like it. Very well done. Is she going to turn a 360 into this? No, it's not coming together for Bailey on this surf session. Yeah, stoving the tail, which became the nose as she pulled the 180. Getting really stuck. This was nice, though. I mean, and every single time, the air backside one was just sublime, just perfect. All that it needed to be. It was just that remaining 180 to finish off the three that was playing silly proverbials. Okay, what happens here? So she does the variant and the flat. Nice and stable. That's solid. Switch backside. Not easy, but she's looking good. The board doesn't turn. She's not aggressive enough with her feet to get that fin sliding out. So by the time she gets to the top of the wave, it's still not got to 90, and it just disappears from underneath her. Oh, gets the varial the other way. What we got now for Bailey, is it going to be a shove? Is it going to be some sort of Ollie 180? The shove, not to be the ever elusive shove it on a surf style board. A lot more difficult to get that thing round. Just tends to fly away and get caught up with the fins and the chop and whatever else. So not only does someone need to straighten that flag out, they need to unravel it also. Anyway, there's the replay of what? And on to our last two riders. Our penultimate rider, Lily Anderson. Lily Anderson, she snowboards goofy and wake surfs regular. So I have a same but different issue. I wakeboard regular. If I was to jump on a old swerve stick, it would be regular. Snowboard, surf, skateboard, goofy. When it comes to wake skating, I don't know whether I'm Arthur or Martha. You want me to hit a rail? I'm going to want to do it left foot forward. You want me to ollie on something? I need to do it right foot forward. It's a conundrum at best. Here we go with Lily Anderson. Coming, Wood Lake, Kelowna. Ooh, Lily, I might be coming to your part of the world. Corey, if you're listening, make it so. In a couple of weeks for the Nautique Regatta. Canuck Board Company is what she's serving up. And as I commented yesterday, I just loving the coordination. Too easy. All of it's this girl, honestly, how is that all so easy? Pigtails adjusted, all important. Yeah, Lily. So a whole host of different rotations there in every direction. Then getting the shove as well. Then off her heels, which is switch, that front side 360. Oh, a little bit too deep in the pocket. Wow. There's a replay of Lily looking so at home in every single position out behind that wave. Just getting a little bit too deep up on top of the wave and in the rooster area for her to claw herself back into the wave. But that is a killer first pass. Obviously the best we've seen out of those first runs. I would say, I mean, having said that, that's not fair. Jody Grassman, big maneuvers and lots more surf style from Jody. Lily has just got this amazing skill by just being able to put the board wherever it needs to be with the varials, with the shoves. Jody, really aggressive, big old aerials, big old bottom turns. If we can see a little bit of that from Lily and a bit more of what we've already been seeing, that may knock the nail in the head for any of the other riders to follow. Getting some nice air there as well. Pigtails adjusted, jacket in place. And on to her second pass we go. Nice from Lily. Oh, gets the shove out as well. This is looking good from her in the latter part of this second run. What has she got left for us? Oh, the big spin. The big spin wasn't to happen. Then a little slash to round things off for Lily at the end of the scoring zone. Going for the big spin again, just to squeeze into that last little bit of playroom that she had to play with. Great work, Lily. We move on to our final rider. Dawny, what have you got from us? Kjanapas, heralding from Hong Kong. Here with Nami and a little Hong Kong crew. Surface frontside 1. Then goes to 360 the other way. And again, almost getting swallowed in the chop. A little bit further back as that weight bowls over. Getting the shove up and the shove out. Building up some speed now. Going for the big spin, and it wasn't quite there. Dawny back in play. Now we had a clean stand-up pass, first pass from Jody Grassman and from Lily. So Dawny's got to skip back into the game, getting those service rotations done, those 360s, front side. She's backside right now, right foot forward. Yeah, gets the shove out. So the front side 180 into that backside shove to get the board back where she needs it. I think that is the end of the contest zone as the boat turns. Okay, Dawny, what you got? We need a little bit more aggro. We need to up the stakes on the technical front as well and the intensity. The rotations are all there. I'd suggest she just needs these bigger spins and a couple of other shoves. That's what she went for. Oh, oh, Dawny, it is not coming together. She could not have ridden any better in that first run yesterday, which is why she's top seed today. We haven't yet seen that backside 360 body varial, which was just so impressive and explosive. And then just that snap, that extra bit of pop from Dawny isn't quite there. The rotations, she's got those on lock. They just come so easy. It's crazy. No, and that shove that was needed. All right, Dawny, let's have a power session right now, right up to the end of the scoring zone. She needs to chuck that rope pretty quick. Can we go back to the camera in the boat, team? Stream, dream, team, just to catch the remainder of Dawny. So back to the camera in the boat, guys. There we go. Now we've got Dawny in all her glory. Here it comes. We're going to go that backside varial. No, it was magic yesterday. I wanted to see it again, but not quite there today. Absolutely gutted for Dawny. It didn't come together as she would have been hoping. I know that for sure. Gutted for the young lady. There was lots of good stuff in there. Just the judges will have to be able to comment on whether that is enough to put her on the podium. We'll wait and see. Well, we'll see very shortly. We move on. That is our ladies done. Last couple of heats now. Penultimate heats, no less. And it is Men Surf 29 plus. Nino Locatelli. Let's have a little find out something about Nino. Is he in here? No. Naughty Nino. Not in here. So we're just having a little boat crew switch, which will be a couple of minutes. We are nearing the end of proceedings here, guys. It is not too far away, and then it's going to be prize giving. Let's see who's joining us in on the chat. I've just got to reconnect to see if any more of you are giving us a few comments. Thank you for joining us, all of you who have been watching. It's much appreciated, both wherever you are in the world and here on site. Nino from France coming in hot, nose over. He's going to be starting off our men's surf 29 plus age category. He's setting the bar. Oh, and that's not the bar that he wanted to set. Falling pretty early on, just on that 360. 360s, they're the bane of us wake surfers. So Nino needs to get in the flow a little bit, just find his groove, dropping that knee, tucking, and his pop yesterday was amazing. Oh, this kid can surf, that's so good. Getting his proper surf style on, getting on his belly with a beautiful pop, 360, and exactly the same fall as before. Just rushing that rotation and rushing the second half, really. He needs to just take his time over the first half and then just hold in that switch position and let the fins do their job. But he just rushed his body, left the ball behind him. Yeah, the board had disappeared. It was right underneath the water when he tried to hit that. So that's 2 falls in the first run for Nino, which is not ideal at all if he's going to put in the pressure on the rest of the riders. So he's leaving it all till this one pass. Hey, as we've seen before, it's totally doable, but just that little bit more pressure, and it's how he deals with it. Last run, a little bit of wind before, but it's calmed off once again. Not like the wind that we've had right here, because it's really well protected. The job that they've done being so good in terms of the foliage and the flora and fauna around this site to keep the wash at bay, but also the winds, we can see, were settled nice and low. And there's a lot of tree coverage just keeping that wind away from us. Oh, the varial's not to be either. Oh, it's not going in his way at all. This is proving difficult, and it seems to affect like Dawny in the last round. She just didn't put it together as she did in the qualifying, and these top three in this category just battling it out for podium places. John Stamatis still to come. Vlad Gorbanstov in there as well. Our boat crew, Bailey Dunn after the riding, just straight back in the boat. Andy Cole been there all weekend long. Gio Braz has as well. They have put in a shift. Well done to all of them, and well done to our riders still left to come out and play. We've got John and Vlad, and then there's our final group. So all of you guys gathering your things, getting ready to get stuck into the prize giving, which is not far away. Well done for everybody hanging on. I mean, you guys are all part of these wakeboard, wake surf, towed water sports get-togethers. They are long weekends, but there are worse places to be hanging out. That is for sure. Okay, Nino, come on, let's lay it down, man. He's out on the opposite side of the wave, surfing switch backside. So he's going to be looking for that varial, that sex change. Going to switch through the feet. No, all she wrote for Nino. Trying to do it on the face of the wave. Maybe needed to get a little bit further up. If we see the replay, maybe we can break it down a little bit, but perhaps not important at this stage. Yeah, just his body was leaning out too much and the board was too far away. So as he landed without any weight on the board whatsoever and on the new heel side edge right foot forward. Okay, so that is Nino's job done. He's probably not that happy, but hey, look, making the final here today with us at the European Championships. That's still no mean feat. So great job to him all weekend. Whatever frustrations any of our riders have been feeling, using it for the fire for the next round of riding, wherever that may be. John Stamatis What have you got for us, sir? Let's see if we can find a little bit about John. John Stamatis, he's part of the Lolo Ski Center crew, which is why I'm seeing the whole Greek army lining up on the shore, ready to film John. Here he goes, in the scoring zone. Lovely, nice and casual floater, getting the tail out a little bit as well. Front nose over, almost going over on the toes into a nose cleaner. Getting way back in the pocket, powering forward. That's a nice big old wall of water, kicking up on that heel side turn off the top of the wave. Ollie way back. Now needs to start using more of the wave. Coming forward a little bit, building up some speed. That was nice. Doing it that quite far back as well. It's easy. It's a lot easier to get air a little bit further forward as he... Oh, gosh. I'm really hoping his face didn't connect with that board. He got folded double. Taco Tuesday on that board. He's okay. Moving around. There were some good hits in there from John. Looking really comfortable. Then just tries to get a little bit more air. It's a weird something to nothing fall. He looked good in the air, and it was similar to the previous one. So not quite sure what happened then. Easy to put a pin in it. And let's go. He's got the rope. He's got some space left in this first pass, so we might as well make use of it. Line tight. Board up. Let's go. Winding up for something. Is it the 360? Go on, John. Go on. Get in there. Get in there. Pump away. Oh, yes. Top work, sir. Then gets a little bit of aerial time. What? Double thumbs up from that. He's a happy chappy. Nice way to round off that first run. Our penultimate rider in this men's surf 29 plus age category. John's ready to go again. Serving backside, which the judges will love. Great for the composition and that differentiality between some of the other riders. Oh, just a little bit stiff-legged as he made that ollie in the flats. Getting a bit of bunny hop action to try and get the board up out of the water. Much more difficult on that side because everything's more difficult on that side. That's his first fall. Vlad Gorbanstov will be waiting with bated breath, watching with an eagle eye as to what each of these riders have come up with. And I would imagine, maybe, possibly not, he may just have a run in mind and he's going to stick to it, but potentially changing his run accordingly. We're nearing the laddering stages of this 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf and Foil Championships here in Spain at the Bodacious Botaski Ski School. This is just one of the lakes. There's another lake exactly the same as this on the other side of that spit that you can see. I, along with our dream team, stream team, tucked away in, behind those trees that you saw in the distance in the tech building, the studio, whatever you want to call it. We have been a little bit away from the action, but involved in the action as much as can possibly be through this stream and getting a bird's eye view from all of the angles. And they've got such a good tight unit here, these guys. Just a ready-to-go streaming event place all around. Lovely air from John. And you know what? He's on the other side. He was switched backside then, which is mental. As I've said before with all these cats, instead of just going on the other side with a comfortable foot forward. Oh, he goes for the full. Jesus Creeper running across water off that board. That is his second fall. That is John done. Great work up until that point. Getting the three in, getting the air in, getting the switch backside riding in as well. There's just one rider left. Vlad is ready to go as John paddles his way out of the way. And our last rider in this the Men Surf 29 Plus is Pro Men Surf to wrap things off. 6 riders in that Pro Men final. And Vlad about to go. Let's see if we can find a little bit of info about Vlad. No, Vlad, you didn't come up with any info for me. Come on, bro. No, the nosediver early on. Oh, it's tough. Some of the riding from some of our finalists just hasn't just come up to grade compared to what we saw in the qualifying rounds. Who was I chatting with? Chatting with I think it was Sophia and Wei Juju about their riding yesterday. Oh no, it probably wasn't them because they had good rides yesterday and they rode good today as well. But whoever it was just saying, oh, rode terrible today. But it's always the way, one bad ride, one good ride. Is to get the bad rides out of the way in the practice on the qualifying day, just as long as you qualify, save all the good stuff for the final. But I think in some cases it's worked the other way around for some of our riders, frustratingly so, none more so than for them. Obviously, nice work, Captain Obvious. And that is a frustrating fall for Vlad to start things off. I mean, you wonder, I often think, and it worked for me because I had to think my way around a good competition result as opposed to just have the raw ability to get myself a good competition result. Often opting for quantity, not quality. Whether going off in the latter stages, off the dock last, seeing all the riders out before you actually helps. Vlad's watched these boys. Nino not having the best run at all. John, pretty good run. Vlad potentially having a few more tricks in his bag but maybe that could put you off. You suddenly think, oh, I can just go a little bit easy. And the moment you start taking your foot off the gas is the moment that you're going half-assed into any of these competitions, which possibly isn't the way. And it was looking good. And I was about to say how it was looking good, but on that occasion, it was not my fault, Vlad. Diving the tail of the board that became the nose of the board after that air backside one onto the lip. 2 falls there. That's that first pass done. Leaving it all till that last pass. Now, the thing is, with what we saw from Vlad there, it was that little bit more technical than what we saw from John. But was there enough of it? I don't think so. So he's going to have to come up with the goods in that second pass as he surfs over to find his set. His set being that beautiful beast of a machine. Super Nautique G23 Paragon, the unrivaled, the no better than, the incomparable. It's all in the word. It says it exactly on the tin. A graceful entry into the water for Vlad as he flips that board over, gets those feet on, and gets hook 2 into this second pass. Asking for 2 on the NSS. That's that setting that denotes or implements the size wave that you want, going from 0 to 10. Wanting a little bit more mellow, which makes sense. When you're in a backside, a steeper wave is going to make it harder to stop yourself from slipping out, especially with tricks like that. Yeah, Vlad, that was nice. He went the backside butter slide, up on the wave, and then he gets the full 360. This is good. Is he going to do the switcheroo? No, he does a front side 1. Now, fins up front with those big hook fins. Yes! Oh, I thought he had it. That was a good bit of riding, though, from Vlad. That is some technical stuff from him. On that other wave, also opting for what I personally would think would be the easier option. Instead of surfing switch backside, then just get on the other side and surf with your comfortable foot forward backside, as he did. Couple of rotations in there. Thought that he might have been going for the signal for the switcheroo, for the transfer. But no, he was thinking about this. Tough when you got those big fins wanting to bite. It was there. It was there. It looked like he had it. That's got to be frustrating for him. He's got a little bit more time. What does he go for now? Straight up 360 again, just to try and close the door on John. I mean, I think he may have done enough up until this point, because that little bout right there on the backside would have counted for an awful lot. All right, back on his front hand. Getting a lovely, getting a little bit of frontside rotation as well. Shuffling the feet for something else. Keeps it safe. Took his time there. No, then for the backside big spin, or maybe just a 3 shove. And that is our 29 plus surf. Men, job done. Well done, you 3. Go take a chill. Hi. We're still talking. How are you doing? So let's look at the... Now, it's not exactly 10 hours because the stream carried on while we weren't talking for an hour. But I think... Hey, guys, are we on 9 hours now? 9 hours. Woo! See, that's gone. Whoa! No, I haven't got that octave. Hey, everybody. Anybody joining in the chat? No, obviously. But that's okay, because I got all the chat you need. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us. For those that have, dipping in, dipping out, that's all okay. And for all you guys who are watching this from the shore, here at Bataski at this European Wakesurf and Foil Championships. It's been a long day. They always are, these events. Well, there's loads of you riding in every single category. Like, there's loads of you, like Noah Flegel has just not got off the water. Neither has Drew. He's back in there now. And all these cats riding in multiple categories, 79 riders. But that's not only been the rides, because, as I said, few of our riders have been riding in surf and skim. Surf, skim, foil attached, foil not. Can we have any more categories? I think, can we just call it there for a few years? It's been an amazing day with some amazing riding, amazing conditions at a beautiful, stunning place in a wonderful part of the world with a very, very good crew. So thank you for all hanging out with us. We are nearly there. Stick tight. It's a pro men surf about to go. So let's cast our eyes back to the dock. We should have some people ready. Come on, here we go. No, they're not ready. Okay, so let's just cut to some adverts, and we will be back with you in a couple of minutes. And we are back, rounding things off with our pro men surf, and this cat has been pretty much on the water non-stop all weekend. Drenan, D-Rock himself, boosticles to start things off, then a big old slash up the face of that wave. Air back one. Slides it round, adjusts the front foot a little bit, pulling back, way back out of the way to build that speed. Then goes that front side three, drops back into the pocket, ready again to power down the line, straight towards us. Oh, that went skew whiff. Going for the three shove, just catching the tail of the board a little bit before the actual rotation could happen, which is why it just span in every axis. Nice start though from Drew. Here it goes, that three shove. No, that's the front side three. Getting most of the three done on top of the wave and just making sure he edges his body back into the wave. No. I mean, he was lucky that that thing just disappeared and he didn't land on top of it, splitting his difference. First ball for Drew. Some heavy hitters still to come after him, which is why he has got to come up with some serious goodness right now. One of Nautique's own. Trying to do it for that title sponsor, but not just for that, because, I mean, as much as Nautique love it when their riders do well, they actually love their riders, just like Drew, because I spent time with him in exactly the circumstances I'm about to describe. Just going around the world, spreading the love for the brand, but for the sport, because you spread the love for the sport and you're that person spreading it, then people want to buy into you. And that's exactly what our Nautique team do. This guy is at the top of the bill for that. Apart from that three shove, was not meant to be. It was all good up until then. Yeah. So the 360 nicely done. Winding himself up for this thing. It was a little bit better. It didn't go as funky in terms of its rotation, lengthways and widthways, but still not enough to get his feet hold of it and back down on the water and right away. So that's his first pass done. Drew's going to have to come up with some serious goods on this second run. Of course he will. All right, people, where are you at? How are you chopping into the stream? There's a few of you out there watching with us. I know there'll be a lot of people watching after the fact as well. Just skim into the section that's more in line with you. Anybody fancy dropping me a little keyboard warrior action? Feel free. Okay, D-Rock, what you got? Yeah, love it. I think just lifting that front foot off as well there. A little Ollie North action. Oh, is he in the hole? The sushi roll. That was a heavy hit to the sternum. Luckily, he broke his fall with his sternum on the board. That would take the wind out of you. He did not get the pop. So he got it up, got it round. Let's have a little look at that replay. Crazy, crazy trick, because that can be a very heavy landing. If you find the transition, nice. If you're landing in the trough, not so nice. Yeah, just landed way too heavy. I don't think he got his body back round and onto the board in order for him to track with the wave, for the wave to do its job and push him along. He just stopped dead. Incoming, D-Rock, little shifty air. Come on, now he's got to come up with some goodness in this last little stretch of lake. The varial, so slickly done. Pops it round. Are we going to have a shove out of that as well? Gets him back in the hole, but does not. Actually does keep him in the hole and not on the wave. Frustrating for Drew. Some smatterings of greatness in there, but some frustrations for him as well. Has possibly not come together as I'm thinking he would have hoped over this weekend. Some nice, I mean, obviously the man is magic on a board, and we can see all of that in various skills that he's come up with. like that, just popping, getting full air with the board. And thinking that was good. I thought that he could drop back in, but apparently not. That is tough for Drew. Moving on to our next rider in this final of 6. Julian Prudencio. I was really impressed with his riding. First time I've seen him at all was yesterday. And he didn't make it through the first initial qualifying round, but did all he had to in the LCQs. He's got a really aggro, intense style, and I love it. I mean, obviously playing it cool and crisp to start with, but when he pops that big old frontside 180 off the lip into the flat, that's the start. Now he's starting to wind up into the style. Asking for a little bit more speed, maybe one click by Raymond. Popping it out and back in, just winding that board up and over with a little bit of rotation to find that transition. 3 shove was not to be. And I don't know how they do any kind of shove with those big old 2.5-inch hook fins, 2 of, and then a whole lot of board to swing round. But they do, and this guy can. And that's what got him to this point through that LCQ. But he's going to need to come up with something a little bit more crispy and clean in order for him to find a place on one of those top 3 spots. Love the way that rolls up and over and back into the transition, smooth as can be. He actually got a clean release. I think his body was off, so the board came round square, but it was his back foot that came down first, not both feet at the same time, which is all important. So you just stomp it on the back foot, the board stops dead. There's no way of getting out of that once it's happened. No messing around from Julian. These guys will be going, there it is. Oh, I love that trick. Stay in switch, sliding around, doesn't risk trying to continue that rotation in a bagel style. Backside big spin with a big porpoise dolphin jive from the board popping out of the water. That's how deep it went. 2 falls, job done, first pass. Be all onto that second pass. Absolutely love that. How does he get that pop from? He's a big lad as well. I mean, in an athletic sense, just like when we see these other riders like Scotty riding before, when I see him wakeboarding, these riders who have a bigger stature and just to be able to throw themselves around as well, it's really, really impressive. Julien Prudencio of the south of France. Let's get that information back up again, just so we can chat through as he's rolling, where he comes from. Where are you, Julian? Back in the game. Yeah, that wave is jacked up to the max, it looks like. Oh my word, he fought to get out of that tooth and nail. Great word, Julian. Then the backside big. He is now switch backside, just tearing it up that way as well. The Varial gets a bit of pop out of that as well too. He's starting to make up for those couple of falls in the first pass. Working his way back, but hopefully not too far. Love the drop knee, man. It's so stylish as he brings that board around, just clipping the lip. Varial back in. Which way is he going to go now? Just waiting with bated breath for these last few hits. Winding it up. Getting that 180 in. Shove. Oh, that is a credit card if ever I saw. I think that is end of the scoring zone for Julian, but let's just watch all of that. The backside big straight after the 3 shove as well. Winding himself up. Does he go for the varial at the top? Yes, he does. Back into his comfortable, on his toes, front hand. This is where he goes the big 3. Look at this drop knee. Deuce. Keeps the toes on the board, but rides into the pocket and gets away with it. Working his way back. Then the other varial, back to a backhand switch approach or switch line. Then he does the 180. Looking at this last little shove. Fins up front. Wasn't to be, just kicks it a little bit too far out in front of him, but I liked that a lot. Great work, Julian. John Ackerman in the house, Nautique's own, about to take the surf style event on. We already saw him slay it in the skim style. I haven't looked at the results. I may look at them first, or I may just wait to the prize giving. So I don't know who's come where for some of these divisions. But it is down to the serve in action. Oh, what? Lost the nose, got all the height in the world, and now he's got to swim for his efforts. Just Jack Carson, North Legal, and Joey Harris left to come. All of them absolutely slaying in the initial rounds, as did John, those first two riders. Drew and Julian making it through to the finals, the long, circuitous route to get there through the LCQs. First trick fall for John Ackerman. Opting to skip that side of the wave, going onto the left-hand side for him, right-hand side as we're looking at it. A little bit faster, bit more speed. Lovely air. Backside air. Oh, that is possibly going to be a rerun situation. I think there was a clip of the switcheroo. The one-footer from John. I guess he might decide how this run goes, because that may have caused a little bit of a delay in the things that he could have done. There's going to be a chat with the boat right there. So, hey, look, he came at that point. So he's going to have a chat with the guys in the boat. So that all that will have been is, I think that Raymond probably took that as a switcheroo right there. Instead of the speed, he's gone for the switcheroo. And if you've got the toggle set up on the right-hand side, ready to click the switcheroo, and he just clicked it really easily because it does change real quick, then that can be an issue. So we'll wait to see that going down on that backside three on the backhand wave. Think he's going to have a chat to the crew. Which way is the boat going to go? You can see him just saying there that he was asking for the speed up. So what possibly might happen, I'm second guessing here because of course it'll be down to the officials, but anything that is unfair for a particular rider, our officials will want to make fair. Sometimes human error happens and we have to make up for it. John still fell on that three, still fell at the start. I don't think he's going to get the complete run to start with. I think he's going to start from where he fell on that first run, which will be down to the judges to call. I mean, John is a good cat. He'll understand. He's been in the boat a long, long time all day, as has Raymond, and both of them have been doing a sterling job. So John opting to go on the right and skip that backside approach that he had to start with. Going to get back into the action. Oh, we love that. Can he get the wave? Yes, he does. Timing it perfectly. So John and Raymond working in unison beautifully there. That is so, so sick. Getting that backside one. Oh, can he get back in? Yes, he can. Almost at that point of no return. Huge backside three shove. There is a lot of good stuff in there. That, if you could put a dictionary definition next to surf style, wake surfing, that is it. aggro as a one thing, aggro to the yin-yang, amplitude all over the place, using both sides of the wave and just generating speed and height and just all of the gnarly stuff that we get from that kind of freestyle surfing. Big height. Then there's this backside 3 shove. Oh no, the backside 1 just pops off the wave, claws himself back from that the precipice. And he was almost there, just landed a little bit too far forward on the board. John Ackerman going all out for this title. Funny looking at the shapes of John's board, this phase 5 board, his surf style board and his skim style board have a very, well, not exactly. So you can see at the tail he's got the cutouts where the chimes where it just cuts an angle in. But then at the tail is a little swallowtail. On his skim style board, it's a swallowtail, more angular, both of them pointing at the nose instead of rounded off or squared off, like we see from some of the boards. And I just wonder how that affects him. So having a squared off nose would be a little bit more effective in grabbing hold of the board, maybe. A little bit more reactive when you've got it switch. Slob air. Big old slash, kicking up the spray. Getting him back to build into the zone again. The 3 that he fell on at the very start of this pass, of this run. Then that ollie back some 180 in the flats as well. The shove, getting deep. No, John. Going for that quick step. So the shove up off the lip, down in the flats, then the shove on the flats. So there's the slob air. Then a slash just to bleed the speed, just getting way back from the boat, then to power into this. The backside 3. Perfectly performed, finding the transition without a wobble. Backside 1, slides around to right foot forward, nose to the boat, shove, done clean, pops the shove there, lands right on the nose. No one's fault, unfortunately, but John's, which he will know. And a little bit of time left to come up with something a little bit salacious, a little bit saucy, just to pile on the pressure on those 3 remaining riders to come. Chad Carlson, Noah Flegel, Joey Harris. Wake surf driving used to be easy. You just set the speed, set the surf system, go in a straight line. Now it's almost like jump ski driving. There is a lot of pressure when you've got these riders crossing the waves and doing these transitions from side to side. Front side 3. Here's another one. Gets across, boots in air. He's got a little bit of time for something, hopefully not losing the wave. Oh, get back in there, John. Oh, my word. That would have counted. Give it up for John Ackerman. I'm just loving the shouting of Raymond in the boat. You can see him calling it right here. He's counting down 1, 2, and going on 3. That's a little bit later on. There's that front side 3. Here we go. Look at the lips. Look at the mouthing. 1, 2, 3. Switch gets hit. John gets maximum lip as that weight curls over and the other side cleans up. Then this. He was there. Lands a little bit deep. Gets in on the heels. Gets off the wave. Gamble. Dismount to finish. Great work from John Ackerman. Probably not, well, definitely not all that he was hoping for. I mean, if you fall, it's definitely not all that you're hoping for. But still, some moments of magic in there when you pass on. Chad Carlson is up, up, up and away. Hayden Lake, Idaho, this cat. In the pocket, just waiting for that wave to get up to speed. It is, and now he's in the scoring zone. Starting off with a big old frontside 1. Then rotating it around, almost a filler trick for these guys. Slapping that board down at the 270 rotational mark, then coming back out, right foot forward again. Then the double rocket air shove, coming back round, switch backside, then the varial off the top. Biding his time, building that speed, driving forward. Wow. Was that a 5 shove? It looked like a little bit more than just a 180 shove, but the fins were at the back, so it was just a 180 shove, but then popping it back round. There's the 3 shove. So it wasn't a 5 shove. Of course it wasn't. But still, really, really clean shoves from Chad Carlson. The backside big to big old salmon swan dive. That'll do. That will do. Has he got enough time? Let's check it out again. Little hop onto the lip, drop down, build up the speed. Slides back round that backside 180. Back in the pocket, way out bog. Lip pop, down the wave. Slaps it down. Love how it just clips the top, almost just like it slaps on the coping and drops into the pipe. Oh, I'm glad we're on the last few riders because we're on the last few legs of my voice right here. Lucky I haven't got a prize giving to do. Chad Carlston looking hot. The big old front shove, that's what it was. It just squirreled around in a squirrely way. There's the three shove backside. Here we go for the backside big. Works his way back to come screaming forward down the line at us. Catches it, catches the nose. It's a good first outing for Chad Carlston. All right, Chad, what you got for us on the way back? Ollie North, grabbing the nose. Building the speed. Backside big was there that time. Now we switch on his heels, riding that way backhand. Front side one. Fins at front. Can we go back to bow cam, guys, just to get all of this in all its glory? Can we go bow cam, guys? So obviously a little bit of a wireless connection issue, hence us not being able to go back to the boat camp. All we would have done, of course we would, good to get that side on action as the boat is in front of us and we can see all the action, but obviously as it disappears and the rider disappears behind the wave, it's good to get on board. So hopefully we can reconnect that connection. We're not probably going to be able to do it for now. Going to have to fiddle with it once it gets back to the dock. Chad now on that far side. I'm going to have to use a little bit of wizardry on the commentary front to just assess what he's doing. He's backside. Well, I can see what that was. Backside shove. Gets it back round and keeps on going. Still pumping away and in the scoring zone, so that will have counted. Then one last trick, which I don't think will have counted. That looks like he is out of the scoring zone. Noah Flegel in action right now, and we do apologize back home that we cannot get the onboard camera angle. Obviously, that would be the absolute ideal, but we've got a connection issue with it, so we're just going to try and bear with it as best we can. No, no. What has happened there? Has he used up all his special bar this weekend? Because we have seen some seriously special stuff from Noah. Two falls on that first pass from Noah Flegel is going to make this second run, well, it's going to be intense at the very least if he's going to make any kind of impression on the top three spots. It's going to be tough to do. We've had some killer riding so far from all of the riders in this group, particularly Chad Carlson, and John Ackerman, of course. Yeah, that's the kind of air we like from Noah Flegel. So maybe it's just going to be a show-stopping last run. Front side one, then the shove out of it. He's on his heels, switch, left foot forward. Then that big spin coming out of it to end up right foot forward. On that front hand wave. Nose of the board to the boat. Gets the hop across. Now we can't quite see what's happening there. I think he was going for the launch across, or was he going for the launch back in? I couldn't quite see. Okay, Noah Flegel. Little bit of a rerun there because I think there was some confusion over the communication. No one was looking for the transfer from one wake to the other, and maybe that wasn't communicated or wasn't heard. So he's going to get to go again from that last spot wherever it was, or he's going to have that whole run again. Gets the transfer. That's what Noah was looking for. The kind of rocket air double grab. Then it gets a big old backside air. Grab and hold of that board method as well. 1 foot as well. Following up. Staying on that side. Gets the front side 3. Still in the pocket. Moving along nicely. Then goes the backside rotation of the wave. He is still moving along. It almost looks like he's disappearing off the wave at this angle. Gets the shove out of the pocket. Can he get hold on? No, he cannot. And that's the end of the scoring zone. We do apologise for all of the delays that we've just had there and then. And of course to Noah for not giving him full capture of all of his riding. As well as Chad a little bit as well. When we lost that signal, we couldn't cut to them. But I do believe that we have got... Have we got the camera now, boys? Yeah, we do. All right, so we're going to finish on a high, and we're going to be straight on into the prize giving after this. We've got Joey Harris rounding things off. That wave is curling beautifully. Look at that beast of a thing behind this paragon. And Joey, oh my word, gets started off just a wee bit aggro, which is what we love. That is what surf style is all about. There is a hole in that part of the lake that has been catching an awful lot of our surfers out. Because a lot of these big guns who just do these tricks day in, day out, I mean, look at this. Bosh. That's something that I guess Joey just would never ever fall on, hence just dropping it at the start of his run, landing a little bit deep, landing a bit heavy with his weight over that front foot and out to the heel side edge, diving that board. So it's all out there with all of our riders. Like it's been hit and miss with a few of them. Noah falling early and then pulling it together on that second run. I mean, also John taking a couple of falls, but then his second run, it has to be said that Chad Carlston, out of everybody, is the one that pulled everything together that really, really tidily way. So, I mean, which way is it going to come out of the wash? But we're not done with Joey yet, man. He's still got plenty of real estate on which to play, which to impress upon the judges. Why he should be taking the title of a European champion. Oh, way. Wow. Joey, what's going on? What has happened there? Ah. The pressure cooker of contest can get to us all. Not that I would imagine Joe is feeling the pressure or anything, but we can all have these wobbles. This is, that is frustrating and absolutely gutted for him. Top seed through the qualifying. Just wanted to come out blazing, and it's gone a little bit the other way. So that will be his second fall and done. I don't think there's going to be any particular issues that can be flagged in terms of unfairness of setup, of weather, of boat for Joey. But I mean, he's going to get picked up and head back. Don't strike me as the sort of cats that would complain necessarily. But we're going to have a little chat. Oh, there's got to be frustration underneath there, but it's good to see there's a lightness about his face that just, hey, you got to take the rough with the smooth right there. So we're going to see what's happening here. So they've just poodling up. Where are they headed? So a little bit of a conflab. So that is a slight reprieve for Joey. The wave wasn't shaping, but then it is down to surfers to kind of let the boat crew know, but he carried on and surfed anyway, so it doesn't count as a fall. That's more like it from Joey. That wave shape's looking pretty good to me, and he's making use of it, getting that big old front side air. What? Gets a judo kick back, so a fire hydrant in the air with a backside one, then the full front side three. This is the Joey that we know and love so far, or I've been introduced to and now love since seeing him ride yesterday. Holy moly, that was a lot of air and a lot of spinning of a board underneath him. Gets himself back in the pocket. Wow, to come back like that is something pretty special, man. The There's the smile back on that cat's face. Okay, back in the zone with Joey. Finish on high. That's what we want. Absolutely electric out there, just giving it his absolute all. Does. Ridiculous. Then gets a cheeky little varial just out the back as well. Huh. Thank you very much, Joey, for that. I enjoyed it very much, as I'm sure everyone else did out there. And we go again, the very last pass of the very last day and the very last heat with the very last rider. It is Super Final Sunday for Nautique European Wakesurf and Foil Championships here at Bataska Ski. Thank you very much to these cats. You! Big old backside air, getting all corked out, then a big old backside slash, shaking that tail feather, releasing those fins, building up the speed. There is that backside 3 shove. All in the air, just no amount of connection with the water before he catches it. Then the backside 180, dropping it like it's hot, building up the speed once again. Man, how does he generate all of that speed and height? Oh my word, squeezing in a varial without any time to take a breath, straight after that spin. Then there is that big old ollie north, kicking that front leg out back, replacing it with the hand up in the air, boosting it off the lip. Joey seeming to really love this backhand wave. Whoa! Didn't quite get that full 3, catching the tip on the lip just for a second. Was all it took to just boost him out the front. But wow, what a run. Yes, please, let's replay that. Okay, here we go. Joey Harris on the backside wave to starting things off. Backhand. Big old backside air, just showing us the tail. Could have got a little method grab in there, but who's one to nitpick? Moving through that wave once again. Backside 3 shove, all of the rotation, catching it cleanly, landing it, riding it cleanly, works his way back, works his way forward. There's the backside 180, then slides it around. Then gets the full 3, and then a cheeky little varial straight after that. I think that maybe that was actually a big spin. Then grabs that ollie north, or that aerial north with all the height in the world. Here is where he tries to get the full 3. See just the tip catching just a little bit. Maybe if you boosted a little wider and landed in the trough, then he might have missed that big old meaty wave. So we've got a little bit of a freeze frame right there coming back into action because Joe still got some time or some space in the scoring zone. As we see the pickup, is there enough time there? We're not quite sure. Oh, he's just gone to get his board. That's a considerate boat crew. Okay, Ben is on the front hand wave. Left foot forward, to the right as we see it, to the left as you see it, squeezing in a little bit of extra something that didn't quite come off. Catches a boogie wave and a big Cheshire Cat, pearly white smile from him. And that, folks, with our Pro Men Surf, is some pretty tidy riding. It was a little bit stop-start. These technical issues happen. We do apologize for that. But thank you so much for all of you who joined us on the stream. Al Bundy, just giving a shout out to Wade Juju and Brew abilities. Nautique takes some good riders like Julian. He is a rather good rider, I would say. He's probably impressed that upon a few people here. So thank you for your take. All of you on the live stream. Should we do a sign-off? Because I'm going to go get my prize giving on, man. Stream team, studio camera, here, this is our ticket. Hello, everybody, and thank you so much. I'm just not going to worry about the mess. Thank you so much for joining us here at this 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf and Foil Surf Championships. It's been quite the couple of days with quite the level of riding. Mind-blowing left and right in every category. Boys, girls, men, women. and just awesome to watch. It is really, truly something to behold when you come from a little island like the UK, where we're still just getting started with our wake surfing. Luckily, we have the likes of Lauren and Ed Slater in our country to lead the charge. And Jen Edwards, I'm sure you wake surfers out know them out there. But to see this talent from all the world over, from Hong Kong to Dubai to Cyprus, we've had a big old crew from Greece to our couple of lowly Brits to all of you friends from across the Atlantic pond, from the US and from Canada. Thank you for all joining us here. This is my shout out to you. I'm going to do the same again in our prize giving. And thank you to you all you cats who join us on the stream. My name is Matt Crowhurst. We are at the wonderful Butaski. If you can ever get out to Spain, come to its capital, come to the heartland, come find these incredible cats here. Don't you cut me off before I'm finished. And we are done. Let's do an hour count. How long have we been going? 10 hours. Thank you for having us once again. I am Matty C. I've been your host. I look forward to hosting some other things, some other where with you. Hopefully a bit more wake surfing and foiling. Definitely going to be a bit more wakeboarding at some point. Chatting to Ricardo. Might even be a bit of 3 eventing right here at this place. Watch this space. Love you and good night.
que si tiene en el programa la cámara de entrevista. Entonces, tiene que estar emitiendo la cámara de entrevistas. ¿Me oyes, Miki? Miki. Miki, hola, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. ¿Y te gusta mi voz o no te gusta mi voz? Me estoy poniendo hasta cachondo. No. Ya. Venga, lo tenemos. Vamos a bajar la cámara abajo, ¿vale?
¿Y qué era otro? ¿Me estás diciendo? ¿Qué era el otro?
Miki, ¿estás en entrevistas? 1, 2, 3.
We're going to get a little Team Nautique photo.
We can, yeah. Everybody's got some flights and everything else happening.
I haven't. Missed my train.
Yeah. You're staying till tomorrow now.
Staying till tomorrow. Big night. Get in the old Smokies again tonight. Thank you. We good? Oh, there's a delay. Sounds like I've gotten a stroke. Are we going live? Are we already live? I've just Don't mind us. We're just doing a presentation. All right, I'm just going to have to deal with that delay. If we are on a live stream, are we? Just crack on. Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us here at the 2025 Nautique European Wakesurf and Foil Championships. Let's make some noise for just being here. It's a privilege and an honor, as it always is, to commentate on people being the very best at what they do. At every age, boys and girls, men and women. I love it, and I think you guys all know that the people behind these sports, from Nautique to Bodeski, to the judges in the boat, to the people driving, to the people on the dock, to the people talking about you for 16 hours, absolutely love it. So thank you very much. Give yourselves a big old cheer and a round of applause for all being awesome. And for traveling so far, as many of you have. So before we get on to the goodies, there are obviously, as with all these prize givings, lots of thanks to give, and we need to make sure we give as much energy to those thanks as we can, because without these people, yeah, we might be playing around on boats somewhere, but we wouldn't get these get-togethers like we do have right now, and these get-togethers are all important in growing our sport, in feeding our soul and getting us out on the water. However we perform out there, this community vibe is what it is all about, this extended family that we have. So to start with, we do not have any kind of time on the water unless we have a venue to play on the water, and I think you'll agree in terms of sights, this place is rather beautiful for a competition, and the family behind this place have created something rather magical, even more so when this entire area was not here. It was one great big massive lake not that many months ago, and with no little effort and no little money, they brought it around and welcomed us back. So Ricardo, the Watuski family, thank you. Muchas gracias. And just all-round cool cats. Then the other people that we need to thank as well. There are lots of amazing boat brands out there, but I feel very privileged to be part of what I feel is the best brand. I'm biased, and I got to say that because he's right there, but I do actually mean it. These people are all about people on the water, community. We've spoken about it an awful lot, and yeah, the boats are insane. They're the best. Of course they are. But they live and they feel it because you've got the people from the actual brand competing in the event. 3 people, 4 people. We've got 2 dealers. We've got the people from the factory actually competing, which is mind-boggling. I don't think you see that with many other brands. So can we give a big old cheer for the Nautique family and welcome us to the stage, Mr. Greg Malone. Are you going to do a few words?
Thank you all for coming out, because we can't have events like this without a lot of customers, a lot of participants. It was great to compete alongside you guys, even get out on a skimboard for the first time in a long time. But it was great to be out here. Ricardo, Christina, thank you guys so much for hosting us. We have great partners here at Botoski. I know Matt's already given a shout out to them. I've got 3 great dealers that were here this weekend. And so from Nautique, Spain, and Portugal, Abel and Ava, thank you guys for being here. They provided the boat all weekend long. From Raymond at Scotland Nautique coming in here and driving for most of the weekend. Raymond competing as well. And Johan from Nautic Wake out of Geneva, fixing that boat this afternoon alongside me, making sure we had the boat going for the final. Wasn't going to happen without this guy helping make that happen. Shelley Walker, who represents us for Europe and makes sales and after service happen out here supporting us as well. So, you know, we're happy to be a part of bringing wake surfing and competitive wake surfing and growing this sport. And so thank you so much for coming out and participating. One last thing, a big round of applause for Matt here this weekend. Stuck in the box. I definitely want to say that now, and now what you get this.
Nobody puts baby in a box. Hey, we've forgotten some very important people. Let's keep the applause coming for the entire WWA team. Scotty 2 Hottie Broom right here. Val right here. Alexandra Gardner on the dock looking after you, and that crew who have been in the boat all weekend long. Obviously, you hear me droning on in your ears, so it's very apparent that I'm about doing stuff. But it's a thankless task being in the boat, so I think we should thank them. We have got Raymond and John Ackerman at the helm. We have got Gears in the judging. So Andy Kolb coming from wake skating and cable to offering his learned eye into wake surfing. Thank you, Andy. And also for Bailey in the boat as well as competing and getting in the boat. Any other people that are missing? Nailed it? All right, on to the prize giving. Here we go. I'm going to get off that podium spot because apparently it's not mine. We are going to start things off with our junior men skim, so the 14 to 18 age category. Let's get this out of the way lest we have any accidents. Taking third place, and there are a lot of names, there are a lot of categories, so just keep pounding those hands and rattling those tonsils and helping my ailing voice out right the way through. Keep that energy coming. Taking that third place spot in this category, Matteo Mallory Levito. Our Italian national champion, right? Nice. And in second place, all right, just forgive some pronunciations, all right? I did ask people to come and tell me if I was getting them wrong, but you couldn't walk all the way down there. Couldn't even put a comment in the box. In second place, Gabriel Zakarian. Close enough? And in the junior men skim, our European champion is Mark Tbashin. Look at those Hamidi trophies, and once again, give it up for these youngsters, people. Alrighty, off you pop. Moving on to the boys skim, so the under 13 category, the real littlest of the rippers, the whippersnappers. In second place, get yourself up here, Ethan Hudkins. Yeah, boy, don't leave me hanging, man. And taking the top spots, Nikita Buria. And one more time for our boys skim, under 13. Let's keep it coming. Boxes for trophies, yeah. Unless you can walk through the airport with those, yeah. Right, let's go. Boys surf under 13. We got two cats in this category that need to come on up here. The first of which in second place, Rodrigo Bugarin. Yeah, man, there he is. Little ripper style monger. Don't leave me hanging. There we go. And taking the top spot and that European title in this category. Get yourself on that top spot, Noah Hudkins. Yes, it's a family affair. Nice. Give it up one more time for these littlest rippers. What a voice. All right, let's go. Now, it took a little while to click this guy's surname. I've actually known his brother a very, very long time, and this cat can surf as well. In the men's beginner surf, taking the top spot, Marcus Darwin. Don't look so, don't look so coy. Own it, man. Give it up for Marcus, everybody. All right, you've actually lost. Get out of here. Oh, God, I've got to do this category. The men's skim 40 plus. Funny story, I was doing a prize giving where I had to announce myself into second place and give Raymond top spot. So, here I go to giving the awards again. In third place, in the skim, by the skin of his teeth, Greg Malone! Use a fin next time, man. Taking second place and graciously handing over this European title, which he's been clinging on to. Hang on, we don't know who it is. Clinging on to for dear life for the past two competitions. Let's hear it for Raymond Kolhoon from the clan Kolhoon. Here I am, still one step below you. And as if he doesn't do too much, running around like a blue-ass fly, contest director, an all-round legend, taking the top spot in the skim. It's Scotty 2 Hottie Broom. Let's give it up for the old boys. Yeah, you own most of those categories because it was all your boards and life jackets. Okay. On to the first of our ladies categories that we're announcing tonight. Hello, boy. In the women's skim, 42-29. In third place, once again, forgive any mispronunciation, Natalie Hutaliaak. And in second place, let's hear some noise for Adena Vetch. And taking top spot and that European title in the women's skim, Michelle Kuchuk. Well done, ladies. All right, you've had your moment. Let's go. Well done, girls. Okay, moving on to the women's skim 29 plus. In third place, and it's always nice to say a French-sounding name or a Swiss name, I don't know which, Orali Ober. And in second place in the women's skim, is it Viola or Viola Tammy? And honorary team Cyprus taking top spot, Jani Labikova. One more time for these ladies. Thank you, girls. Excellent job. Okay, moving on to the men's skim. 19-39. Let's just get that straight. Let's do my OCD. I got it. Okay, in third place. Oh, we've got a whole cavalcade of surnames that are going to be butchered here. A Swiss Nautique dealer, so it's only fitting that he finds himself a place on the podium. An incredible skimster, Johan de Simmenthal. Taking second place, and keep that noise and energy coming, people, Gianmarco Paraccioni. It's good. We bonded over 80s music last night. That was good. Yeah. And taking top spot, riding in multiple divisions, this cat. Also rather handy on the foil. Pleasure to watch him ride, and a pleasure to give him this European title in the men's skim. Simon Nicolas Boucher. And give it up once more for our men's skim. Top three, and all the riders in all the categories, obviously. Thank you, boys. Very well done. Okay, on to the men's surf, 14-29. In third place, Dimitris Koronakis. Yes, Dimitris, where are you? Come on, Team Greek. He's gone? Oh. Okay, oh, no, sorry, I didn't read all of it. Should have read what's on the teleprompter. Okay, well done to Dimitris anyway. In second place, this was a battle royale between these two, and I know it was really tight. Long may this battle continue. Give it up for Alex Hudkins. And taking a wakesurfing title back to the UK. Go figure. Let's give it up for the new European champion, the men's surf, Ed Slater. One more time for these 2/3. Thanks, boys. Very well done. I've got to do this again, have I? I didn't. Hold your horses. Oh, right. Okay. You didn't pick up your skimboard last time. Okay, moving on to the men's surf. Well old 40 plus. Taking third place from the clan Kolhoon, Mr. Raymond Kolhoon. Mind your backs, kids. Team Scotland coming through. And in second place, you want to hand me the, who did the last time? How did we do it last time? And in second place, from the oh no, it's, I got the wrong round. And in second place in the surf, because he couldn't have gone 2 for 2. Of course, we've got to give it up. Scotty to Hottie Broom. And your new men's surf 40 plus European champion all the way from the States. That doesn't make any sense. Mr. Greg Malone. It's a pleasure to sit in the box talking about you guys riding. Give it up for Legends category, which we're now going to call it. Top 3. All right, we're halfway there, folks. Keep it going. Okay, we're going to move on to the open foil, the open foil straps. Should be not strapped, not open. Okay, our attached version of the foiling activities. And it was rather mind-blowing to see these guys doing what they do. We caught it at the start of the year, me for the first time, and I know you guys, much of you are more familiar with all of this than I, but to watch it in action, to see foily birds and flying squirrels on a foil, taking third place, up again, Alex Hudkins. Great work, sir. And in second place, these guys just competing in all divisions, just upping their chances of getting on the podium, Chad Carlson. Thank you for just bringing a board up. That makes it so much easier. And top spot, Primo Premier Waterman himself, pretty much handy at pretty much anything on water on a board, taking the European foil strap title, Noah Fleegal. Oh, no, the OCD, he's kicking out, yeah.